What's up, people? How y'all been doing? Give me a second. Why is this not? Regardless. Okay. I've been lazy, bro. I have done some reading, and I do have school that I do when I'm not streaming. But I've been lazy, bro. Unglazed ceramics, dog. Probably like China, probably like Germany or something. I guess not really Germany. Probably like maybe Vietnam. No, really? Less than Germany even? Okay, wait, maybe it's okay. I bet the US makes some unglazed ceramics, bro. I bet we got some of that. I really don't know who it would be. God damn it. Oh my god. It's gonna be one of those things where the top two countries have 90% of the output of for the entire world or some shit. Yeah, I really don't know who would make unglazed ceramics. There's no... I don't have any... I don't know what's in ceramics. I don't know what like natural resources you would need, or like I don't know how labor versus capital intensive they are, so... I don't really know. I'm gonna guess Japan. Italy, Spain, India, and Turkey. You know what? I probably could have maybe guessed Turkey. I could have eventually guessed Italy and Spain. I don't know. I did Germany though. And I was like, well, that's far enough down. I don't think there's going to be any European countries, but god damn it. I guess not. Who won? I mean, I feel like we'll talk about it in a second. I'm assuming you mean for the Brian, the Caplan versus Matt Bruenig debate. I don't think either one of them did good enough to say they decisively won, but I think like most people watching will say Brian Caplan won. I think he did pretty good. I think Matt Bruenig could have done better, and even though like I'm probably more aligned sometimes with my intuitions on this topic, at least with regards to Bruenig, I think Brian Caplan did a pretty good job. I think he did good, and I think Bruenig like certainly could have had better responses, and he did eventually get to the response I wanted him to get to earlier, which like Brian, I thought you quit just because I did a stream for 5 days or whatever. What's up, easy buddy? And what's up, Michael? Welcome back. By the way, I don't know for sure. No promises. I think I probably finally fixed what was going on with Kick Chat, and it stopped working sometimes. I think, pretty sure, don't know for sure. It had to do with the tabs like going to sleep, and I can change it in this menu I have now here. Bruenig no longer undefeated. Well, like I said, I don't think I've really only seen Bruenig do 2 debates. I've only seen him talk to Yarn Book. That one he did really well in. In this one, I don't feel like he did horrible or anything. I don't think he did bad enough to say he decisively lost. But like I think Bruenig did, or I think Caplan did pretty good. I will say like Bruenig did a lot better against Yaron than Caplan did against Bruenig. Even though I think like Bruenig got it like at least for most people who like watch it and don't have like some background understanding of stuff, they'll think that Bruenig did better, or sorry, that Caplan did better in this recent debate. Is it just me? Is the YouTube stream lagging bad? everything seems good on my end. Yarn got dog walk. Brian seemed to equal Bruenig. Yeah. But those are the only two Bruenig debates I've seen, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know, but yeah. I think what's crazy, you know, one of Brian's sort of original points that they talked about for a while, well, it was like, oh, you know, can we agree that government is doing things like housing regulations, things like energy regulations, that all are increasing poverty and that all are straining impoverished households sort of disproportionately. And, you know, Bruenig, I think, could have had better responses. And he did eventually get to sort of a response at the very end, which I thought he should have essentially started with, which was like, I don't really think these two things are mutually incompatible. And also, Brian Caplan's just better than that dumb Indian. And this is true. This is true. He did eventually get to a response, which I thought was probably the best response you can say there, which is like, oh, these two things aren't like mutually incompatible. It doesn't really diminish like my version of the welfare state or whatever to do these things. And obviously, like, you could easily, like, it makes social democratic systems stronger to have sort of administrative efficiency, to have the private market do very well on its own as well, to the extent that you have it, because obviously, like, government regulation, this is the whole, well, not the whole, but half of the abundance point or whatever. It doesn't just string up the private sector, it strings up the public sector as well. You know, it makes it harder to build social housing that we have with all these housing regulations. But yeah, 500 billion, gas turbines, gold, cars. 500 billion is quite a bit for, like, usually when I just see a bunch of gold and oil, I assume some African country, but they have cars too. So it could be, is it just Mexico or some shit? Oh god, Canada? I didn't assume Canada would have that much gold. Bruenig once again proving he's a sensible socialist by agreeing that capitalism isn't fettering production. Eventually. At the very end, yeah. I think Caplan's position, well, I mean, he said at the current margins, but yeah. Caplan's position requires some insane public choice theory-ish commitment. For what exactly? For... I'm not sure. I think, like, because they did talk about, you know, how to watch the Trump Sohan red-brown alliance. What the hell? I don't know what you mean, easy money. But real quick, before we get into that, okay? They've come for my construction workers, but are people putting my Wi-Fi cables down, bro? Oh my god. It's over. Like, the government can't do good on net because of something fundamental. Oh, so they did talk about that. I thought that was actually a I thought it was funny to watch Caplan towards the end. He was a little bit more aggressive. He was like, you know, Matt, like, you say all these things, and it's just like, but all you guys on the left, you know, seem to have this, like, you know, still overall, like, insanely positive view of the government. You know, why can't we just say, like, oh, it's good on some things and, like, pretty bad here somewhere in other places, but it's just you know, overall, like, slightly net positive. But I thought yeah, I don't know, I thought, like, Bruenig's conception of stuff there would require, or his conception of whatever social policy he wants probably would require more insane views of, like, public choice stuff than Caplan's would, because, you know, Bruenig is arguing for state-owned enterprises and for, like, socialization of things that are then controlled by a representative democracy. I don't know. Yeah. In my ideal world, speaking out against the USPS is punishable by a fine or 6 months in jail. Based. But I didn't see this, easy money. I don't know.
Thank you very much. We've just had a great meeting, a really good, very productive meeting. We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people.
What is that noise in the background when you speak? I don't know. What does it sound like? Is it like staticky or something? It could be. There's a static. Quick question, because I'm about to go to eat. What job? Is the job creation number just fake or what? I don't know exactly which one you're referring to, Isaac. So if it like the thing that like isn't fake, it sounds like air. I mean, there's like it could just be my fans from my computer running in the background. Is the question like the number itself for September or whatever that the MAGA people are talking about, that they keep posting the 19,000 new jobs in September? That number isn't fake. Now, in fact, it could be revised down later, and we just had August be revised down in the same release to a net loss of 4,000 jobs. So it's entirely possible. I never heard it be this loud. I could just have my gain turned up too high or something. It's entirely possible that it'll be revised down later on. But 100,019 jobs, like that's not a it's not like a super especially crazy high number. It's also not in any way like a super concerning number. So like that number's not fake. If the stuff about immigration is basically fake, and I was planning on talking about that as well. Caplan is basically an ANCAP because of David Friedman-ish argument now. Oh yeah, I do actually think that's, yeah, I have seen him talk about stuff before. I remember I forget which debate he was in, where he was literally arguing for essentially like the abolition of all states, and that there would actually not be any war between people if we had the anarcho-capitalist state. Go and VOD and listen. Well, I can listen to it now. Monitor and output. I don't think I hear anything. I think that requires insane distrust, like government officials can do no good. Yeah. I don't hear anything in OBS. It's there. You have your gate quite low or too low. Maybe. Here, to make you guys happy. Threshold. That's it. That's what I want to change, right? The threshold. My compressor. It should be. Which way switch? There we go. It's a little bit lower now. I don't know. Maybe it's good. Fun as an open borders guy. No gates. I don't know. Like I don't know if it's fair to classify me as Brian Caplan type open borders. By a lot of people's conceptions, I would be probably classified as open borders. And I think on like EA grounds, I'm gonna be essentially open borders and like my ideal shit at the very least. But it's, you know, politically toxic. From a EA, my utilitarian perspective, it would be the case that like I would be open borders even if like that, you know, it hurt the US to some extent, because like the marginal gain of an immigrant coming here is just like really really high for them if they're coming from an impoverished fucking country. But like you're never gonna win an election on that message, right? So I don't think open borders is impossible. It's impossible for political reasons. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, speaking of borders, oh my god, horrible, dude. I think I've been told, I don't know if this is actually true. I've been told by my dad, I don't know if he has a source for this, what's up north, that the reason the people who are renovating our house just to have like not showed up for work is because of ice, and that would make sense. Did Erudite have an abortion debate? Yeah, like literally earlier today. Same style that Destiny had a few days ago. You know, that the timing of that would make a lot of sense. And I don't have anything to disprove it.
On my end, 5 minutes.
Other than I don't believe ICE has actually been to where I am in North Carolina. They've been to like much bigger cities in North Carolina. And that's kind of fucked. Boom. And then check this out. Hold on. Boom. And then hold on, actually, because the chat's broken. Hold on. What's up, Metro? Metro, no promises, but I believe I have fixed what was wrong with Kick Chat not showing up. I have by changing some settings in my browser to fix it, but I don't know for sure yet. And changing those settings is also what has broken my chat, which I now have to fix. What's that noise in the background? There's no... Oh, what's up, South Roma, by the way? Boo, Arcana Boy, boo. Dude, I'm so upset that I slept through the actual debate. Because my sleep schedule's so fucked. I wanted to be there live to witness the last Arcana Boy stream. Hold on. There's no... I didn't hear anything. Did you watch the Wick panel last night? No. I didn't hear anything. Actually, because the chat's broken. Hold on. What's up, Metro? Metro, no promises, but I believe. Am I crazy? I don't hear anything. I literally don't. I believe. Am I crazy? I don't hear anything. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. See, North is with me. Well, now, if I do this, the chat should now show up here as well. At 30 seconds. Oh, I thought this was a second link to my stream. Never mind. Leader Rose is such a moron regarding abortion. True. Why is the chat just not showing up? That's unfortunate. I'll just copy the chat from here. Bruenig is skinny now. I have noticed. Watch the 3 second. I don't care right now. Like, it is crazy to me. I wonder if she uses the same thing here. Hold on. Okay, sidetrack before we watch the actually the I would like econ stuff. Okay, we're not watching this. We will probably watch this whole thing later tonight.
Share the structure of this evening's.
I wonder if she uses the same argument that she always uses, which is that killing an innocent person is always wrong. Abortion is killing an innocent person, therefore abortion is always wrong.
For the wonderful moderators that we have tonight and everybody who made it here, despite the crazy rain, and thank you so much to Kyla for coming out for this debate. Right now, in a neonatal intensive care unit, there are doctors and nurses working to save babies as young as 21. World's youngest baby, buyers and monitors fighting for. And every single child from here, within 10 miles away from here, at the Planned Parenthood facility, he's killed nearby. A society that fights to save the life. This debate is not about slogans or politics. It is about whether our law should permit the intention. We first have to define our term, that child. Abortion, what is it? Abortion is the direct and intentional killing of a living human being in the womb. Surgical abortion is designed to tear the beating heart. More than 2,800 human rights crisis abortion, just stated, an innocent human being. Therefore, abortion is wrong, and it should be.
Oh my God! Wait, no shot.
An innocent human being. Abuses of our time, and that's why I'm here. Here's the core pro-life argument. It is wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. Abortion intentionally kills an innocent human being.
Well, she didn't use the word always there, but she's also not including the word generally or like on its face or, you know, some qualifier there, which is stupid. Abortion is right because the fetus violates the NAP by stealing the mom's resources without her consent. This is true. This is true. Okay, hold on. But yeah. Usually she'll list, a lot of times she'll say, and she said even in the debate with Destiny a few days ago, whatever, or like last week, killing an innocent person is always wrong, or an innocent human being, she'll say, is always wrong, which is obviously, just obviously false. It's insane that she said this so many times, because quite obviously, like, if you had to kill an innocent 99-year-old man who was 30 seconds away from dying in natural causes to prevent 100 Holocaust, like, you should do that. That it's obviously a thing that it would not be immoral to do, but whatever, it would not be wrong to do that. Either she gives a biological taxonomy of a human being, or Aristotelian idea of rationality. Yeah, like, I think the bigger issue, microsocials of it, is that, like, either it's morally irrelevant, or you're just smuggling in the premise that a fetus is a person, and that's the actual premise that has to be defended. But she, tries not to defend that. She just tries to smuggle in that premise with the stupid definitions game she does. Nothing Leela does, like, it has, like, actually gives me the perception that she has any reasonable, actually, like, look through these topics in depth, like, philosophically or whatever. I think, like, she just takes it all to be a dialogue tree. Not fun. It's gonna get an IDF stimmy for that comment. Yeah, I would kill all innocent shrimp to save one person's desire to have a tasty meal. Based.
I'll start whenever you start talking.
Thank you.
But yeah, okay. Anyway,
you for totally setting me up, Econo Boy. So I am firmly on camp. Do something totally outside the list of what you said. There is this idea of, like, either government is going to help or you're just going to leave people to fend for themselves. And all of this forgets, is it possible that government is actually screwing things up for the poor?
Can't wait stream tonight, so take my money, king.
Well, I appreciate the dono, Dylan. I appreciate it. Thanks for the $10. Yeah, thanks for at least stopping by and donating. I'm sure I'll upload at least parts of tonight's stuff later on, but I've been bad about editing.
Or right here, right now, and in a major way. And the answer is yes, and I don't even think you can really debate it, even though it is a debate. The most obvious thing that governments around the world do to cause a lot of poverty is immigration restrictions. I have a book, Open Borders, on this, but long story short, the easiest way for most people in desperate poverty around the world to escape poverty is just to move to a richer country, and this is actually how an amazingly large share of poverty has already been solved. Most Haitians who are not in poverty did it just by getting out of Haiti. Governments make it really hard to do this for a long reasons, happy those. But there's really no doubt that if you just let people from poor countries move to rich countries, that this would...
Bro, why is my worms not showing up on stream? Even famous utilitarians agree that it's not always wrong to kill innocents. Anyone who takes a remotely plausible position agrees that it's not always wrong to kill innocent people. And, like, anyone who has any threshold by which, it would be acceptable to kill an innocent person to cause any amount of utility or to prevent any amount of whatever else they value, justice, rights violations, agrees that that's an insane premise. Why is Canada stagnating with so much immigration? I don't know. I don't know enough about Canada. So I don't know how well Canada is at, like, assimilating immigrants, either getting them to actually work. It's so saddening to me that these people have insanely big platforms will never be challenged, especially with someone with zero following. Yep, I know. You know what's funny? After that, after the Destiny debate, by the way, just because I have, like, a pro-life club at my school, I emailed them with the offer of setting up a similar thing. They did not accept, unfortunately, sadly. Maybe I could reach out to a bigger school. They might be more willing to do it than my fucking shitty ass tiny little school, honestly. But
dramatically increase their earnings. I'm not talking about an increase of 10% or 50%. I'm talking more like multiplying their earnings by a factor of 5 or 10 or 15. So, of course, when people think about poverty, usually they have a very nationalist view of it. So it's like poverty is already within our country. But if you are going to think there's something philosophically troublesome about poverty or something wrong about it, then you should be a globalist about it and say, like, well, where is the worst poverty? The worst poverty is generally not in rich countries. It's in poor countries. And governments stop poor people from solving their own problem, which also means that the people from poor countries that are able to work can't go and send money home and help people that would have trouble moving or would have trouble working. So that's one example. Another big example is something the government does to dramatically increase the problem of poverty is housing regulation.
Smart ass,
if you've been listening
but
to
I'm not sure I see why you would say it's not wrong, because you like, it would be good to do it. It would not be immoral to do it. So I don't think that, like, I think when you say something's wrong, the interpretation of that I get is, it's something you ought not do. It's something that it would be impermissible to do, but it would clearly be permissible to kill an innocent human being in the circumstances that I described.
Cases. I have a whole book on this too. I say that the bulk of the evidence says that housing regulation has roughly doubled the price of housing in the United States. This is a major part of almost everyone's budget. It's an especially large share of the budgets for the poor. So if, in fact, it were legal to just build, one of the main problems that poor people have would be greatly mitigated. And again, not just a small amount, not just a minor reduction, but the second most basic necessity would suddenly be vastly cheaper, which would also make it much easier for people to go and move to higher wage parts of the country. Right now, low skilled workers generally make money by leaving high wage areas because the housing cost is so high that it eats up more than 100% of the gain. Government policies that used to actually reduce poverty now probably are doing the opposite. Social Security, for example, back in the 70s, Milton Friedman had the stuff saying, well, rich people live longer, and so actually maybe Social Security might really be regressive. He was probably wrong back then, but the gap in life expectancy between rich and poor has increased so much in the meanwhile that new estimates say that Social Security could actually be increasing inequality, which I was...
I don't... Maybe I should look into that. I wish he cited exactly what he was saying there, but I think he did, and this could have just been him misspeaking, to be fair. He said, like... He was talking about poverty at
really
first.
Regressive, who's probably had the stuff saying, well, rich people live longer, and so actually government policies that used to actually reduce poverty now probably are doing the opposite. Social Security.
But then he moves on to talking about inequality, and those aren't, like, obviously they can be related, but those really aren't the same thing, because it's plausible that Social Security still reduces poverty, and there's quite a lot of people who would be in poverty, less Social Security being a thing. The Census Bureau puts out like their report every year or 2 years or something, and they have their own estimate that probably from my understanding, probably is a bit of an overestimate. I think it probably has some double counting in it, basically. But they estimate that like some, 40 million elderly people or something would be in poverty if Social Security just was not a thing at all.
On taking money from people who are doing better and giving it to poor people.
J.D. Vance anti-immigration. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe J.D. Vance would be anti-immigration. What? Dude, what the hell? My display capture's just totally broke it. Dude, Worms just totally broke my display capture.
It makes a lot more sense for governments to stop doing things that cause poverty. I'm also happy to talk about a lot of other issues. So while I think it's totally true that governments are directly causing a lot of poverty, and the problem would be much less if governments just stop doing that. So it's a remedy that costs less than nothing. But I'm probably better known for saying that another important cause of poverty is irresponsible behavior among the poor. I think there is a lot of evidence for that too. There is a separate question. Is it true that the welfare state is the reason why people are acting irresponsibly? I think that's probably overstated because there's a lot of people be irresponsible almost no matter what you do. But it's still worth pointing out. There's this research on the success sequence, which I know Matt has written on, and we can go into the weeds on that if you want. But it comes down to in rich countries.
They do not.
It is actually not hard to avoid poverty. You just need to do a few basic prudent measures, and your odds of being out of poverty are extremely high. This does not excuse bad government policy, but it does mean that it also is reasonable to ask people, is there something that you could be doing in order to not have this problem? So we should not make forced charity from strangers anywhere like the first thing we're talking about.
All right, Brian, thank you for staying within the time. Matt, there was a lot there. Immigration, irresponsible behavior, moving to another country. Looking forward to your 5-minute opening statement. I'll start the time whenever you start talking, Matt.
Yeah, so I think the place we want to start is asking, what do we mean by poverty? Like, what is the scope of the conversation? So he begins his time talking about global poverty, and I don't think we would have much disagreement that,
I like this
the current margin
so
if you're dealing with the global poor.
Michael, from what I know about you, you would probably be relatively aligned with a lot of what Caplan at least sort of outwardly expresses. I think Caplan is sort of like an idealist and Cap dude, which you might not agree with, but Brian and Caplan, true.
Who are in poor countries, the most important thing for them is to get more plugged into a high productivity economy. One way or another, we could talk about moving them into economies that are already high productivity with immigration, or increasing the productivity of their own economies, as we've seen in China. But certainly in developing nations, you got to become a high output country if you want to have high standards of living. It's hard to how else is it going to add up, right? So I don't even think we would have disagreement on that. The question really becomes about domestic poverty in developed countries. That's usually what the poverty discussion in the U.S. is focused on, because it is, I guess you could say, nationalistic, but it is its own thing. And I think poverty in developed countries is kind of a distinct phenomenon, because it's not the case that there isn't a high productivity economy around. It's just the case that for one reason or another, certain people receive good distributions from that economy and certain people do not. And so for me, what I've done is I've tried to look at developed countries and do kind of cross-country comparisons among developed countries and try to figure out what's going on in countries where the bottom 10...
Hold on, Micro socialism, you're Moxie. I wonder why we were aligned to that issue. I wonder. I didn't realize that at first. Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
20% or whatever have kind of a very low standard of living, compared to the median or average, and what's going on where you have more compression, and such that the bottom has a much higher standard of living. And when you kind of look at it and you look at the census microdata and you cut it all up, what I've kind of concluded from this is that poverty is caused by almost a kind of a quirk of the way that we distribute income, right? That we produce all this income and then we distribute it through factor payments to workers and capital, right? So interest, rent, dividends, et cetera, go to people who own things, and then wages and salaries go to people who work. And there's a lot of clash between those two groups historically, obviously. And you could make some headways maybe by moving some of capital share to labor share, and maybe by squeezing some of labor share by increasing pay at the bottom and decreasing pay at the top. But most of the poverty action is happening actually in a third group that neither owns very much capital nor is currently working. And when you look at it in the society as a whole, that describes essentially half the population. Half the population are non-workers. These are children, elderly people, disabled people, students, caregivers, the unemployed, and sort of other. And if half people are working, half the people are not working, and the only way you get income is through factor payments, and these non-workers don't get factor payments, they got to get money through some other mechanism. And sometimes that happens.
Is this a new Econoboy? Is this a new thing Econoboy's doing? No, he organized this debate because Caplan's a very busy guy and like a, not some internet debater dude. I just realized I wasted my whole term in worms trying to look up the thing I was looking up. He organized it before he retired, but he had to come back, committed to doing this, thankfully. So
the family mechanism, if you are a kid who has a parent who makes a good deal of money, you'll get money essentially transferred down to you. If you're an elderly person, maybe you can get money from a spouse, whatever it might be. But at the bottom, what you have are just a lot of households where the non-worker share is just really high. You have it where maybe there's nobody working in the household, or maybe there's one person working in the household and 3 kids, or maybe there's one worker, a disabled spouse, and 2 kids, and on and on and on. So that is really where the poverty kind of bubbles up if you look in the census, current population survey, and across anywhere in the developed world. And then how you solve that is through the welfare state, through providing benefits to each of the non-working groups of people. So a child allowance for children, an old age pension for elderly people, disability benefits for disabled people, unemployment benefits for unemployed people. If you get all those non-workers their own welfare income, then wherever they mix in, whatever family they're mixing in with however many workers, it all kind of levels out, and you kind of get everyone above a minimum standard of living. And that seems to have been the most successful approach, the sort of social democratic.
I haven't seen Caplan talk much about poverty outside of this debate, and like outside of like me just knowing sort of the general libertarian inclinations on it. But as far as I can tell, Caplan basically accepts all of this, and I think it is somewhat unfortunate that they spend much of this debate discussing what Caplan mentions after Bruenig's opening statement, which is, well, can't we agree that government is like causing all this poverty in other ways or whatever, by restricting housing supply and by doing whatever else. You don't think immigrants increase housing prices? I don't know where you assume that from. So I've not looked too far into it ever, and also I realized I should now have this chat do that. From what I've seen, it seems plausible immigrants increase housing prices, but it's probably not big enough of an effect to really outweigh much. So
Nordic approach, and I think when we've tried that here for certain categories, it's worked pretty well as well. So that's sort of what I'm going to pitch, I guess, throughout the rest of the debate, is the welfare state solution to poverty in developed countries.
All right, Matt.
I will say, there is one paper that I've seen that says deportations specifically might increase housing prices because they increase demand. True, because a lot of immigrants obviously disproportionately work in construction, but that doesn't necessarily mean that restricting immigration wouldn't drive down the growth of housing prices or something in its own right. But
guys, we did save a couple of minutes there, and so that's just going to get added on to the Q&A at the end. So I guess Q&A will be about 11-12 minutes. And now we're in our 60-minute opening discussion. Whoever feels strongest, I guess, start us off, and then guys just talk back and forth. And again, I'll try to reframe if I feel like it's becoming unproductive.
All right, let's try to see how much more agreement we can squeeze out of here. So what do you think about housing regulation, Matt? Isn't it really bad for the poor to have very expensive housing?
For sure. We need more housing. We released papers at People's Policy Project to produce social housing. I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but we've definitely been on the side of more housing, trying to make that more palatable to people who sometimes oppose housing because they think it's too profiteering or whatever. This sort of more left-wing opposition to it. Obviously, there are other. That's probably not the main impediment, right? The main impediment is people just they don't want new housing in their area, traffic, things like that. But I'm definitely in the pro produce more housing camp.
All right, and does it seem fair to say that this is a way that government makes poverty worse on purpose, or at least negligently, just doesn't worry about how it's going to affect poor people?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe government is the wrong word here, right? It's sort of the democratic will.
Or government
They
policies, right?
spend like 40% of this debate or something like caught up on like this framing, and it's, I don't know, it's annoying to me, but
It's true. It's often not federal, although there's plenty of federal stuff too, but state and local stuff.
It's a failure of planning one way or another. I guess I don't know if I would say, in some ways, I guess you could say everything is the government, or you could say nothing is the government, or how much do we want to put this on people in communities who are wanting to block certain kinds of housing. But yeah, one way or another, I think
I mean,
there's
it's
not
pretty
enough
hard for
housing.
community block housing if it's totally legal to do what you want with your own land, right?
Well, but that would be the rule that you'd have to set up, right? And even then, I don't know
well,
if anyone proposes that, right? Because what kind of things might you build? Like, it's always about setting the right rules. There's no,
Well, like there was an earlier time when you could build almost anything you wanted on your own land, and unless someone could prove that you're making noxious smoke or something, then you can do it. And even if people don't like it, it was tough luck, and it looked like that was a way to build a lot of cheap housing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about the history of it, but I know with housing, as with any kind of building or development, there's all these externalities that seems like you end up having to have some kind of consultative process.
Right. Well, so like the consultative process, my story, that's the whole problem is asking people, because when you ask people about if they have problems with housing, they got endless problems, because it is not a good way to find out whether something's a serious problem to see who will show up at a meeting and complain. I mean, one of the main points I make is, housing has some negatives, it's also got a bunch of positives, but they almost get no attention.
Bruenig just flat out doesn't believe in the
most people don't want to live out in the middle of
TVM,
nowhere, right? And in the middle of nowhere, you've got
the TV time value money, the
no noise pollution, no traffic, no parking problems. It's just you don't have all the good things. You don't have all the good things you have from having other people around. So I say this is just like a giant government failure of governments listen to people, and that's bad. What we need to do is let private property owners do what they want, so they can do the good thing, which is build tons of stuff, which is actually on balance pretty is a positive externality, not negative. But
I guess I would say I almost it's more like the framing and the description of it that I'm because I think what's funny about the housing situation is the
I remember that
is not really compatible with what you're saying, right? Because in
day on Twitter,
libertarianism, you can do what you want with your own property unless you're sort of affecting those around you in a certain kind of way, right? You're going to put off dust, you're going to put off noise, you're going to put off. And you could try to bargain that, I'll pay you or whatever. But that doesn't, the sort of cozy and that's like nice on paper, but it never seems to pan out, and you'll have holdouts. And so it's an inherently collective process. And I agree that it is in a lot of places that yielded the wrong conclusion. And maybe we should set like a meta framework to make it harder for people to press their case about the externalities that they think should be compensated or that they think should be a bar. But there's not like a free market libertarian answer to it, because the externalities are just there.
Yeah. So I say you can say you don't like the free market libertarian answer, but this was the one that existed until really the 1920s in the English-speaking world. It was, of course, was not exactly that date, but it's like the owner of the land can do whatever they want, and if you don't like it, then you got to take it to court and show direct, clear physical harm, which is damn hard to show. So you can't just say an apartment counts as violating my property rights, like it's just an apartment. It's all like, is there smoke coming over your land? No. Like, did the apartment fall over your property? No. Well, then yes, you can totally do it, and we don't have any discussion about it. No complaining. You lose.
But you just kind of steamrolling over actual externalities, right? So
also, like I said,
they're kind of. Externalities are kind of silly, but like I see the local debates, and I mostly disagree with the people who are opposing them. But when they say things like, "Well, if you build this thing, it's going to block the sunlight,"
I feel like Matt Bruenig, he could have taken it as an opportunity to get to what I think is more relevant. About when it goes on later to talk about the theories of like distributive justice and like the different theories of entitlement they have and everything, which I feel like he did better on at that part that he is doing here, because it just feels so. A lot of the stuff to me just feels so inconsequential, but I think to a general audience, especially because Bruenig is, he's not like, I don't want to say he's flustering or anything, but he's when he responds to stuff are like, well, I'm not exactly familiar with like the history there and stuff like that, that never comes off great to a general audience. It's unfortunate. Caplan mogging currently. What about the incalculable externalities? For who? I mean, are you saying that's the issue with Caplan's position or whatever? Moving your money from one account into another account and watch it just increase somehow. Your money works for you. Of course, money cannot work as pieces of paper and records and computer. It does nothing. Now people can work and so create products and services that are very invaluable. But pieces of paper and records and computers cannot. The discussion of how money in the account leads to more money in that account is almost never had. Whenever we start having discussions, the morality of capital gains becomes very suspect. True. I mean, I've seen like Bruenig stuff on this before. Sometimes, to be like charitable, sometimes I think Bruenig's sort of philosophical position against like sort of more absolutist position of like libertarian desert theory gets confused for a more like practical position. But I don't know, like, seems somewhat silly.
Light that falls on my property.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's totally true. It's like, well,
point.
yeah, like true, but like, tough luck. Yeah, like you don't have right to sunlight, you don't have right to a view. No one ever see, like it's not on your land, so too bad.
Well, I think
Now,
about my house
what do you think about
because
that? It's like it was better for the old system was better for the poor, isn't that right?
I don't know.
The
about
poor
the
people
old
are not
system,
worried
but
about lighting block; they want to get a roof over their heads.
definitely more housing is going to be better for, if it's going to bring the price level down, then it's going to help people who have less money. There's no doubt about that. I don't think I disagree with that. I do wonder, not to get too sidetracked, but I have solar panels on my roof, and if someone were to block them, I would lose thousands of
That's
dollars
an
a year.
interesting point. Of course, there's a lot of places using zoning to block solar panels, which
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
yes. So like another set of policies that are bad for the poor. So housing is a necessity, energy is a necessity. You probably know that the U.S. has a crazy set of anti-nuclear policies. Just in itself, just in terms of the sheer technology, nuclear power really is the cheapest, safest, cleanest technology, and yet we basically have totally strangled this technology, deprived the poor of cheap energy. And again, looks to me like it's totally something government did, not for the purpose of hurting the poor, but just negligently, just saying, yeah, well, it's too bad. Whatever happens to the poor, and seems like it's something if you care about the poor, you should say this is terrible and we should deregulate.
Yeah, we published a paper at People's Policy Project called Green TVA, where the position was that the TVA should go out and build a ton of new electricity, including nuclear plants, to bring down the price. But I think we can maybe take a step back. Like, your point here is that, as I understand it, there are certain product categories that government regulation is restricting supply, and if we could get more supply, we could bring the price level down. And if we brought the price level down, then obviously people who had less cash could afford more things, and so on and so forth. I mean, who disagrees with that? But that's still,
You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people who
well,
disagree.
people might disagree on the trade-offs involved, right? Like, they might say, well, incorrectly, but if they believe this, that, well, nuclear power is just very dangerous, it could kill lots of people, et cetera, et cetera. And so, they're making that, and we factually wrong, but obviously
Said it before, I'll say it again. If utilities weren't centralized, Florida FLA would be 98% solar and housing right now.
Wrong, but if
I
my
have
facts are
no,
right, I'd be right.
I don't
Yeah,
know
you should question
that,
me for
even
that
how to
stuff.
evaluate that.
Well, like I said, we write papers, we're pro-nuclear, so it's not like a... But
Great.
I guess I just think with these things, like, they're inherently, if you're going to construct something, and a lot of people think that it's very dangerous, like, it's an inherently consultative thing, and that it's a sort of problem I have, I guess, on a deeper level with certain libertarian presentations of things, right? Which is, well, do what you want unless it sort of affects others or hurts others in some ways. But then there's a huge contestation about what counts as hurting, and then the facts of whether it hurts. And there's a lot of speculation and sort of like, well, that doesn't then resolve our dispute because we have these.
You're totally right. If you just do John Stuart Mill, if it harms someone, the harm is so vague, which is why the libertarian tradition has always been about clear proof of direct physical danger at a large magnitude, or else get the hell out of my courts and you lose.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a standard that leads to a lot of construction. And it's like until you can prove that you're getting irradiated, you can't shut down my nuclear plant. Now, I will agree that if you just hear that, it's like, gee, but what if people are getting irradiated high level? And I said, well, we got experience with both regimes, where we have the cautious regime and we don't have the low caution regime, and the low caution one was just better. And we just need to admit that the low caution regime actually worked really well, and that the modern one sucks.
I feel like Caplan probably cites stuff in his book for this or whatever.
Yeah, depending on the product. Obviously we've had some product.
I think Bruenig's answer is, somewhat like, you're not going to be obviously super well like researched at every single possible product, and what the sort of trade-offs were between our old system of more lax property laws and everything than I suppose our current system are. But I feel like there's got to be stuff for which that is like totally disputable. There's got to be at least some stuff out there, but I don't know of any, I guess, out the top of my head. But yeah, hold on, just real quick. This is what I was looking for earlier. It didn't fucking load until now. This is the Census Bureau's estimate of the number of people who are in supplemental poverty before and after certain programs. For Social Security, it is quite high. That's the number. That's the number one thing. 28 million it says are estimated of being kept out of poverty by it. Now, I think there are arguments that it's an overestimate, but I forget the exact potential double countings. What exactly the things they were potentially double counting are?
Housing and nuclear power, these are really big products, right?
Well, let's think about drugs, right? Like, sometimes the drugs get going, like fen or let's like asbestos. I think about all the big mass torts that we learned about in law school.
About it. There was a story of asbestos, right?
I used to work for an asbestos fund.
Like the removal caused a lot of the danger. You just keep it where it is. You're okay. It's when you remove it that it sends out the fiber and starts hurting people.
Well, yeah, and the installation killed a lot of people as well. That's who we kept paying money out to.
I think it was actually like the workers in the asbestos factories that were almost the only ones that had elevated risk.
Yeah, either way, there's a lot of money coming out of the fund to people with emphysema and lung cancer and stuff, but for a time, obviously, you wouldn't have been able to prove that. So sort of, and I remember this with GMOs, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, initially, I don't know, maybe it could be a problem, who knows, but subsequently, so all I'd say, it kind of goes with
I don't know why people. I don't know if GMOs were ever plausibly a significant problem.
Or cautious of certain things when they don't have good evidence, and evidence may come later, and why that can cause problems in either direction. So I don't. To me, I think people have reached the wrong conclusions on certain things, the right conclusions on other things. Like, for instance, carbon emissions seem to be causing considerable issues. I would say, from what I can tell, consultatively, people don't care enough to prevent them, right? Like, even though there's quite a lot of externalities, there doesn't really seem to be much of a mechanism to do it, and I think people have underweighted to some extent the risk of that.
Is deregulating nuclear mechanism? So, Sweden, like long before people even cared about global warming, Sweden got up to like 70% electricity generation from nuclear, and their carbon emissions were crashing, and before they were even trying to do anything about it. And then Chernobyl happened, and then Sweden turned in the opposite direction, unfortunately. All right, so I got more questions for you.
Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say it might help to do a bit of a compare and contrast. Like, perhaps if, like, obviously what Brian is saying is that if we let the free market go to some extent, that all of these different products that people need will become so much cheap. It's kind of deflationary strategy, that people will rise out of poverty. But then, Matt, obviously, it sounds like you're agreeing. It seems like principally you're agreeing with a lot of that, but you want to say yes and.
I feel like Bruenig could have recentered way earlier.
So, like, is that yes and inappropriate, Brian? If so, why? Matt, does that sound right?
Because that's where I was going with the point about supply and price level. So so to some extent, maybe you can deflate the prices, and that'll help, but that's still going to leave quite a bit of poverty that results from the mechanism that I was discussing, which is just this chunk of households at the bottom that just has very few workers in them, or has a very low share of workers in them, and children, elderly, disabled, etc. And so you can bring the price level down, that's great, you can bring output up, that's great, but you're still going to struggle to get those the distribution you need to that set of the population without the welfare state. That's my view, and I think if you look comparatively, you see the countries that focus the most attention on making sure non-workers get a monthly check in one form or another.
Bruenig is economically illiterate, like James Medlock. I have not seen anything from James Medlock to suggest that he's economically illiterate. Maybe I'm just not familiar, but I don't think it's fair to say Matt Bruenig is economically illiterate. Certainly that seems crazy to me to say, even if you disagree with him on the time value theory of money. But
sort of the nicest setup for those at the bottom.
I'm not even sure that I disagree with that so much as, look, there's first of all, there's a bunch of at least alleged side effects. Let me put it this way. So what's totally clear is that poor people are a lot less likely to work. They're more likely to have non-marital births. There's a bit more dispute about whether they actually are using more drugs and alcohol, but I think there's good evidence that they are doing more abuse of drugs and alcohol. Like, they're using, doing binge drinking, which is actually what causes a lot of problems. So anyway, we see that the poor have these different behavioral issues. Then there are people that will say, well, it's the welfare state that is the cause. I say that's got to be overstated, right? There's going to be people that will do irresponsible things, even if there's no government encouragement. But still, it's like, so how much of this poverty is actually caused by the welfare state itself? I mean, it seems like, per what you were saying before, at least you should say it's contested, and who's to say, right? You might say, well, I think that it's wrong to think there's a big change in behavior caused by the welfare state. So as an economist,
that's like saying an economist who doesn't believe in supply and demand is not illiterate in the field of econ. I don't really think so. And also, even that, like, when you say, like, literally don't believe in supply and demand, that would be pretty crazy. But, like, if you're just, like, fucking, I don't know, Steve Keen or something, like, I don't think it's fair to say Steve Keen is economically illiterate. I just think Steve Keen, like, has wrong and obviously controversial views. TVM is measurable. Well, so is, like, a lot of things that which people dispute. I don't know, like, obviously.
Where there's a change in policy and then you see a change in behavior. Usually by those measures, you don't see much effect of poverty programs on behavior. But if you have a step back a bit, it's like, well, maybe a lot of the problems are caused by changes in long-run behavior, which are very hard to detect with standard economic methods. And it seems very plausible they would be there. So you can see that people might not instantly quit their job if you make the welfare state more generous, and yet a society which has had a generous welfare state for a decade or for a generation, this very well might gradually change people's behavior and make them less likely to work, more likely to have non-marital births, more likely to be doing other things that are bad for the long-run future. So,
I feel like Bruenig could have been more aggressive here, because it seems like Caplan explicitly concedes later on, like, obviously, I think transfers to poor people is, like, going to reduce poverty. And in the short run, like he's saying here, it doesn't seem like, at least in the short run, it causes particularly big disincentives. Certainly to the, like, Caplan would agree with Bruenig that you can design a welfare system that has even less disincentives to work than we have today. I shooting this fucking thing too powerful, and I feel like Bruenig could have really pushed and just like, okay, wait, hold on. So we agree, at least in the short run, it reduces poverty. We agree, at least in the short run, we have all these reasons to believe that it doesn't even particularly encourage a lot of this bad behavior people often say it does. And he could have, in the long run, Caplan just doesn't think we have good enough evidence. I think Matt Bruenig brings up cross-country comparisons.
What do you think?
This is where I think the cross-country comparisons can be useful.
Which I actually think Caplan brought up an interesting point here as well. But I feel like if he was more aggressive, it could have come off way, way better to the audience, but I don't know.
Right? I mean, we can look at least at the highest level on employment rates, and
Yep.
the Nordic social democracies have high employment rates. I mean, in the developed world, it seems like where you're going to see differences in employment rates, they mostly show up along Catholic system. What's the Catholic? Like the four Catholic countries.
Sugar in the short run eventually
have low employment rates.
still reduces my hunger. Eventually, I'll be fat and still hungry. Well, sure, Michael, but I mean, even Caplan agrees. You know, it would be pretty hard to measure the long-term effects of stuff. But I think, you know, there are obviously plausible mechanisms by which welfare would lead to the type of behavior they're talking about here. But I don't know. I've just never seen particularly great evidence that it is there. And I think if you design a welfare system well enough, you should be able to avoid a lot of the issues. For example, with disincentives to work, just by like phasing out benefits at a slow rate.
I think welfare states, right?
Yeah, but it's like they're essentially socially conservative. But other than that, you see pretty similar employment rates across the board. Obviously, the U.S. employment rate's been going up and up and up with women over the last few years.
But it's a bit of an outlier. Does it surprise you the U.S. is an outlier, or do you think it's because we make it harder for poor people to get free money?
Well, the U.S. does not have a higher employment rate than, for example, Finland or Norway or any other.
High compared, and especially, so I think we do really well in terms of hours of work, right?
Yeah, we do not take vacations, that's for sure. But yeah, in terms of
people call the U.S. like the work center of the world, right? It probably has something to do with the smaller size of the welfare state, don't you think?
No, I actually think it has to do with vacation and time off. It has to do mostly with regulation and collective bargaining, right? Because whenever you're able to kind of collectively set things like holiday and sick leave and whatever, it seems like there's more willingness to like collectively.
Right, Michael. No one is saying it's not that hard to measure the percentage of populace utilizing the social safety net. That's true. What's hard is the causal inference part of it, to know like whether historically, like, you know, implementing a welfare program in the past like actually caused more people to utilize welfare programs in the future, because there are just so like an infinite number of variables in that equation. Like, you know, how well is the economy overall doing in those times? Were there other reasons that would influence people's bad behavior? Maybe the size of the social safety net just grew. Like what changes to the welfare system were made itself. Like it'd be like incredibly hard to actually do that type of causal inference.
Bring down work, but it's hard to individually be like,
hey, there's also a story that when you have high marginal tax rates, that the cost to you of getting a lot of vacation and stuff is lower, right?
Yeah, I mean it would be, but I mean,
at this point,
sort of historically, what.
That point was interesting to me. I actually thought of that before. I know that, you know, working hours, like annual working hours in the U.S. are a lot higher than most other European countries. But oh shit! I just killed my worm. I don't actually know how big of an effect this would have in the real world. Maybe it's you know, maybe it's like not that big. But I hadn't actually considered one that you know, plausibly, like for example, the size of the capital gains tax and other incentives that exist there. You know, might actually have some effect on that as well. But you know, the fact that employment rates are the only thing that you should really be looking at when it comes to disincentives for the welfare state, but also, you know, how long people actually. Did I just do the same thing? Oh my god, I'm just gonna kill myself. Yeah, U.S. workers still work more, so obviously the GDP per hours will be affected by diminishing marginal returns. Truth nuke. I hadn't actually considered that before too, but yeah, because that's something I've seen Bruenig and other people like him mentioned before. It's like, hey, if you look at like, you know, per capita or GDP per hour worked, you know, Norway, Finland, Scandinavian countries are doing better than us. But I guess it's true that technically if we work more, you would expect diminishing marginal returns there. So, but how would you even like how the fuck would you come up with some better measurement to account for that without just like looking at GDP?
Happens there, they just set rules, like they collectively bargain for lower work rates, and you could say, well, maybe that's because they don't like the taxes.
Yeah, well, maybe
the
taxes are so high that there's not much to lose from getting extra vacation there.
Sure,
right,
I mean, whatever it is, like
about Scandinavia. All right, so yeah, my son just moved to Wisconsin, so now I'm getting exposure to the Midwest and their Germanic and Scandinavian demographics.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so like a very common reaction to Scandinavia and say, well, okay, they've got high labor force participation. Like, what about those of Swedish Americans, German Americans, Finnish Americans, Norwegian Americans? So like here, like you may know more than me, but like, is it not true that these groups also, these groups have very high labor force participation in the United States too, and maybe high? Is it plausible that they're higher than in Scandinavia? Wrong?
No, well, I've looked into that. It's actually very funny. So that comes from, I think it's the American Community Survey. Maybe it's one of the other ones. Mm-hmm. And they just let people kind of announce their country of origin. It's very like 23andMe. So you'll have people who, I don't know, been in America for 120 years, and they'll be like, I'm Swedish. I'm like, I mean, I don't know.
All right, you've only mixed those self-identified Swedes.
I will say, Matt Bruenig does, and I think this is much more defensible, to be fair. But Matt Bruenig does kind of do the same thing where, like, for example, he'll look at surveys about, like, for like the amount of people who on welfare who are disabled, like instead of using some more quantifiable metric, he'll use like I think it's the current population survey. It might be another survey that just relies on like self-reported disabilities, which is obviously different from whether or not you might have a disability that sort of is of the scale that the government kind of ought to recognize it. But I think that's more defensible. But we do. He does rely on that type of stuff sometimes as well. So use household disposable income per hour. Oh, I guess that makes sense. But don't you know, easy money. It's just because the billionaires have all the.
How does their labor force participation compare to Swedes and Sweden?
Well, so let me continue the spiel. So what's funny is, so you can rank the races or whatever, the country of origins in those things, and like the highest is it's stuff like India and Bangladesh and things like that. And you're like, well, obviously we're missing the boat here somehow. Like, it's very, very poor nations which don't necessarily have high employment rates are where you're finding the biggest ones, which maybe speaks to a second point, which is that immigrants are not like random samples of the countries they come from. So
today especially, the 19th century is much easier for low-skilled immigrants to get in than today.
I see.
The usual story is that Scandinavian Americans are actually descended from people who are middle and lower class, primarily from Scandinavia, not from the elite.
It's funny. There's this whole line of papers that kind of flips that on its head to try to explain why those countries have such like generous welfare states and why they're so egalitarian. And they basically say, well, because the people who weren't like that left, and so they were only left with the people who were just kind of like chill and didn't want to work that much and had egalitarian impulses, whereas like the ambitious were gone. And it's sort of like in the same vein. But like, if that's true, then that means we certainly can't use the performance in America.
Yeah. According to course, both could be right. It could be the lower middle classes, but it's the more motivated out of the lower middle classes, right?
Yeah, or whatever it is. So I don't put a lot of stock in that stuff one way or another. Now maybe
I'm so fucking trash at worms, bro. Hold on, what is this that you sent, Michael? Actual individual consumption. Oh, sure. A nation of dependents? What is it? What are you? 49% of U.S. population lives in household receiving government benefits. What are you trying to prove with this, Michael? I don't. I agree. This is like a probably factually true thing. The thing they were disputing is like causally, does having a welfare state lead to bad behavior, encourage alcohol abuse, encourage unemployment, encourage like drug use or something that actually leads to like more negative outcomes even for poor people in the long run. That is much harder to measure than just this, because like for one, this is obviously affected by the size of a social safety net, and it's my understanding that in general government benefits in the US just have been expanding to more people. Like, I think if you just look at social and welfare spending, or let's just look at income security spending as a percent of GDP over time. US. My understanding is this has been trending upwards. So like you would just expect generally this is just total federal spending. Whereas like income security, you should be able to separate out income security programs particularly. But maybe you can't. What if I could just like look up social spending, but that probably includes stuff that I don't really want to include necessarily. On government current expenditures. Like, yeah, how far does this go back? 1980? Hold on. I guess I can just put it over GDP. But like that plausibly is something that contributed greatly as well. Not just the sort of bad behavior that they were talking about. What's up, Grassroots Husband? Welcome back. That is the rate going up, not down, not steady, thus reinforcing Caplan's argument. Well, not necessarily. There's more to causal inference from that. Both people there would agree. Like, the number of households on social spending has been going up, or on receiving assistance from the U.S. government or whatever, like, has been going up. And, you know, Caplan himself even said he's agnostic as to whether or not there are these long-term effects that he's talking about.
if you could really trace someone. But the other thing is like next generation, they're already the blood has been mixed, like so. I don't know how you even go that route,
I've just been in the Midwest a lot. They don't look that mixed, surprisingly. I've been kind of impressed. He's really, I feel like I'm in Stockholm in Madison, Wisconsin, but like I could be wrong. All right, so here, so then all this aside, so obviously there's some big moral chasm here, and I just want to try to bridge it. All right, so simple scenario. All right, so you got a neighbor, and he's got a brother, and the brother's been out of work for a long time, and then your neighbor finally, you overhear he's kicking his brother out. All right, so what do you think about that, Matt? You take a side?
It's a funny scenario because
that's all you know, and it's like you hear.
Hold on, there's no way this doesn't include everything I want it to include. There's no way, because like if you look at this is current expenditures, income security. I just put it over GDP, and like clearly it's going up over time, still kind of flattened out after 2012, and then COVID hit and we had that. But there's no way it includes all I want to include, because there's no way income security programs are only like 200 billion, I think it said, of the federal government's expenditures, right? Like 100, like this is not the definition of income security programs that I'm familiar with. I'm pretty sure that's much higher than that.
Here, like he's been sleeping on your neighbor's couch for 3 years, and now he's kicking him out. What do you think? It's a greedy jerk brother, or is there another possible?
I'm laughing only because this happened. No one was kicked out. My dad, my uncle lived with my dad and me, and my parents were divorced, and he lived for like 2 or 3 years, and he had a.
Like, hold on, this is another website I'm on, fiscal data. This says 700 billion on income security, and that's not including Social Security, Medicare, obviously. So I don't know what definition the Fred thing was using.
The DUI, so he couldn't drive, and we were in Texas, and it was just like, if you can't drive, how do you work? Like, so I think he shouldn't have kicked my uncle out. And he didn't. Eventually, my uncle got to the other side of it, was able to drive again, and off he went. But
wow.
Yeah, I mean, so
would you if your dad had just said like enough is enough, like why is this my problem? Would you have understood your dad, or would you have said no, evil dad?
Well, I think this is a good question, because I think it actually is. It goes into one of the reasons why the welfare state is actually very useful, and I know.
Bruenig like has a decent response here, I think, kind of, but I think generally in debates when like someone presents you a hypothetical and you kind of don't answer it and say, oh, I'm laughing because something like similar like this happened to me, like that doesn't perform well to the audience generally. His answer here is decent, but it's not actually responsive to what Caplan wants to get at. Caplan is trying to get at like some deeper moral intuitions that we have about sort of obligations to provide for people that are to some extent dependent. And they get into the libertarian property rights stuff here in a second as well. So
no, this is not where you're headed with it, because you're trying to compare the giving of the family member to the welfare state. But I think it's really important that people be able to have autonomy in their sort of family life and personal life to choose who they want to live with and not live with. That it's a real issue, because for all sorts of reasons, abuse, it could be verbal abuse, physical abuse, just not getting along. Like that's not a good way to live, to kind of push people into the same housing units or family structures or whatever, if that's not the way to go. And it's really hard on them. And so the welfare state, ideally you have a system where the welfare state is so well set up that it doesn't really matter if you kick the person out, right? So if that person it receives an unemployment benefit that's sufficient for them to cover, a basic housing unit and whatever, then who cares, right? You can get into any housing unit, you can get into any household structure you want, as long as everyone is covered that way. So I would like both. I would like the freedom of people to choose who they live with, and people to be economically secure. And I think these two things go together. And this is actually one of the things they'll say in the Nordic countries about their welfare states is they'll say, we love family, yes, but we want it to be based on love, not based on economic coercion and things like that. And so the welfare state helps facilitate the kicking out of the brother, as you I know a somewhat more offbeat way to look at it. So I'm with you that you should be able to do that.
I'll grant everything you're saying. There's a lot to that, but what about the actual point of my hypothetical? You condemn the person who doesn't want to keep supporting someone who has just been dependent on them for years, and you don't even know exactly why. I mean, in the case of your family, it sounds like you know something important, which is your uncle had a DUI, and now your dad's supporting him. And then the question is, would your dad have been a bad guy if he said, yeah, it's very sad for you, but I'm sick of this, and you're going to have to figure this out for yourself now. I don't know how, but that's not my problem.
Yeah, I think from a personal justice perspective, if you want to think about it like that, I would say that is not how you should act towards family members who are in times of need.
So DUI isn't DUI.
If we were doing ideally, we need a welfare state.
All right, the guy on your couch keeps drinking.
Anyway, I don't think that's true, obviously.
I really think it's important.
When I say ideally, I don't mean like literally the best imaginable society.
To distinguish between
every time a lefty says moral intuitions, a firefighter saves a kitten from a tree and returns it to a loving home. This is true.
Well, so I agree. Well, I say
political justice.
individual morality is where we start, and then it's like,
Oh no, see, I think they're different tracks, right? I
Yeah,
think
well,
we've
I
got
mean,
personal ethics
it's
and we've got
yeah,
social design.
yeah.
So for personal ethics, I have a very expansive sense of obligation to others. For social, I mean, I have that as well socially, but I think these are just different channels. They can't really be compared. So it
Right.
feels
So,
weird
like, why
because
on earth would you be able to compare them? That's really weird.
and not that there's no I'm saying this almost to help you because I bite the bullet fully on being like, you really should try to help people in your personal life, like to go to really extreme lengths to help people in your personal life. But I think you could have that view and not have that view socially, and that would be a lot of, I've known many conservatives who appears to be how they behave.
Really? I've never met any.
Well,
Conservatives are giving away 80% of their money to the poor.
I know a lot of I knew a good deal of very religious conservatives in North Texas who seemed to be extremely generous with their family and things like that, but also hated museums, which,
Yeah, were they generous with foreigners? Or not with foreigners, with strangers?
No, not with not as much with strangers. No.
If I could make one more extra jump in here. So Brian, I guess could you help us land the plane here? Like, what's the fundamental point? Is the point that a discrepancy between like an individual and social obligation is maybe a sign that their arguments are not correct, or they're just like flatly immoral, or does this really an empirical question?
FAA announced that planes shouldn't flight over our airspace. Is the U.S. really going to invade us or what? I mean, if I had to bet, I would say Trump is probably not going to do anything more extreme than accountable equals bias moderate. Well, he obviously is like he's going to align more with Bruenig, but accountable is clearly a bias mod. I don't think the actual questions here, maybe I'm biased too. I don't think the actual questions he asked were particularly biased. I think you could, like, certainly, I think, oh my God, I just killed myself in worms. I think you can tell that he does lead more towards Bruenig's side, obviously, but I don't think they're actually that biased.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that if your obligations to strangers have got to be lower than your
Like,
obligations.
it was, like, the question he just asked, like, to me, it was kind of unclear, or what Bruenig's Caplan's overall point was. Now, to be fair, part of the reason that was I think because Bruenig's initial response to it was not like particularly actually responsive. But still, that question I don't think was actually bad.
To friends and family.
Oh, but on the Venezuela thing, I would guess that Trump would not do anything more extreme than just like doing strikes against the cartel in Venezuela. But I don't know. Caplan was forcing Bruenig to tap out, and E-Boy just reset the match instead of counting on the mat. True. I don't know. I didn't feel
if you
that.
think that your obligations to
crazy
friends and family just aren't that strong, then the obligation to total strangers would have to be weaker. And in particular, what I think is very striking is the way that people are so quick to morally condemn people who are unsupportive of even expansion of the welfare state, and never mind just unsupportive of the general idea, even though it really does make sense. We say, look, like, is it okay to say, I've heard enough of your excuses and I'm not going to support you anymore? And if it's okay to do that for the mother that gave you birth after a point, then why is it not okay to do that for total strangers and say, like, I don't see why I should have to pay taxes to support total strangers?
Brian, is it fair to say, and Matt, please jump in after this, is it fair to say, Brian, that even if you had even if we could really divine the truth of this issue, like if the government gives people $1,000 a month, like we just
Now this obviously points to Economy being biased in a sense that he is more aligned with Bruenig's position, but regardless.
know that society gets on all these different empirical metrics. We know that it gets better. Is it fair to say that even if we knew that empirical reality, you still might disagree with the policy because of these moral objections that you seem to be making?
Well, what I say is I've got, let's see, what's the right way of putting it? First of all, the consequences definitely matter, although I'd also say that if it's just that it just barely passes a cost-benefit test, then I would say, all right, that's not good enough because you're still going and making someone support a total stranger. Like, honestly, in the case of family distribution, I think it's very plausible. It's like, well, but like this uncle's going to end up on the streets. It's going to be really bad for him. It's only a minor inconvenience to you, so it would pass a cost-benefit test if you keep going and supporting him for his entire life without no questions asked. It's like, all right, but that still doesn't seem like a good enough argument to say that you should have to support him for his entire life. If it were, he's going to go and become a serial killer unless you support him. And it's like, oh man, then it's really a tough spot. And I guess the benefits of continuing this are so enormous that I should, even though it seems pretty unfair. And that's where I would come down on a lot of this. Is that so? It's first of all, not clear that the welfare state is actually passing a cost-benefit test, especially when you consider changes in behavior. But even if it is, like, is that really enough? Shouldn't there be a much stronger evidence? A lot of times the evidence just comes down to the poor are better off if you have a bigger welfare state. It's like, well, maybe your uncle is better off if he doesn't get kicked out on the street after 3 years of not finding a job. But they're not the only people in the world, and why should everyone be held hostage to them? And in particular, I think a lot of arguments about the welfare state come down to if you are against this, you're evil.
True.
And then it's like, so would you be so judgmental if you found out your neighbor kicked out his brother? I think the normal reaction would be like, maybe I wouldn't have done the same thing myself, but I see both sides, and I'm not going to go and side with the person getting kicked out over the person kicking him out.
My own business.
Like, why are we siding with welfare recipients over taxpayers?
Yeah, my own business in that case. So I actually think the error you're making here is not the comparison of the two. It's the idea that whenever that the welfare state involves sort of like the taking of some and the giving to others, right? So you keep saying like, what about your obligations to strangers? And you
And then they finally get to the fundamental
it there by saying, like,
entitlement debate.
I don't think that's correct at all, right? So,
and I feel like Bruenig, I feel like did decent in this part, but I don't know. Previously, or for the first little half here, I feel like, I don't know if anyone disagrees, I feel like Caplan definitely did better. At least if you're somewhat aligned on his intuitions. Maybe if you don't already have this sort of Bruenig egalitarian ethical intuitions, and then maybe you think Bruenig did better. But
I sort of
and I don't even think Bruneg's responses were like as good as his previous responses that I've seen him do before in like other debates on the same thing. But
apart from the question of, okay, we have this sort of national income, we have this social income, and we have to figure out how exactly we're supposed to distribute it. And factor payments don't mean anything to me. Like the fact that you received a factor payment, that's not special. That's not like, well, this was mine because I got a factor payment. And any diminution in that factor payment through taxes
hospitals should stop spending on surgical and non-surgical triage care. After all, at least you can measure the immediate benefits of triage, but the others have too many variables. I don't know. Whose argument does that relate to, Michael?
Of my factor payment, right? I reject that baseline. There's this book, what is it, Murphy and Nagel? I think it's called Taxes and Justice or something. It says a lot of these debates start by
having about the family. I reject the idea that it's my brother's apartment and his couch, and I say these are family resources, and I'm entitled to my share despite my DUI.
We end up having to have a debate about the institutional structure of the economy and what is the just way to set that up. And I think in that debate, that's where the welfare state comes in. So when I look at, for instance, a benefit that goes to a disabled person, I don't say, well, so what happened was people received factor payments and those were deeply theirs. They deeply were owed them. And then we took it from them and then we gave it to the disabled. I say no. From the get-go, before anyone received any money, we have a system in place where you receive some factor payments, you receive some welfare payments, and that overall system was set up justly, and so the distribution that resulted was just. There was no taking from anyone. The money, the disability benefit belonged to the disabled person from the get-go as a function of the institutions of the society, right? Because the laws create the whole thing. The laws also create the structure that distributes the factor payments, right? As you were pointing out, property, contract, etc. It's all one big system. So I think that is part of where the analogy breaks down. The libertarian really believes that market income is like yours in a deep way that I think is just clearly wrong. And so for me, I ask myself, what is distributive justice? Like what kind of principles make up distributive justice?
I'm not sure if you're playing dumb, but if not, it's the ongoing convo we've been having over the last 20 minutes, whether entitlements are good long term. No, I don't think that actually. So if you're just saying like, I think you could still obviously do like an expected value calculation if the like long-term benefits are like unclear. It's not that like you shouldn't wait, like if the obviously if with regards to like entitlements, like if it's unclear whether or not these effects happen exactly long-term, then you should like you can still weight that into your analysis of whether they're good or bad. And like there are different style of arguments to be fair that you can make other than just causal inference. Like if there is like literally no causal inference you can do on a thing, you can appeal to intuitions, and that might be the best evidence that we have in some cases. But oh shit, I'm bad at worms. I just killed myself. I don't think I don't think it like follows it just because you can't do some, or like we are to some extent unclear about the long-term effects of entitlements and welfare on behavior that you should discount it entirely. But
what institutions satisfy those, and I'll usually go in a more Rawlsian direction about that, right? Saying, okay, well, we're
right.
Then that's Caplan's point on point. I don't know where you think my point was I don't think you are the one agreeing with Caplan even on this point, because he's saying it's clear, like it seems to be clearly good in the short term, and it's agnostic as to, or he's somewhat agnostic as if it's good long term. But you seem to not hold that position. I was just stating Caplan. I was restating what Caplan was saying about him being agnostic with regards to the long-term effects.
System from scratch. What would it look like if you didn't know who you were? That's kind of a fair way. And then whatever income results from that, that's yours. It belongs to you.
And which version of Rawls is this? Is this the theory justice version that would say that there really should be a global government and everything getting produced belongs to humanity in general, or is the subsequent version of Rawls where somehow countries are okay and then each country is having a conversation?
Brutal.
Just the veil of ignorance.
So you don't know, right? So I don't know whether I'm an American or whether I'm from Bangladesh. Right?
Maybe I want to check out maybe some of Rawls' original work, because I feel mean being, I don't think I should be particularly harsh to someone's views or anything if I haven't read much of their own original work, and I've really only read sort of quotes from Rawls. But oh my god, the Rawls hate, so base. Let's go. It does, from what I've read, to be fair, mostly not his original work, but just in responses to it, it seems like a lot of Rawls' worldview is just not particularly coherent.
So,
I think that that's a good structure for getting at senses of fairness, but I would also put this aside.
Which one is a good structure?
The expository device of a veil of ignorance of constructing a system from there. Now, obviously, you can contest what do you get to know in the veil of ignorance, what kind of society are we doing it domestically. I'm not really trying to have a debate over Rawls, but I think it is transparently ridiculous to take market income and talk about how any deviation from it involves obligation to strangers and taking from one and giving to the other. I think that's wrong. I would say it would be the opposite, right? I would say what you are proposing, supposing you think the disabled person should have less, that you are saying that you are to steal from the disabled.
Take my money, red heart emoji, parasocial love my non-fondler.
I appreciate the $5, Michael. I don't know what I'm being up to. Oh shit! I wasted my turn on worms. I don't know what I'm being obtuse about, but I appreciate the $5.
Workers, because
all I'm saying is, maybe you don't disagree with this. Maybe that's where the miscommunication is happening. It seemed. Oh my god! I just killed myself. Really? Oh my god. I don't think we have good reason to believe that the long-term effects of welfare programs on human behavior is negative, and Caplan also essentially agreed with that. He's obviously going to be more if we appeal to intuitions instead of empirical data. It's I don't know what I'm being. I don't in that case. Brian Caplan is going to have different intuitions than I have with regards to that, but. I don't believe on the causal evidence that we have that there's any good reason to believe that the effects would be negative, and my intuition says that sort of effects would likely not be particularly negative if you designed it correctly. But
what your baseline is,
yeah, right. So if I really wanted to be unhelpful, I would just say, no, my thing is totally obvious and your thing is absurd, but I'm not going to say that because I want us to have a good conversation. All right. So instead, all right. So
I increasingly angry.
Why is market income significant? Why do I care that you received a paycheck versus a welfare check versus an interest check? Which of those is legit? Why do you have some kind of entitlement to it? I guess to use a Nozikian term. What is your theory of entitlement?
Start off with this is my body. No one else owns it. And if I do something with my body, I'm entitled to it. And if I make a contract with someone else doing something where they got from their body, then whatever the contract says goes. Look, we could just as well do something where you and a disabled guy wash up on a beach. There's no other people there. And then the question is, you have a conversation about how much you have to do for him, or is it charity? It's it's kind of ugly to say it's charity, but of course it's charity. And you're the only one producing anything probably.
Well, so if we start with the body thing, right?
I don't know why you use that example, because maybe my brain is just too raw at this point. To me, it is rather crazy to consider that charity, but maybe it's just because I've thought about stuff like this too much.
Becomes a problem, right? Because that's a restriction on my ability to use my body. If you grab this thing and you're you can't use this, it's mine. Right?
So you could put it that way, or you could say, I was here first, no one owned it, I built something with it, it's mine now. And look, this is something where the libertarian view is actually the normal view, and your view is the weird view for once. Look, you're much more normal than me, Matt, but the idea that everything starts out collective and then we decide to we agree to make it private.
This is a factual thing, right? So
factual,
in the beginning,
yes.
In the beginning, no one owns anything, and then people come to own things through actual governing institutions. That would be the historical thing. But
something to do with governing. Sometimes a person just shows up on an island and builds a hut, and then it's hey, that's my hut. Leave me alone.
You didn't make the land. You didn't make the space. The earth.
It's true. You're right. I didn't even create the matter that my body is composed of. That came from my parents. But even so, leave me alone. It's my body. But I think that's great, right? I think so. You come and you're look, okay, and I'm all right, that seems fair, but in exchange, right? Because you have actually diminished my ability to use the world. Maybe we would have a system in place where there are other rules, right? Where there's to be some contribution back and so on. So we will hash this out, but you can't act like this. That's what's nice about a hypothetical where it's just me and someone who's totally disabled and dependent on me. It's look, we can have a conversation, but you don't really have any ability to even make me do it. It's convince me, sell me on why it is I'm obliged to go and work for you, and you don't even have to say thank you.
But I clearly hasn't read Hobbes, Locke, or Rousseau. He definitely to be fair, I don't know how much of the original work he has read, but he definitely has read at least some of their work and is familiar with their conceptions of property and stuff. Brian has so much more swag in this debate. I like it now that he's being increasingly aggressive. I do think it is he's doing well.
It really is true that this is all collectively owned, then why should someone who's getting help from others say thank you?
Not collectively owned, unowned. Right? So if it's unowned initially...
You show up on the island, I start getting some food, and then you say, hey, give me some food. All right. And it's like, okay, are you asking me, or is this a favor, or are you entitled?
Not give. Let's start with the exclusion, because this is just a point to say that the intuition that drives your notion that market income is valid, which is this sense of voluntarism, is false, right? The system is not voluntary, right? Because the property regime is not voluntary; it's imposed.
So it depends on what it would take to count as voluntary. If it counts as voluntary, if I didn't, you were doing with your body, I was doing what I did with my body. I made something, and now I say it's mine. And it's so again, you might say you don't share the moral intuition, but like I said, this is a case where the libertarian intuition is very widely shared.
Do you know Roderick Long
build something that belongs to him, and anyone who touches it is aggressing and is guilty of doing wrong to the person who showed up first.
Have you ever seen Roderick Long's "Grab What You Can" world?
So I know Roderick, but I haven't seen that. Yes.
He wrote this paper, anyways. Long story short, and this is where so if you really just believe only in kind of like bodily autonomy, then that would kind of be your rule, which would be, you can do whatever you want as long as you essentially don't touch someone else, right? So, okay, so if you built this thing, okay, fine. But like when you're gone,
I'm familiar.
It's cool. And like as long as you don't touch me, I don't touch you, we're good. Whoever touches anyone first, they're the aggressor, technically. The only way to avoid that outcome is to start building in senses of entitlement, theories of entitlement to things. And then you say you're allowed to aggress people to defend what you're entitled to. But that then becomes where all the debate happens, because what is your theory of entitlement? Where does it come from? And how does it work? You seem to have like a vague sense both of like first come, first serve, but also I produced it, but also obviously you didn't produce all of it because it has inputs that come from nature, which you didn't produce. And so like, but that's where the rubber's going to hit the road.
So again, this thing that seems so weird to you is actually one of the most normal things in the world, and almost everyone, but people who are philosophical socialists see it. It's look, I'm Robinson Crusoe on an island. I find some stuff that I don't own. I make something out of it, and now it's mine. And anyone who touches it is not. I'm not aggressing when I stop them. They are aggressing by touching my stuff, and I'm defending myself. And like intuitions about don't steal, don't destroy other people's stuff. These are not weird things that libertarians invented. These are just normal views. I'd say that the idea that a nation is a community and we have a conversation, that's the weird view that has only really become big in the last few centuries. But the idea
in the last few centuries, it's become totally hegemonic. I feel like I'm on.
True. I'm surprised Bruenig didn't either like use the actual veil ignorance arguments in his responses to this, or just like I think
on the right side of things.
Maybe I'm being unfair. I feel like Caplan is missing
Robinson Crusoe on an island.
Some of the point.
Find some stuff that I don't know.
Because Bruenig's argument is like, oh, this is all going to depend. Like this stuff is all going to depend on your theory of like what people are entitled to, right?
Also, obviously, you didn't produce all because it has inputs that come from
and like real disagreement.
So like, but that's where
it's about the theory of entitlement. But then it just feels like what Caplan says in response is like, well, intuitively though, we have views about what aggression is.
My stuff, and I'm defending myself. And like intuitions about don't steal, don't destroy other people's stuff. These are not weird things that libertarians invented. These are just normal views. I'd say that the idea that a nation is a community and we have a conversation, that's the weird view that has only really become big in the last few centuries. But the idea
in the last few centuries, it's become totally hegemonic. I feel like I'm on the right side of things there, and I think it tracks.
So like even there, as you might have noticed, there's a strong clash of intuitions, and it's not a large share of the population. When you tell them that it belongs to the government and the government gives you what it thinks that is good for you to have, people don't like it. Right? There was the Obama line of you didn't build that. Right, it was Obama, right?
Yeah, I think it was
which really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And again, like not right or wrong, like this is not a weird intuition.
Is he right though about that? I mean, his is funny because I think he's actually talking about the social element that goes into human capital development, which is super narrow. But I mean, about natural resource rents, don't you? Like, you know about natural resource rents. I'm not. That's not a weird socialist thing to say that everything has natural resource rents built into it. That these drilling of oil, that's one of the interesting things about Norway is that they have a whole like George's culture around natural resource rents where they're like no one gets to profit off of nature. We're going to capture all of that for the collective, and that would seem to follow from the sense that you don't get what.
I think what Matt wants to say is that any libertarian theory of entitlement is a moral black hole compared to a more egalitarian framework where we distribute property as a community. Well, yeah, and I think
you can get something you don't produce. And no
Caplan understands that like that's his fundamental
argument.
Of
course, that would also imply that you shouldn't get a penny off of your own talent either, which hardly anybody thinks. Not even the Norwegians, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know.
You didn't create yourself, did you?
No, that's the Obama sort of human capital point, right? Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's...
Which, by the way, that's, I think probably only like half true or whatever. Like, obviously people have some intuition, some sense, whether it's right or wrong, that like they are responsible for increasing their own human capital. Now, of course, I think, quite obviously, that's not the case. But, if we're just talking intuitions, that's the reason for the diverting intuitions. Everyone has a really big intuition that they are free agents and everything.
I really think any effort to establish individual desert based on human input is really, really tough. I mean, that's why most philosophers don't go with it. I know you're saying, yeah, but normal human beings go that way. And I would agree, a lot of normal human beings go that way. I think it's very hard to line that up. Not just because you don't produce your own human capital, you don't produce natural resources, but also, as I'm sure you sort of, the premise of some of your earlier conversations were the overall productive system of your society is driven by knowledge and technology. Overwhelmingly, that's why the immigrant can come in and become massively more productive, not because they are more productive, but because they're getting to use knowledge and technology that was given to us, to the world, by people who died a long time ago. Like, the amount that we individually contribute is so small compared to what we get, that you're going to struggle to convince me or anyone, I think, who's trying to do an accounting of it, that anyone is like a net loser, being like net stolen from relative to what they actually contribute, their portion of the output, when you take away accumulated TFP, natural resources, governance, whatever,
Again, the obvious point is, I don't own that other stuff, but if I can benefit it through a contract, great. And I'm entitled to whatever I get in that contract. And the fact that I'm not rewarding the inventors of nuclear power somehow, it's like, well, that wasn't the deal. Again, this is not a weird idea.
I think,
but that is the deal, right? Because the contract law sits alongside all.
We got angry Bruenig too, right?
So
now.
they modify one another. So yeah, we have a contract law, but we also have a tax
it is
law,
true. So let me put it this way. There's
maybe I'm. Initially, I said, because I watched the debate right before I started streaming. Like, I woke up and I watched the debate, and then I started streaming pretty soon after. Now Caplan is doing better here than I remember him doing. Even I think it's probably just because I have the intuitions more aligned with Bruenig, that I think he is amazing pause rate. I just it is a pretty crazy pause rate for Bruenig. But I was remembered Matt doing better, but I don't know. He does eventually get to, at the end, what I feel are his best points. But
property law, there's contract law. Again, the normal view is, if the laws are just, then they just formalize the actual pre-existing moral division. And that's why we can say, okay, so slavery is wrong because people rightfully own their bodies, and we can argue exactly about what that means in terms of being, whether I can breathe on you or how close I can get to you. But still, the basic point is people own their own bodies and are the justified ones. And if laws go and enshrine that, then maybe the laws are justified, and otherwise the laws are terrible, and you don't even have to follow them.
Sure. No, laws can be right or wrong, but I think it's reasonable to have both a system of contract and a system of tax and welfare, and to say that they sit together. The reason why I'm okay having a contract law is because there's a tax law, because there's a welfare law that makes sure that these things are shared equally. In the way that you would respond to, no, those tax laws take things from me that I'm owed, and then we go back to the thing and say, wait, what did you contribute? Did you contribute all of this technology and knowledge? Did you contribute all the natural resources? No. When I start looking at it,
it was my labor, and I'm entitled to keep that, and the other stuff.
Yeah, you contribute your labor. So what was the value add of your labor?
Right. So you said something that was pretty weird before that. I think you don't really believe, which is what was the exact phrasing?
You're literally biased. That's why you've got some of us to question you. I sometimes feel the same about discussions where I instinctively look back. My guide till I rewatch with the others for context and pushback. And maybe.
Not only is that not true, we have a system that actually goes out, at least negligently creates a lot of problems for the poor, but it still seems to really like the system. There's something about having a welfare state plus a bunch of other laws you think are bad, and still the whole package you like it. Why do you like it, Matt?
Well, I have a lot of reform proposals.
Yeah, but it's not like you look at the system and it's like, this is terrible. Some parts I like, a bunch of other terrible parts, and what a mess, and system doesn't really work. I mean, honestly, I would look at it, and if I were you, and just say, yeah, it's doing something, making things better in some ways, worse in some other ways. It's basically an illegitimate system. Maybe it's the least bad that we can do, but my God, what a disgrace.
I did like this point.
I do think it's horrible, but I would like to see.
And then it's unfortunate his response is fucking it's the same thing you see in a lot of these or in more normie debates, I should say, even it's like, well, I'm a socialist. I do actually hate the system as it stands currently. But oh my God.
For example, I'd like to see capital income much more widely distributed. I think it would be very easy to do something like that with a social wealth fund. I'd like to see the welfare state super clean, super simple, almost all the bureaucracy sucked out of it. I'd like to see the labor market organized much more differently with sector unions and sector employer organizations. I want really the whole thing overhauled. But I do think that it is okay to not pick on each and every institution, or I think it's an error to pick each and every institution and analyze them separately. I think you have to look at the institutions as a whole. I think they hold one another up, and that it's wrong to be like, well, whatever I got in that contract, that should be mine, without saying, well, no, there's contract law, there's tax law, it's the combination of all those things. Whatever you get net out of all of that, that is what the law requires. And that's what any law is going to look like. You're not going to be able to have a singular distributive institution. You're going to have all sorts of rules that work together, whether it's bankruptcy, securities, corporate law, etc.
Why is it when you talk about the system that we have this list of a bunch of things that you and other socialists like, and then no matter how many times I point out things the government's doing, they're making the poor worse, you don't think of that as part of the system, which is at least making it a mixed bag. Instead, you're sort of...
Bro, I'm fucking throwing at worms right now, bro. I can't do shit with this fucking stupid-ass worm I got here.
Recording those things off and just come back to all the things you like. In a way,
all I do is
status quo in some weird way, even though you shouldn't.
All I do at People's Policy Project is criticize our existing system and how it could be changed. No, I agree that a lot of things, should be changed. Whether it's housing law, labor law,
can you just say there's a bunch of ways where we should have much more free markets and be better for the poor? The end. Can you bear to say those words?
Well, I wouldn't use free markets, but I do think we should change certain rules, and that would be beneficial to the poor in part because it would change.
Why is removing a law saying that I have to have an acre per house that I build? Like, why is that not count as a free market reform to say I can build as many houses on my land as I want?
This, by the way, brings them into a stupid fucking game of defining what socialism is as well. Although I do actually think Caplan came out more coherent in that part than Bruenig did. But I think I don't know. It was kind of a silly diversion or whatever.
Don't know. I guess I don't know what free market means here, right? Like, to my mind,
have you ever criticized free market policies or free market fundamentalism?
And eventually,
free market people, man?
Like I said, Bruenig gets an actual point. He's like right before it's closing too. So I don't even think Caplan like really responds substantively. But he's like, oh, it doesn't seem like these things are really mutually incompatible to say the government should be like more administratively efficient and stuff, and that might even help the socialist project in a number of areas because. To the extent that you have the state be more administratively efficient, like you could have the state do more projects or whatever. But you
must have.
Well, I'm a market
you know what the word
socialist.
means.
That's part of my
you
thing.
don't like the word.
Like the markets.
Nice one, Mike.
Like you feel like if you just say one good thing about the free market, you're going to lose your socialist credentials or something.
No, it's not that. I just don't like the pitching of it because I don't think any of these markets are free. They're all structured by rules. So yeah,
I mean, look, the idea of a free market is not that anybody can do anything they want. It's like the property owner can do what he wants with his own property. That's what it means.
I mean, yeah. So I wouldn't say you should be able to do anything with your property.
Yes, that's why I said what he wants, and then it's like, well, anything. It's like
well, that's what you said.
If there's a clear, large, direct physical invasion of somebody else, then he can be stopped. Otherwise, shut up.
I think you have a sense of. I just see different sets of rules as opposed to like the sort of gradation of rules of like freer, less free. It's all just different restrictions, different rules. And I agree with you.
Socialist by definition, or like what is socialism?
Socialism to me is collective ownership of capital. That's the key, right? So. If you kind of
so Scandinavia is not socialist at all, or it's on a continuum.
It's on a continuum, right? So they have a lot.
Okay, so what's at my end of the continuum, Matt?
Well, the non-socialist end of the continuum would be sort of think about national wealth, like when the share of national wealth that's held publicly or collectively or whatever it gets low, then we're more capitalistic, and as the share gets high, we're less.
And does it matter if there's a ton of regulation about what you can do with this privately owned wealth?
No,
or
not for my definition of socialism. The amount of regulation is irrelevant. It's just the level of collective ownership of capital. So like Alaska,
if you had a country where the government owned everything, and then they said we're privatizing it, but here's the set of rules about what you're allowed to do with it, and the rules just preserve exactly what the government was doing before.
I guess we need to know what is meant by privatizing there. So I'll give you a good example of what I'm talking about. Like, so in Alaska, they have a big fund, the permanent fund, which, and it's essentially $100,000 per Alaskan that's owned collectively, and they get a dividend check. But otherwise, Alaska is, normal. I mean, if anything, more on the conservative end of things, I would imagine, regulatorily. Right. But I would say Alaska's, for sure, the most socialist state in the United States, based on...
Totally reasonable. Now, suppose Alaska says, all right, so we're going to go and we're going to sell off shares in the oil industry, and you're going to go and you're going to get those shares, and now, Alaska doesn't own it anymore, which I assume fits your definition of ownership. But there's going to be a bunch of regulations passed that will require you to go and sell it to the government at a price such that the state of Alaska still gets just as much revenue from it as before. Right. So no government ownership, but very strict regulation. And I would say those are both equally socialist. And it seems like you don't think so.
No, and I don't mean to get in the weeds here, but the fund is not held in wealth.
I don't. Again, I think this is a silly diversion, but I do think it is probably. You should probably take into account sort of how effectively private property rights are realized in your definition of socialism or capitalism. It is probably a little silly to have a definition that's solely contingent on how much capital is socially owned or whatever. But I don't know. I feel like Bruenig's response here was not particularly great either.
It's held in stock. But yeah, no, I do think there's a difference between owning.
It's only in your chat, Fawn. There's no way, because I literally have YouTube fucking moderation turned like on the very lowest setting in my YouTube settings or whatever. No
stock, especially because they exercise shareholder rights versus essentially like a corporate tax. I don't think those are the same, though.
That's why I said it's a regulation rather than a tax. It's a regulation saying you must sell to the government at some really low price. But you're totally the owner. Dude, you're totally the owner, but you have to sell it to me at $1 a barrel.
No, I know. I mean, there are people I've seen Richard Wolff try to maintain this, that, with enough regulation functions as a form of control, the sort of executive function of the firm. And so maybe to some extent that's socialistic, and you can separate the different aspects of the firm, right?
Socialist, regulation socialist. You can basically, they basically work the same way.
Socialism defeated. True.
So some regulation.
There being a continuum. I agree there's a continuum. The continuum is like more government regulation and government ownership makes you more socialist. Less makes you less socialist.
I guess maybe I have an issue. It depends on the regulation you're talking about, right? So if you just have a rule that says,
both of the definitions there seem too broad or whatever, but I don't think anyone clearly almost everyone agrees, like, not only does the actual private ownership matter, but like the control also matters, and regulations can effectively eliminate much of your control over stuff. But
you can't build a house here because
let's talk about that regulation.
There's a woodpecker or something. I don't view that as socialistic. You know,
like the one where you can only build one house on an acre of land. Is that a socialist regulation, and should we be against it, or what?
No, I don't think that's socialist. No, I don't see. It doesn't drive any capital income to the public. It doesn't reduce capital share. There's no.
How about if government? Like, how about if Norway just goes and blows up the North Sea fields? They just destroyed the revenue. There's no longer any revenue. Like,
yeah, well, I would say
if they just.
The actual part of the bigger problem there, which is funny because me and Econoboy, like literally, me and Econoboy and Sample Text would like literally all have this conversation about how exactly socialist Norway is. The price of oil, like, has a massive impact on how socialist Norway is. It's like whether or not Norway is majority socialist or not majority socialist under some definitions, under definitions similar to Econoboy's, like that can largely depend on the price of oil, which seems a little silly to say the least. But
destroy the resource.
The share of the national wealth held by the public would decline. So under my preferred metric, there certainly.
So let me jump in here really quick. I think as we kind of round it out, it would be interesting to listen to kind of, I guess, like the ultimate conclusion. Because Brian, it sounds like it sounds like the ultimate point that you want to make is basically that a voluntarist system of private market transactions.
I definitely don't think it's unfair to consider Norway sort of like the most socialistic country, but
it's just kind of in some moral or ultimate sense just like better period than
what
Matt's moral
question
framework
about
is.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk, including breed, size, and age, and Grok said Grok seems to think they are both PDFs in dog years. Let's go.
Of kind of, this more egalitarian moral framework where we kind of take things to be unowned, and then there's trade-offs between claiming unowned resources and then profiting off of them. So he advocates for a more socialist system. So I guess like ultimately, Brian and Matt, like what would you guys say is like so bad about the other person's framework? Like what are the ultimate things? Like one of the struggles that I've had personally when arguing with libertarians is like when I go to Norway, but like when I look at Norway society, I say, I don't know, it seems like they're doing at least okay, right? And then, for instance, Brian, you could say the same thing about America. Like, oh, if you go to like New York, it's like, I don't know, a little bit less regulated. Maybe not New York City, but Montana or something. When I go to Montana or something, it's, I don't know, people are kind of getting along, but maybe if we go to some pockets of poverty, it's really bad. So I'd love to hear that from you guys as we close out. Like, what's so bad about the other person's framework, especially since we seem to have these intuitive kind of black holes that we're debating right now?
So yeah, I mean, I guess this is kind of a concluding speech here, but
are these closing statements, or are they closing statements are still coming?
This is my recommended guidance for the last, I guess, 5 or 6 minutes of this debate. But of course,
we still do closing statements afterwards, or this we got to wrap.
Still do closing statements, whatever you want in your 5 minutes. I mean, this is just a suggestion.
But this is not the 5 minutes yet.
No, we have 6 minutes of open debate still.
Okay.
So what I've seen, let me give it like a roadmap of what I've seen so far, and that might help. So I see some like factual agreement between the two of us on things like immigration, developing countries, things like building more housing. We have maybe very tedious debates about how to word these things, but basically agree on that. He seems to basically agree that all else equal.
Like I feel like Bruenig could have pushed hard on this framing a lot earlier, and I probably would have done quite a bit better, but
it is going to make things a little easier on the poor, a little bit unclear maybe on long-term effects. It could have effects on behavior. The kind of stuff we have data on, it doesn't seem to have a huge impact on behavior. So overall, if it's not changing behavior and it's driving more income to the bottom, that's got to be better for poverty. And then we kind of pivot into a moral debate, which is not so much now how do we make things the best for the poor, or how do we lower poverty, but whether do we have an obligation to, what is our normative views on political justice and social justice and whatever. And that's where we get into this sort of debate about libertarian notions of entitlement, social democratic notions of entitlement, whatever, and we kind of spin our wheels on that. But that's how I see it. So to me, the big black hole just comes from this sort of libertarian political philosophy, which takes for granted, I think, a totally indefensible view that market incomes are sort of deeply yours in ways that other kinds of incomes aren't, and that we need some kind of special justification, and that and to take money away from others, and that people have some kind of right to not want their money taken away from them. I just think that that's wrong from the get-go. It's not their money. The money is a function of the overall system. Entitlement is
which, by the way,
established.
I understand that point, and I even think he's like more correct here. I'm not an egalitarian, but like I agree with the fundamental sort of issues he has with the libertarian framework.
Others, that people have some kind of right to not want their money taken away from them.
I do think you probably should not frame it in that way in the debate. But regardless,
I just think that that's wrong from the get-go. It's not.
Although to be fair, probably only relatively policy wonky people are going to be watching this anyway, especially because it's on their Econoboy channel. But
the money is a function of the overall system.
When he says it's not their money,
established in our law.
Bruenig is, I mean, he's talking from like a distributive justice standpoint. He's not saying like legally you don't have a claim to that money, or like even morally under our current system you don't have a claim to that money. You're not an egalitarian? I would not say so, no. He's simply just saying it like, he's saying you don't have like some fundamental at bottom intrinsic right to what you produce, your body and what you produce.
Laws. And
I'm not an egalitarian post-morality in the sense that I don't believe that like equality is intrinsically valuable. Some people might consider me an egalitarian on the basis that I obviously believe that there's a lot of instrumental value to equality, both in like the political sense of like, women should be allowed to vote and hold office, and in the economic sense of like there's just lower marginal utility on the consumption of rich people, so it can be obviously be net good to tax some of their gains away and redistribute it. But when I say I'm not an egalitarian, I mean I'm not like a Rawlsian like Matt Bruenig and Econoboy are.
From a normative perspective, the libertarian approach to entitlement is bankrupt. It's based either on appeals to voluntarism, which don't exist because property is inherently involuntary, appeals to sort of desert, like I went and produced this kind of stuff, which is not true because any given amount of output is so heavily driven by other inputs like natural resources or accumulated technology and knowledge. And so those normative bases for kind of not having egalitarian distributions, for kind of letting the poor sink in your society, or creating institutions that let them sink.
Which Worms is that? What up, Roth Party? This is Worms, WMD.
It has nowhere to go. There's no justification for that overall framework. But I don't even think we have much factual debate. It just becomes a philosophical debate about whether we ought to and what obligations we have in the construction of our economy and society and whatever. But maybe Brian disagrees with that.
I'm dead. It's about to lose.
Some of it. So I would just start by saying, like, first position. Libertarian policies are actually, in the real world, best for the poor. It would be better to have no welfare state and none of the other regulations. Why? So what really settles it is immigration, and especially if you realize that the welfare state is one of the main reasons for immigration restrictions. The countries in the world that have the very freest immigration, the Gulf monarchies, don't give welfare or very little welfare to foreigners, which really does make them much more willing to do it. And since most poverty is in the third world, that would just be a better system of no welfare state and open borders.
This is the new best argument against the welfare state. Okay, I hadn't thought about this before. Okay, the expected value of abolishing welfare programs is positive because it would make people more open to immigration, and that would benefit people in the third world massively if they could immigrate here more easily. I overshot that again, bruh. This is Truth Nuke.
So on top of it, there are a number of policies that do severe harm.
I don't actually think, unfortunately, it like the sort of factual basis doesn't seem to matter for a lot of that stuff, because like people believe already insane things about like how many immigrants are on SNAP, for example, how many immigrants are getting Social Security. Everyone bought up Doge's like just total lies about that. So I don't even know if it would actually, I don't actually unironically believe that it would be positive expected value doing so.
The domestic force, housing regulation, regulation of energy. Again, these are not just weird random examples. These are ones where
you're
we
joking,
go
I think, but what you said is just true. I just don't believe people would care.
So that is the main empirical claim, just so there's no doubt about it. So libertarian policies really are better for the poor. The end. Okay, and again, like I said, what settles it is when we're counting the actual severe poverty in other countries, which I think we totally should. Now, in terms of the other disagreement, then it just come down to saying, all right, fine, that may all be true, but what if the best thing for the poor were having a lot of redistribution? And that's where I'll say, yeah, I think that is wrong. And in the same way that at minimum, we should be open to the idea that a person could be a good person and still say, I don't feel like supporting my ne'er-do-well relatives anymore. Similarly, it's totally reasonable for a person in a country to say, I don't want to pay taxes for total strangers. And it's like, well, why not? Like, maybe I think they should have tried harder. Maybe I think they're responsible. Maybe I think it's just not my problem. So, and I think that's also a totally reasonable point. I don't think that it's absurd. The standards that Matt has for what would be required for a person to legitimately say, this is mine, don't touch it, you're aggressing against me, are just ridiculously high. It's like, in order for me to say that if this is my hut, don't touch it, I built it. It's like, well, did you build the wood? It's like, no, I didn't build the wood. Well, in that case, I can go and live in your hut even though you built it. Tough luck. I think that is a ridiculously high standard for what would count as me having built something. Same thing with desert. It's like, did you create our entire social system? No. Well, then you don't deserve the money for your movies, Tom Cruise. It's like, look, I think all that Tom Cruise needs to do is to get a contract for some other people. So you want to be part of a movie? Yeah, $30 million. Yeah. All right. Then that's Tom's money and don't touch it. And you are the aggressor if you lay a finger on Tom's money. Now,
to be fair, Matt's argument, as I understand it, and he even, I believe, said something along this lines earlier, is that like that system, you know, it's fair insofar as we create sort of contracts and frameworks under which, you know, some of the value that you create or whatever is extracted via taxation or social ownership of capital and redistributed, right? Like it's not like it's not, you know, you have some I can go live in your hut that you made because you don't own the resources that made it or whatever. It's in order to make the system like actually fair and valid, we're going to need to have some type of agreement where, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property based on that. It's simply, you know, I can receive some of the value provided by nature, and there's no like intrinsic right to that property the sort of more legalistic framework that matters, right?
Oh,
That's my understanding. Maybe misunderstanding, right? But misunderstanding of it. That is what Matt has said in the past, and I believe even in this debate, like he said pretty explicitly
taking
that
the really hard libertarian line of it's wrong to steal a dime to save the universe, which I totally don't believe. But there is something, but there is a relevant connection, which is tie goes to libertarianism, a moderate loss goes to libertarianism. But I think the facts are actually so strong for immigration, housing, energy policy that the poor overall would be better off under my system. So we don't even need to worry about it.
Let me say can I say something real quick?
You can. It rolls right into our closings, which you go first, Matt. So it's kind of a perfect setup here. Does that work for everyone, or maybe if Brad, do you want to give Matt an extra minute if you want? Or?
Yeah, take a minute, Matt.
Okay.
All right. I'll just say Matt gets 6 minutes, and I'll just start it now.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. Because so I do think from a kind of debatey perspective, right? You do need to focus on which ideas are in competition with one another, which ones trade off with one another, right? So when he's talking about building more housing, or even restricting or relaxing the restrictions on housing, or building more nuclear plants, whatever, those are not incompatible with.
And then this is finally
right. In fact, the way you would normally
like literally basically his closing, like he should have. I feel like he should have brought this up like first thing in the debate, but regardless,
this will be good for the welfare state, right? More output makes it easier to fund these kinds of things. So, from a narrow debating perspective, to say, well, which one's better, libertarianism versus social democracy, and then your libertarian positions are policies that don't trade off at all with the social democratic welfare state. If anything, help to make it more possible. That doesn't work, right? We would need an argument specifically that would compete with welfare proposals. He got close to there. I mean, or at least he makes a decent point or effort of it by saying, well, that's where the immigration versus welfare state comes in. That would have been a more interesting debate to have. I think obviously it's a little bit too late for it now, but there he kind of makes a move where he says, well, immigration does compete with the welfare state, but his argument there is political. It's not even that it necessarily competes with the welfare state as a policy matter. You could have a significant amount of immigration and have a welfare state and extend it to newcomers. Most countries that have a welfare state also have immigration. So he does make a political point, but now we start bringing in political restraints, it becomes such a huge mess, right? Obviously, libertarianism is extremely politically limited and restricted, right? There's a reason why we have all these housing restrictions of politics, tend in that direction. So, yeah, that's just the point I want to make, is that we really need to, if you believe housing is more important than the welfare state, that doesn't really count as an argument against the welfare state, because the two don't really trade off with one another in this context. I will also say the Tom Cruise example is a good one, because how does Tom Cruise make money? He makes money off copyright, right? If the copyright system doesn't exist, he can't make millions and millions of dollars. Those are all IP rents that the Hollywood people earn, and so maybe it would be okay to tax them, since those IP rents are a function of the state. But yeah, so to conclude, I guess, yeah, I don't know. This was a fun debate. I just don't know that we really resolved too much. We kind of the thing that we had the most exciting clash about was this philosophical clash about deservingness and ownership and entitlement. I think he makes. I think he wants. His main argument against that ultimately is that when I raise points and say, well, okay, you argue you built this HUD and so it's yours, but then I point out all these inputs that you didn't build, and then he's saying, well, if you start bringing in that standard, if I have to be responsible for all of the inputs, then that means I could never make an individual claim.
It's so easy to calculate the benefits of safety nets, but impossible to calculate market effects. I don't think it is impossible to calculate market effects.
Claim to entitlement, and like that's just too hard. The bar is too high. How do I ever make an individual claim to entitlement? And it's sort of like that's the point.
I think it's very hard to calculate. Again, that thing we were talking about, the long-term effects on like human behavior. Because how you would even really do causal inference on that is it's an open question. Like controlling for everything that could plausibly affect those two things is just going to be kind of crazy.
Right.
If in some weird universe the meeting that happened means the nationalists Trump are supporting socialist Mondami, what does that mean for the country? I mean, I don't think that's obviously what that meeting meant, but in the weird universe where it did, like, it would probably just mean that people are more open to economic populism, right? That'd be the thing I would take away from it.
That whole approach to figuring out entitlement.
Libertarianism is not at all restrictive to the extent nationally
it causes some kind of output. That's a failed approach. That's a feasibility issue. It reaches these crazy conclusions because it doesn't work. And so instead, you got to try other expository devices. Maybe you don't like the veil of ignorance device. Maybe you don't like other alternative approaches. But I think those are slightly more fruitful. Whereas trying to be like, I contributed tit, therefore I get tat, is a disaster. It's a mess. It doesn't work. And I don't think, as much as, yeah, you can walk people through it verbally and they'll be like, yeah, that seems reasonable. That seems reasonable. The actual society we see shows that in these democratic societies, I think you wrote your first book about this, people consistently reject libertarian approaches, right? So what we have gleaned from democratic societies is that that is not the intuitive approach, that we have instead this very, intricate complex of rules that are all meant to interact with one another and generate this sort of mushy outcome that we have. But overall, I don't think we've seen, for my purposes, I don't see anything out of Caplan saying that the welfare state doesn't work at reducing poverty, is not a significant aspect of reducing poverty, and for the most part, his alternatives
just call it Chinese politics
to increasing the welfare state.
Oh my God, bro, I'm going to die at worms because I can't move.
I see at least the social democratic welfare state as surviving the debate as a useful tool for reducing poverty that we should pursue if you think reducing poverty.
I'll answer that in a second, Eleni.
All right, that's 1 minute left. I'll add that to Q&A. 13 minutes of Q&A.
they're
Brian,
about to
5 minute
be
closing. I'll start it whenever you start talking.
Done with the closing.
Sounds good. Matt says that it's just a matter of these policies are all complementary. At minimum, like anytime you've got a bunch of policy reforms, you've got to set priorities. What is the thing that you are going to talk about the most? What is the thing that you care about getting the most? And what I see from Matt and people like him is no matter how much they admit that there's a problem of government regulation impoverishing people and the regulations are especially bad for the poor, they just don't care.
It's impossible to Mandami fight Trump in the Oval Office like Pisco wanted. I don't believe so. Oh man, dude, I'm literally just gonna die here because I don't have any movement items and fucking worms, bro. And there's nothing I don't think I can craft anything. Possible to calculate market effects because you can't know the outcomes of something that doesn't happen. You can obviously estimate the counterfactual Rothbardian, and you can have control groups. You can use natural experiments. You can use even lab experiments to do certain things, like removing the investment of a drug company that could cure cancer. Rothbardian, like I obviously think that maybe we have a different definition of knowledge, but like there are obviously reasonable steps you can take to calculate the counterfactuals of things, but
Care that much. It doesn't really bother them that much. And they always want to go back to talking about the welfare state and how we need to go and take more money from rich people and give it to poor people. I say, look, it is my priorities are better. My priorities are ones where it costs less than nothing to do them. They deserve to be getting talked about basically all the time. We should pretty much just wait until we've got housing deregulated, nuclear deregulated, immigration deregulated. Then after that, maybe we could talk about the welfare state. And you say, well, shouldn't they be complementary? Look, there's only a certain amount of time in the day you can talk about policy. So you should talk about the things that actually are most promising, most important, and also ones that do not immediately go and alienate a bunch of people by saying that why is it that you are being such greedy jerks and refusing to go and share your money with other people? It makes a lot more sense to focus on these abundance policies. And yes, and now the sense in which you might say they're not really complementary. If we get poverty down enough, then you would say, well, the poverty problem is no longer, it's very serious, and now private charity can handle the rest. And that's the sense in which we don't need the welfare state anymore. On whether immigration and the welfare state or open borders and the welfare state are really compatible, look, it's true there's a political issue, and I think you really do have to take to heart.
Which would have been interesting for them to talk about more. They only briefly touched on it about, if that hypothetical of everyone being so rich that poverty is, a problem that private charity alone can handle would ever be, at least within the next hundreds of years, particularly feasible. Because Matt did mention, at the beginning, what he sort of believes to be that, his sort of theory of poverty with regards to, you have essentially non-workers distributed across families, and family is just not a particularly good, mechanism to get transfer of payments to people, because you're going to have people disproportionately be in poor families with a lot of non-workers, and those people are going to end up being in poverty. But they didn't, like Matt said, they didn't discuss too much of that, and it doesn't even seem like Caplan super disagrees with the point there. He just simply thinks that the long run effects have the potential to be negative because of the behavioral changes, and I should talk about open borders more because open borders has bigger consequences there, right? But
that the highest immigration countries in the world in terms of foreign-born share are the Gulf monarchies, where they very strictly limit access to government
benefits.
Problem is,
what if we deregulate everything and then we still don't get welfare?
It's that if you have a rich country and people who come and get money
Yay.
without working, then it really would be the nightmare native scenario of enormous numbers of people coming and just parasitizing on existing people. So it would not be a stable system. Whereas what the Gulf monarchies have built is one where the world comes and they work and they produce the wealth that they are consuming. So it's a stable system that they've been able to grow to a truly phenomenal level. Let's see. In terms of that reductio ad absurdum, so old line in philosophy that one person's reductio ad absurdum is another person's proof. So you could say, well, the fact that Matt's standards of property acquisition are so high that nobody could ever do it, you could say that shows that property is ridiculous, or you could say Matt's standards are ridiculous. I say it's Matt's standards. I think that actually is the normal view. Even mainstream left-wing people usually feel a little uncomfortable with this idea that everything is owned by society, and then we have a political conversation to decide who should get what. Because it sounds totalitarian, it is totalitarian. Now, he's totally right, of course. Most people vote in a very unlibertarian way. What I'm saying is there's individual moral view, which is libertarian. There's political philosophy, which is not. And I'll say, as a philosopher, a lot of my agenda is to say, look, these are inconsistent, and the individual moral premises are much easier to understand. They're much better known. And the other stuff is basically some. But
is the agnostic long-term effect, or is your latest revision agreeing with my previous position? Maybe you don't. So, as I understand it, Michael, the thing that we would fighting over is Brian said, essentially, we don't have causal inference on long-term behavioral effects of the welfare state, but he agrees in the short term that obviously transfers to the poor are going to reduce poverty, but in the long term maybe the effects are negative because of the behavioral stuff. That my understanding is Caplan's position. Problem is we take a 15-millisecond read of the data and go, hell yeah, this is great. Let's turn this into a straight line right now. What?
Stuff of your society, and you should just realize that there's no social contract. There never was a social contract. But don't hit people. Don't take their stuff. These are ideas that almost anyone is able to go and grasp without a lot of further ado.
Well, hold on. Just I get the idea of let the consumers choose, but like, can we really trust consumers to choose the quality product? Obviously, like the view is that most consumers are going to be mostly rational and choose the product that they think is best for themselves, and the government does not necessarily have the information that the consumers have.
Let's see, anything else that I want to touch on? Let me just finish with this. Right. So I know that there's a lot of left-wing people who don't like me. All right, and I like you guys just fine. I don't lose any sleep over you. Like, I mean, if you show up in my office, I'm happy to have a conversation. I'm not just putting on an act here when I have a fun time talking to Matt. Well, like, what is it that I'm really asking you to do? So just accept that free market policies could deliver results that you want. And rather than saying, well, but they're not really free market policies. I think that is just a cop out and a dodge. Of course, they're free market policies. There are a lot of things that governments do, modern governments, first world governments, that are terrible for the poor. They're terrible for production. And why would you not make those your priority? Why would you not go and say, let's make common cause with other people who realize that these are bad policies? They're reducing production. They're causing poverty. And it would benefit the rich and poor, but especially the poor, to change those policies. So like, why would you focus on trying to get money out of rich people rather than just get production up? You can say, well, we can do both. It's like, you can't talk about both all the time. So why don't we talk about my stuff all the time? Thanks.
Brian, yet again, very timely, right at the very end of his time. Guys, thank you so much for a great actual structured debate. Now we'll go on to the Q&A. I did want to point out, guys, that this is actually Brian Caplan completing the Bruenig gauntlet. He debated Liz Bruenig, I think, what was this, like 5 years ago or something? I feel like
7 years ago. 5 years ago would have been COVID, and there could have been no in-person.
That's fair. It's but a distant memory at this point. But yes, one of few to complete the Bruenig gauntlet. It might be the only one, if I can guess, the paired debate partners between the two.
I got to live to debate your kids, Matt.
True. You can never calculate the market effects of a company paying higher taxes than ever spent more on Rob Barty, you do causal inference. You could look at, you can compare like firms, to that weren't affected by the tax to firms that were affected by the tax. You could do, I guess you couldn't really do a lab experiment for that one, but you could set up a purposeful natural experiment. I think there are things in economics that you can do lab experiments for, but those are pretty limited in scope, like running, auctions, for example, like mock auctions, for example. But there are obviously steps you can take to do that stuff. Can we agree that all sides have a no true Scotsman fallacy when defining free markets and socialism? All sides in this debate? I think generally people are gonna. I think generally that's true, Michael. But I don't know. I don't know if I would say either of them have a no true Scotsman fallacy in this case. I just think they're gonna have some sort of fundamental conflicts that I really just throw, bro.
True.
They might agree with you. Who knows?
That's true. Yeah, rebellious libertarian Bruenig children. But okay, guys, 13 minutes of Q&A. I'll start with people who donated. And guys, if you donate, just know that of course with only 13 minutes, there's no guarantee we can get to every question. So sorry if we don't get to a donated question.
I did watch the Q&A. I don't know if there's anything in the Q&A I care about other than sample text question. Because
start off,
sample text might go.
Sample text has a question for both Matt and Brian, so I guess we can go one-to-one. Matt, the question for you is the following concern a plausible concern in your opinion? Private charities may get more bang for their buck with regard to poverty alleviation, and government welfare might crowd out those private charities, which I guess in this framework are better than public charities. And given that, government welfare might actually increase poverty relative to the counterfactual. Matt, answer that, and then I'll go to his question for Brian afterwards.
Yeah, 2 points on that. One, private charities, their administrative expense is a lot higher because they don't have the easy get of the tax policy to just grab the money and send it out. There's a lot of work that goes in that, so they're much less efficient. So it's implausible that they're better at helping the poor. I would make one exception for that, and that is that I think that private charity is maybe better at sort of soft touch things. People who have issues, some of the issues that Brian has talked about around addiction or abuse or whatever, that really is something that civil society is maybe better suited for than the state. But I also think the welfare state helps charities focus on those things instead of having to spend all their time just trying to get basic income support to people. They can do those soft touch things that the big efficient welfare state cannot.
And Brian, it's if you want to respond to that, it's basically the reverse question for you. He asks, Brian, do you think the research on government and non-government cash transfer shows that it makes poverty worse or the same?
In the short run, definitely better. The long run is just hard to say. Right? So in the long run, it's just very hard to do the kind of hard causality studies that economists like to do, which does not mean that it's wrong. It's just that if there is an effect, it's a long run effect. My personal guess is that there is a large long run effect. And for example, if people knew that they were going to have to rely upon family and private charity if there were non-marital birth, they would be more careful to avoid a non-marital birth. So if people knew that there was no unemployment insurance, I think they would save more. I don't have hard proof of this. It's just hard to get the kind of proof that would count. But I think that's where it does make sense to just to consider intuition, and also like, well, what did people do back before the welfare state was around? So like, I think I largely agree with Matt on the administrative expenses of poverty programs. I think there's got to be a ton of crowding out because like right now, like very little charity actually goes to poverty. People would rather give to schools or something like that. I think if there was a
my
lot
personal guess
poverty,
is there is a I not literally say that, Michael? Maybe I'm going to say my recollection is that I literally said now, like Brian Caplan, when he appeals to intuition, like is going to arrive at there being a long-term effect, or at least a more negative effect than I would. I feel like I literally said that. Yes, I reckon. Obviously, Brian Caplan, he's a libertarian. Yes, I recognize his view on this.
Poverty, then people would donate more private charity there. But even there, I'm just not that optimistic about private charity.
The most free market that ever existed
poverty
made its country the richest in the world.
Countries.
Now that's the type of cultural inference we like, Ross.
Top 3
Incredible.
book recommendations from each of you.
On anything?
Okay, yeah, don't care about that part exactly, but
Enormous amount of evidence that the right-wing view is actually correct. Let's see.
And there's a boxes injustice. Pick that one up.
We did everyone.
Trying to remember if there's another one.
I guess what's the libertarian response to monopoly? It sounds like is the question.
Well, either their news or ruining the whole world. It's terrible, and all else equal be wrong. But sometimes the moral presumption must be diffused. So say that ruining the whole world is terrible. Public benefactors. If that's sort of dodging the question, no, it's got to be the case that this minority is actually ruining the whole world. It's terrible.
And
okay, yeah, I don't know.
Have a more kind of total egalitarian democratic structure in your ideal system.
The sort of moral weight for future generations. I haven't spent a lot of time on that. Do they get equal weight? Do we do a discount?
I don't know. I don't think that's another question I particularly care about. Like I said, I think Caplan definitely did pretty good. Now, again, I really wish there was like only that one thing they talked about that actually had to do with more data, right? It was not focused on that really. Hold on, I'm killing worms. Oh shit! Oh, I'm stupid. I forgot if I copied it. Whatever. I fix it later. Okay, don't care right now. That chat's just gonna be there for now. They really only talked about the sort of material effects like once or twice, to which I think it obviously, and it seems like Brian Caplan concedes that it is the case a lot of these programs reduce poverty, at least in the short term, even if he thinks the long run effects are potentially negative. I think he said he personally believes there is a long run effect. It's just hard for him to obviously do the causal inference that would matter. I did like the point about the working hours, though. I hadn't considered that before. And obviously Matt's view is that it's just that the people in the U.S. don't take vacations, but annual working hours in U.S. versus Europe. This is average, but I want annual. Money.com. Wikipedia has a list. Wait, but what if I would just want like G7 countries? Does Fred have a series on average annual working hours for other countries besides the US? I just realized I'm not in mine. I should be in my stream room. Chad, US workers mogging on woke EU Wojaks. This is true. I mean, well, obviously, you could interpret it as a negative or a positive, really. Or below Ireland. Also, is this... Hold on. This is per worker, okay. What's your theory of entitlement? I mean, like, I am a, like, I sort of, I don't have the view that any, like, you have sort of any intrinsic claim to, like, those intrinsic claims as to, like, what you're entitled to. Like, I would just hold up a position that we should maximize expected value. And, like, obviously, you know, I view things as instrumentally valuable to achieving that. Like, I do believe, obviously, private property rights are instrumentally valuable. But I also think that a welfare state is pretty instrumentally valuable. But overall view is, you know, credence in welfare lowered a very tiny amount. I don't think there were any, like, I think, like, like when I see a smart person do well in the debate and stuff, like, I think he should, like, to some extent adjust your views, but I don't think anything, like, although I think Ryan Caplan did better, I don't think any evidence was presented that would, like, substantially affect how I view most of this stuff.
We lower poverty, but whether...
I don't know what Charsky's saying. That's why I thought I read Charsky. My hot take in Medicare for all, it's a moderate position now.
For example, that's really exciting. Tell us about that.
Okay, my hot take, if I can be real with everybody, is that that's the moderate position at this point. Like, with what RFK Jr. and Donald Trump are doing to our public health system, our ability to tackle public health crises, we are going to see generations of harm done to the safety of Americans. And right now, there is a jobs crisis that is making it so my generation that is graduating with student debt is not going to have entry-level jobs that put them on a path to get any decent benefits. So when they turn, 26 years old and get off their parents' insurance plan, God forbid there's an accident or they come down with some sort of terrible illness, their financial future can be ruined. Right now, people are in harm's way because of the Trump administration, because of the fact that their healthcare, the healthcare that they do have, the premiums are skyrocketing, and we can afford it.
You're a Medicare for all guy.
Incredible. This dude was on Bulwark. Did he get just interviewed by the Bulwark? Did he get was he like actually on there as a pundit or whatever? Wait, I feel like I recognize, isn't this guy, I feel like I remember him talking to Mondami on the Bulwark. Yeah, this guy is he's on the Bulwark, but like he's the progressive at the Bulwark, right? Like that's his role there. No, he had a Bulwark show with him. Yeah, I remember this dude. What's the moderate position? Not the moderate position, then anything else. Okay. I guess, yeah, what would be the not moderate position on a, oh, you know what? Charsky didn't actually say Bruenig won, by the way. I don't know what the not moderate position would be to the left of it. I really did wish, I don't know, they got more into...
We want it to be based on love, not based on economic coercion.
Some of like the empirical
Well, if it harms
things.
someone, the harm is so vague, which is why the libertarian tradition has always been about clear proof of direct physical danger at a large magnitude, or else.
But I do wonder, skipping back to the point just reminded me, I do wonder, maybe I don't know if any depository book or someone would have like a sort of more broad stuff on this.
Get harm.
Because Brian Caplan mentioned, like, oh, you know, it is a case that in the 1920s we saw a lot more lax, like, regulation for housing and for other things, and like, you know, that was just like better, whatever, for poor people even. I don't know. Bruenig mentioned asbestos in his reply, and I don't know if there'd be like other examples that I could think of on the top of my head, and I kind of don't know what I would look at for more stuff than that. Arresting doctors and forcing them to do labor. Based? I don't think that's what... I mean... Is there any country that, like, comes close to that? I'm curious. Like, I know people in Cuba want to be doctors for the most part, right? Now, that's because of the systems they have set up there, obviously, but it's not a great thing. I don't think any country of the universal healthcare system even comes close to that. Censored. How do you feel about being the educated party given how few lefties side with you on stuff like CEO pay? What do you mean, how do I feel about being the educated party? I like, you know, to be... I guess I don't know what you mean. Don't doctors in Cuba make less than taxi drivers in Cuba? I've heard that before. To be clear, I don't know how. I don't know exactly how true that is, but it wouldn't like surprise me necessarily. I think like people have just generally populist sort of intuitions on things, and you know, on both the right and left, people are gonna have those conceptions. I don't know how to respond to that question beyond that. Anyway, real quick before we probably watch Erudite, I guess. Bro, I can't. We're at the absolute fucking state of this country right now, dog. Dude, I hate these people. There's no one I hate more than these people, okay? Like, holy shit. when the jobs report finally came out after being, infinitely delayed because we had the fucking shutdown, which made the BLS not be able to collect data for a while, and apparently we're never releasing the October report, which that's phenomenal. Love that, but like what happens every time. All these fucking retards. Well, some of them are not just retards. I imagine a lot of them certainly are acting with bad faith. Like the fact that the U.S. Department of Labor is tweeting this out when certainly they're the one collecting this data. They know how this shit works. They're clearly doing it maliciously. Doing the same shit about 100% of the job growth has gone to native-born workers. Like even the dude who Trump nominated as the head of the BLS, I think his nomination has been withdrawn by now. Thankfully, like, is tweeting out the same shit, even though he's been called out for tweeting out the same stupid bullshit before. I think luckily by now there's a community note on the Department of Labor post that actually points to the work of no, I thought not quite. Points to the work of there's this dude named Jed Colo who I love so much. This guy's so goated. He has a post explaining this, and he literally called out. It was crazy. He literally called out this dude in his fucking post. But this is all like the only reason this happens is because of the way population controls work in the with the BLS and with the jobs data. If you have like an unexpected surge in migration, that'll sort of weight the job gains to the foreign-born more than the truth, right? And or if you have immigrants, not responding to government surveys as often, that'll create the appearance that more jobs are going to native-born. It's like we can go through it if we actually really want to. I don't think anyone cares that much. But a bunch of bullshit with how the population controls are calculated, and that's why the BLS even warns. The BLS warns on their website against doing it. This is well known among anyone. Like the census and BLS both say, "Hey, don't do this shit." This is known to people who actually care about this stuff. It's known to the people in the BLS, okay? And these fuckers, who some of them definitely know better. The people at the DOL know better. This guy fucking knows better. They just keep tweeting out this bullshit, and it's like it's crazy that they're willing to just shit on the work of like normal like civil service workers just calculating survey data for the BLS in order to promote some insane lie about immigrants we're stealing people's jobs under Biden, and then now all the job growth is going to native born workers. Yay, let's go. Yay. Like, it's crazy. I can't. It's like, it's fucking, it's evil. It's evil. Oh no, the economy is failing. Reverse Chicken Little. Imagine that. Wait, what about Hanania? Yeah, Hanania is right. We have real human capital. Is true. Civil service workers. What is that? Like people who work as like sort of independent, like non-political actors in administrative, fields or agencies, right? Like a, the regular, everyday employees for the government. Yeah, like for the administrative functions of. I actually don't know if technically it's confined to the executive branch, but to typically in the executive branch. A government employee hired based on merit and qualifications perform various functions for federal, state, or local governments. Usually I take it to be within the executive branch, but that's probably just because obviously the executive branch is in charge of enforcing the law. They're the ones that are going to have to actually do a lot of the administration. But I guess you could be like employed as a civil service worker for some congressional agency, at least as a consultant or something. Civil servant, not service. Wikipedia, civil service. And what's crazy now is there's people who, I should have collected more links for this. I sure you don't have a left protection filter? I don't know if that works. Censored estimates my party is splitting, and I find myself in a sad state of encouraging it despite the lack of self-equivalent self-harm for the long-term outcomes on the other side. True. Click to learn more. What? There's people who don't believe this on MAGA side just because they've read too many stories on Twitter about H-1B workers stealing jobs. So like you either have people on MAGA side that don't understand how the BLS collects its data and just eat up all the lies that the people who support the Trump administration shit out, or you have people who are so conspiratorial, so insane that they don't even trust the Trump administration's data because it conflicts with what they've seen on Twitter about immigrants and H-1B workers and a bunch of like bullshit on that. Like this guy's like a right-wing person. Like it genuinely surprises me that these people can read. It's, well, like I said, so a lot of them are acting in bad faith. The people like actually putting out the lies are like this guy's a right-wing person, also aboard the Trump, like, oh my God, it's crazy. It's all lies. They just become so conspiratorial. We can't even trust Trump anymore. And it'll be the same thing with the Epstein files once some of that stuff actually comes out. You know, even people who are MAGA and support releasing the Epstein files are, you know, they're just not going to believe any of the stuff put out in the Trump administration, which, to be fair, there are obviously reasons to believe why like Trump would want to, you know, hide some stuff about the Epstein files to the extent he has the ability to do so. But oh my God, bro. It's evil. It's evil. It's evil. It's evil. Okay, regardless.
Buying every single...
Haven't actually seen this yet. They are released? I thought Trump signed the bill or whatever, but I thought they still had to, there was still more time before they were actually released. I know the Democratic, or like the committee for them in Congress released some stuff a little bit ago, but that was not all of them or anything, right? I could be wrong because I don't follow the Epstein file stuff that closely. I mean, this is 2 days ago. Trump says he signed bill to release Epstein files, but I thought it was not like immediate or whatever. Requires the Justice Department to release the files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein within 30 days. Yeah, so I don't believe they've done that yet, but regardless. Okay, I've not watched this yet. I think it like literally it happened. It was like live streamed the time I woke up, and I was watching the Connor by Bruenig stuff in that time. So this is Lila going after Erudite now instead of Destiny. I don't think I've ever seen Erudite argue about abortion before, so I don't know how well this is gonna go for either person involved. At least though we saw she took out the word always. Okay.
My name is Sadie Burnett, and I have the privilege and honor to introduce the pro-life debater, Lila Rose.
I'm Lane Trombley,
I'm curious what they say for Erudite.
Introducing the pro-choice speaker, Kyla Turner. Kyla Turner is a streamer and commentator with an advanced background in psychology and behavioral science. She does tours, and she will be hosting debates at AmFest at Major League Sports Grill, December 20th. She immigrated to America from Canada 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, stuff on camera. Okay. Lila's opening.
Thank you so much for the wonderful moderators that we have tonight and everybody who made it here, despite the crazy rain, and thank you so much to Kyla for coming out for this debate. Right now, in a neonatal intensive care unit, there are doctors and nurses working to save babies as young as 21 weeks gestation. Last year, baby Nash Keene was born in Iowa at just 21 weeks old, becoming the world's youngest baby to survive outside the womb. These children are no bigger than the palm of our hands. Their chests rise and fall under tiny wires and monitors. Every breath is treated as precious and worth fighting for. In those NICU wards, no one questions whether the child is a human being worth fighting for. And every single child in NICU in America has their legal right to life protected. Yet, only a few miles from here, within 10 miles away from here,
there was that, you know what was crazy? The shit, when Layla tweeted out, I don't think this was the same baby. I hope it's not. That fucking baby that she was like, oh my god, it's so precious that this baby was allowed to be born and breathe on its own for 2 hours before it died. That shit was crazy.
There are children at the very same age and stage of development that can be legally killed in an abortion business. At the Planned Parenthood facility in Orange, elective abortions are done up to 24 weeks.
Ooh, Fawn, since the baby was only 21 weeks, would you still unalive it post-extraction under your moral system? No, I don't think so. Like if we knew for certain, I guess it wasn't like at all sentient. I don't prescribe any value to things that are like not sentient, obviously, but I don't believe at 21 weeks you probably have decent reason to believe it's sentient. My understanding, never done a deep dive, and you know, the uncertainty would have greater weight insofar as there's no like actual physical requirement from or like no violation of a woman's bodily autonomy, right? Like if you're like, you could say like, you know, if we're uncertain to X degree that the fetus is sentient at this point, you know, abortion may still be permissible because we have to weigh it against the interest of the bodily autonomy of the woman, but you could hold that, you know, once it's outside the womb, even if we're still the same amount uncertain about it, because the interest on the other side, you know, no longer has to be weighed as heavily, it would not be permissible, regardless.
The baby in NICU and the babies killed nearby, and that will be killed this weekend, are the same age, the same development, the same human beings. The only difference is their location. A society that fights to save the life of the child in one building while ignoring the child that's going to be killed in another faces a profound moral and legal contradiction. This debate is not about slogans or politics. It is about whether our law should permit the intentional killing of that child. The question before us is simple. Should abortion be legal? To answer that question, we first have to define our terms. Abortion, what is it? Abortion is the direct and intentional killing of a living human being in the womb. Surgical abortion is designed to tear the developing human apart. Chemical abortion starves and expels the developing human. Later abortions stop the beating heart of the human with a lethal injection. These procedures do not heal. These procedures end human lives. More than 2,800 children are dying every single day in this country due to legal abortion. Over 1 million children a year. This is the greatest human rights crisis of our time, and that's why I'm here. Here's the core pro-life argument. It is wrong to intentionally kill an innocent human being. Abortion intentionally kills an innocent human being. Therefore, abortion is wrong, and it should be illegal. Now, often the argument that I just stated, the hang-up that a lot of people have is the second premise that abortion intentionally kills an innocent human being. So the question has to come, what is the child in the womb, or what is it in the womb? And the science is clear that human life begins not at birth, but at fertilization. This is not a religious claim. It is a consensus of modern embryology. The medical
I deny P2. Well, I think even P1 obviously is still smuggling. It's like smuggling in the premise of the person's shit. But yeah, it's not that like, she does, by the way, it's crazy. She usually says always, as we were talking about, but that's removed now. To bring out, like, I've not, like I said, I've never done particularly good research or deep research into it. From my understanding, I don't think there's any sort of sensible argument that you could have sentience before 12 weeks, but maybe I'm wrong. 3 Democrats. True.
Developing human states, human development begins at fertilization. This highly specialized totipotent cell marks the beginning of each of us as a unique individual. From the moment of sperm-egg fusion, a new human organism exists with its own DNA, sex, and identity. It is not part of the mother's body. It is a separate and distinct human being. This is admitted by pro-choice philosophers.
I don't even know. Is that even? Does it mean to? I don't know for sure. It totally could. I wouldn't care particularly either way. Does it even meet the definition of individual organism at sperm egg fusion? Because there still is a process of, like, you know, the egg has to accept the sperm in, and then it has to do its whatever fucking I forget what it's called, but there's still a process of developing like the unique human DNA and stuff. What's your cutoff? I don't know, easy, like, I haven't thought about it a ton. I think, like, if I'm being like especially precautionary, I would probably say like 12 weeks, but I don't think like, from what I've read, that'd be like sort of the most precautionary stuff you could have or whatever. So I think probably something like 20 weeks would be relatively precautionary still, but I'm not going to have a strong position on it if I haven't done a crazy amount of research on it. Like,
including Peter Singer of Princeton, who writes, and Peter Singer of Princeton, by the way, supports infanticide for the first 3 months after a baby has been born if the baby has a disability and the parents wish it. He says, quote, "There is no doubt that from the..."
I don't even know, but is that even true anymore? I don't even know if that's true, by the way, because Peter Singer, why at 12 weeks? Because that's the earliest I've seen sort of like reasonably defended that there's some potential for sentience there, because that's when the first detectable brain waves between two parts of the brain that we feel are responsible for consciousness happen. I forget what they are exactly. But yeah.
First moments of its existence.
I don't. By the way, that could be true still. I don't actually know for sure if that's true anymore, because Peter Singer used to be a preference utilitarian, and like under that framework, he sort of didn't believe that, babies or like infants had the sort of type of preferences that could be weighted as heavily as the preferences of other people. But since then, he's become a hedonic utilitarian. So I don't actually know if he still holds that position. And I don't even know. I don't even know if. I feel like I could be misremembering. I feel like his actual position was always just like, it would be permissible to euthanize like incredibly disabled infants who would go on to live like presumably horrible lives and expectation. But maybe he did support it just for elective reasons too. I don't remember for sure though. But who gives a fuck, bro?
Existence, an embryo conceived from human sperm and eggs is in fact a human being. At 22 days, the heart beats. At 6 weeks, we detect organized brain activity.
You have not, quote unquote, seen
At
this?
8 weeks, fingers and toes form. By 9 weeks, the child can respond to touch. Just after 20 weeks, premature babies like baby Nash survive with help. Nothing magical happens at birth. The same human being is...
What do you think of the next Democratic president running on a 10-week abortion floor? That'd be 70-30. I definitely, obviously Democrats should do that. Yeah, abortion's a big winning issue for Democrats, and it's even more winning, at least politically, if you just run at a floor level. I thought in this it mentioned stuff.
Simply in a new and beautiful location. Now consider the SLED framework, which identifies the only 4 differences between a life in the womb and a human life outside of the womb: size, level of development, environment, and degree of dependency. These 4.
This is the most. So there's this paper I read, skimmed. The most the thing that sent me here, which is like the most precautionary one or whatever. Derby and Blackman 2020 have suggested that to err on the side of caution, we should regard fetuses as potentially sentient from 12 weeks, since this is the first time known projections from the thalamus. This is the first time of the first known projections from the thalamus into the chordal subplate. So I think that's probably the somewhat cautious.
Differences reveal the same value and basic human rights for a human outside of the womb of his or her mother's womb as much as a human inside his or her mother's womb. Let's examine S first, size. Size does not determine human value or fundamental rights. A newborn smaller than a toddler is
I bet that was going to be Erudite's argument.
Equally human. A toddler is smaller than a teenager.
I've never heard Erudite debate abortion, but dear God, I hope. Oh, it won't be that bad, bro.
Equally human. The child in the womb is smaller still. Yeah, that only reveals the miracle of early human life. If size determined your worth or your right to legal protection from lethal violence, the strong would have rights that the small do not. That is not equality. That is might makes right. Next is L, or level of development. A human's level of development does not determine their value or their fundamental right to life. A 2-year-old does not think, speak, or reason like a 12-year-old, yet both have human rights. If cognitive development were the measure of value, then newborns and those with disabilities and those with dementia would all have diminished worth. The child in the womb...
That's the argument. Yeah, I don't... she has to know that's not that's not the framing that at least 90% of people making that argument are using, right? They're not arguing that people with mental disabilities are necessarily worth less than people with full cognitive abilities. The argument is just that personhood has to have some mental component to it. That's not it's just, if you don't have a mind at all, you aren't considered a person. That's all. That's a way more modest premise than we should have some weighting of human value based on whether or not you're fully cognitively developed or disabled or blah 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 blah.
Womb has a developing brain, a developing body, and a developing mind, because that is how human beings grow. Development describes a journey. It does not establish a hierarchy of whose life matters or who deserves the protection of the law. The next letter in SLED is E for environment. Our environment as humans does not determine our value. Whether you are from Zambia or New Zealand, you have equal human dignity and value and the same basic human rights. Changing location does not change your human identity or rights. A baby inches down the birth canal does not suddenly gain its human rights. This is not science. That would be superstition. If a human being's worth depends on where they are and not what they are, then no one's rights are truly secure. And finally for SLED is D, for degree of dependency. A human's degree of dependency on other humans, including parents, does not determine their value. Newborns are entirely dependent. I know, I've had 3. So are people with severe disabilities. So are many elderly individuals. It is exactly your dependence as a young human that makes you both worthy of and in need of special care and legal protection.
People born without legs can thrive, albeit at a lesser rate. I don't know what I said that would ever make me think that I would disagree with that. Peter Singer, I don't even think Peter Singer would hold that if a child was just born without legs, that it would be permissible to euthanize them. Maybe he does. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was for even more severe stuff than that. I don't know how to spell infanticide.
The child in the womb depends on her mother, totally, just as the newborn depends on her mother, totally. Dependency invites love and responsibility, but it does not erase a person's right to life. SLED makes something unmistakably clear. Every argument used to justify killing a child in the womb could be used to justify killing a child outside the womb. Every attempt to deny the humanity of the child before birth eventually undermines the dignity of human beings after.
He mostly, but not exclusively, discussed severe forms of disability, such as spina bifida or anencephaly. So, like, anencephaly is a pretty insane one. Most anaphyleptic. Is that how you would say that? Infants, like, don't live more than 5 years at the most. I think there's like a few documented cases of them living to, I think the oldest one got to 20. She might still be alive, actually. But spina bifida, to be fair, I don't think it's actually that serious of one. I think that's like a chronic condition, but I don't believe that's actually super like life altering.
After birth. Our Declaration of Independence states that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, and among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our human rights, our first right, which is life, is not bestowed by democratic vote. It's not bestowed by governments or by other human beings that are more powerful than us. It is given to us by God, and I believe we are all made in the image of God. This is why. Why
would we do that? You know, why do we even have to? Why bring up God? Why are we doing this? No. Oh my God.
The prohibition, do not murder, contains not only legal and moral weight, but eternal weight. Human life is sacred. So let's build a society together that protects fundamental human rights by law and embraces every new life with love. It's time to make abortion both illegal and unthinkable. Thank you.
Yeah, chopping up the good ones was fine. For who are we still talking about? Peter Singer? Like, obviously, if Peter Singer, like, my understanding is Peter Singer holds that abortion is permissible. At least while he talked about his position on infanticide, he probably also believed that abortion is permissible at, you know, in any stage during pregnancy.
Abortion is one of the most contentious areas in moral philosophy. Earliest writings on this topic are from Babylonian law, from the Code of Hammurabi, 18th century BCE. In this writing, it distinguishes mother from child, marking both valuable, but if a fetus is killed, it's a monetary...
What do you think about my stance against murder laws, Fawn Man? I don't know your stance against murder laws. I didn't see. I thought you were arguing with Grassroots Hegemon when you were talking about that still. I just hate... So you think? No? What? I think that we can't, because people will be harmed. Argument, we shall have no law against murder, so some people will get caught for simple self-defense. We should have no law against... I don't know how that exactly ties into it. Who has made that argument?
Fine. While the mother is killed, the perpetrator receives capital...
With regards to... Is the analogy there, which to people saying, like, we can't have abortion laws because it may affect permissible cases of, like, abortion... in cases of life in a mother?
Punishment. I strongly encourage all of you to remember the code's ruling there, because it's going to come up again in an unexpected way. The problem with many debates and conversations on abortion is that it's highly emotionally charged. Now, to be clear, the emotions are not the problem. Of course it's emotional. Abortion touches on some of the deepest values that Americans hold: life versus liberty.
Why did none of these fucking things have a citation? Where did Peter Singer talk about this? Where did he do it? I just want to read the original thing.
Meaning, death, tragedy. Parenting, family, love. I don't want us in this conversation to neglect our emotions. I'm a trained addictions counselor and psychometrist. I love emotions. What I want us to do, though, is understand that wise minds take into account feelings and logic. For the purpose of structure and clarity in this conversation, I want to break it down into its core parts. First is the legal conversation. Policy is, of course, downstream of morality, but it isn't a substitute for it. This is why, for example, we can all agree that cheating is wrong, but not that it should be legally managed. This would violate the penumbra of rights as Americans. Second part of the conversation is morality. What makes us human? What is the component of life we find meaningful? Is it consciousness? Is it personhood? Capacity for suffering? What even is personhood? What I will argue in this conversation is that regardless of your position morally on abortion, legally, decriminalization leads to the best practical outcomes.
Kill me. Okay.
Personally, when it comes to law, is to create policy that both reduces abortions and reduces harm and suffering for children, mothers, and women. I will show you comparisons between decriminalized countries versus highly restrictive states, and outcomes that make it clear that the only answer for abortion within our current welfare, education, and health systems is decriminalization. That abortion restrictions actually lead to more infant death, more maternal death, greater levels of childhood poverty, greater.
Michael, did you bring out, like, I think that argument, I don't buy that argument, to be clear, but obviously, like there would be some hypothetical point at which, you know, the law would do more harm than good. If it was the case that it truly, like, you know, stopped enough abortions that would be permissible, that it would outweigh any of the abortions to stop that would be impermissible.
Levels of foster care involvement, higher levels of childhood abuse and trauma, greater maternal poverty, and shorter lifespans. Morally, I will argue that abortion is often a choice between competing tragedies. Moral philosophy is the science of morality, using wisdom, logic, and argumentation to determine better moral prescriptions. A moral system must be functional, offering structures to evaluate its actions as right or wrong to be useful. If your moral system, for example, doesn't provide an adequate structure to determine if your own actions have done right or wrong, it's not a very useful moral system. So when does somebody cease being a person, and when do they begin? Let's start with the Christian framework, which Lila and I both share, and I think you guys share. To me,
why are we doing this? No! Abortion is justified only under the non-consensual internal organ euthanization, and that condition ends in viability once transferring stars postnatal killing is wrong, blocks infanticide. I saw you get that argument in my Discord, yeah.
To me, it's obvious, and I would dare any Christian to challenge.
And obviously that would apply to, like, the hydroencephalic infants too that we were talking about. Is it hydroencephalic infants? Infants with hydroencephaly? To those people as well, Michael. That's along the lines of the stuff I gave to that.
And leaves a body. Except everyone of you in here are smart enough to know that this is complicated. When does a soul enter the body? When does it leave? Does it leave when the heart stops beating or the mind stops? What even is a soul? Does it have a material component? The Bible tells us when a body becomes ensouled or when it leaves. The Bible doesn't tell us when a body becomes ensouled or when it leaves. So we are left determining the answer, much like secularists. Moral philosophy often heavily focuses on the Cartesian consciousness that is self-aware and knows itself as an individual. You'll know this as, I think, therefore I am. For this conversation, I want to talk about temporal consciousness, which extends through past, present, and future, and can guide us on the fringes of when life begins or when it ends. In medicine, death is marked by the termination of brain function. Hold
on, wait. I don't even think Peter Singer describes any view about infanticide in here. I only just skimmed through it, but I don't even think, like, he's just complaining about people, like, not being open to, like, discussing it. Like, where even I don't even know what he said. I don't even know what he actually said.
When we're deciding about pulling the plug on a brain-dead person, we're essentially weighing what the past consciousness would have wanted and the lack of present-future consciousness, which is what we use to say that person isn't there anymore. What would they have wanted when it comes to deciding to stopping their heart? At the beginning of life, there's no past consciousness that we can refer to. We know eventually there will be a future consciousness, and we don't know when the present consciousness precisely emerges. In many debates, anti-abortion activists insist that it is a scientifically solved issue. It isn't. It's a conceptual and moral issue that we use science to hook our present consciousness or ensoulment dates to. For a moment, I want you to do a thought experiment with me. It's from Alex O'Connor. Close your eyes and picture a triangle. All right, on the count of 3, I want you to tell me the color of that triangle. 1, 2, 3. Great. Each of you could clearly see a triangle to such an extent that you could tell me the color of it. Where's that triangle? If I cut your head open, is there going to be a bunch of neurons that are arranged in orange or yellow triangles? No. It's fundamentally immaterial. It seems to emerge from a highly complex brain structure that can't be localized to an area.
I guess I understand the point of the argument she's making. I guess I don't know. I don't know if that's the best argument, like what I would think would be the best argument for saying, you know, people are minds, but all right.
A molecule or a specific gene. As a Christian, this is what I consider ensoulment. This is why my moral line for where personhood begins is between 12 to 15 weeks. This is after the brain has developed 5 divisions that are central to a human being. Before then, they only have 3 sections, which is similar to a gecko. The onset of brainwaves are also similar to those of other humans, which I consider a marker of ensoulment. Now, I want to end my opening with a warning. What often happens in abortion discussions is heavy front-loading with emotionally compelling stories and a use of language to maximally shame the opposition or define away the conversation. I fear that this is what will happen in this conversation, but I hope it won't. It seems that
This is an
Lila's
emergent
definition
argument if she's rejecting materialism in form of some kind of. She's just saying minds are immaterial. That's what she's saying right now. That's
could be terminating for the conversation by defining abortion as a synonym for murder, the intentional killing of a human life. Nothing new is being argued here. The negative valuation was just smuggled into the definition. This is intellect.
Oh, yes. At least we got. Oh, I wish we focused more on this and the stupid. I don't want to say stupid. Other stuff she brought up about Christian ethics and about the, legality being the most important thing or whatever. But okay, yes, finally, yes, true. Thank you. Yes, finally. Whoa. She's engaging philosophy of mind, but it's this only is relevant to a dualist about minds. Yeah.
Intellectually lazy, and it's a definist fallacy. And in a topic so important to our moral values, the burden of thinkers, but particularly for those of us with the mic we speak to, is to at least not be intellectually lazy. Oftentimes, Lila's argument is going to use equivocation by employing the term human life with two distinct definitions. She will say science agrees with her because biology defines human life as beginning at conception, genetically distinct organism composed of human cells. The biological definition, though, it has no moral weight because it is also applied to a brain-dead person. She then takes the same term, human life, and wields it with legal and philosophical definitions which affords a person moral consideration, human rights, and implies personhood and consciousness. Here's what I'm going to submit to you. Debaters and speakers who rely heavy on emotional front-loading and evasion of pointed questions are doing so because they believe that you, the audience, are stupid and easily manipulated with colorful language and personal attacks. My goal here isn't to get you to just agree with me. I want you to think about abortion, what it means to be human, seriously, honestly, and be open to changing your mind. Here's a final thought experiment for you guys as I run out of time. I want you to look around really quickly and notice all of the brown in the room, and then close your eyes. What was red? Ringo, good one. What was red? If you open your eyes, you're going to look for it, and you'll probably notice a lot more red than there was brown. We often see what we look for, which is why a wise mind tries to look for what we are not seeing. So if you came into this conversation staunchly opposed to me, all I ask is that you genuinely hear me out and consider my arguments on face value. For those opposed to Lila, give her the same respect. Let the best idea win, not the idea we happen to like the most.
Thank you. At this point, we'll be transitioning into the cross-examination period, where both Lila and Kyla will have an opportunity to ask one another a series of questions. First, Lila will cross-examine Kyla, whenever you're ready. You can take the mics, yes.
Incredible.
Can you hear me? Wonderful. Thank you, Kyla. Okay, so a few questions for you. First of all, you said that you believe that the biological beginning of life for you is different from personhood. And so you think personhood starts between, I think you said 12 to 15 weeks.
Correct.
And that's also, you're also arguing that's when ensoulment begins. Mm-hmm. And you're basing that on the brain development.
Correct.
Can you explain why then somebody who has severe brain damage is properly ensouled if they have severe brain damage or they have a severe brain development disorder?
I don't think that.
Let's say they only have a brainstem.
Sure. If they don't have a brainstem, they would
only have a brainstem.
Okay, gotcha. In most of these cases, for example, I think we have Jackson, Bluebell, and I think there's a reason why Noah, you probably know his name, Noah something. Both of them were born with very little of their brain. The issue is that
I thought Jackson even had more than a brain stem. W dialogue tree. Like it literally is. Like she is just going to her dialogue tree. Again, I don't think an Erudite was nice for pointing this out. However, nothing I've ever seen gives me the impression that Lila has actually done any serious philosophical stuff with this. Like it does just seem like she's trying to master the dialogue tree. I don't even, you know what's crazy? If you ask Lila, she'll say she thinks that hydroencephalic infants are at least to some degree conscious. I don't know for certain if she says that for baby Jackson, but I believe she does. Even Jackson, I think, had more than a brain stem. Baby Jackson.
First of all, they had a significant amount of their cerebellum.
It's about 80% of his brain missing. I don't know, is 20% just the brain stem?
The cerebellum was the main thing impacted. The idea that because they have less of a brain, consciousness doesn't exist, I don't think is sufficient, right? In the case of Noah, we saw that despite the fact that he only had 2% of his cerebellum, by the time I think it was age 5, 78% had regrown, which suggests that neuroplasticity has a capacity to emerge consciousness when the predilections are there.
Sure. So
this is true. Yeah, I like this argument too. That's true as well. We observe. I think I had stuff on this from. I think I learned about this when Avi Bitterman and Beth and Bulldog they did like a response to some person claiming that fish don't feel pain. It is true. We observe humans appear to exhibit some amount of conscious behavior or some behavior associated with or evidence of them being conscious when they have parts of the brain. When they lack parts of the brain that in other people and already developed people, we observe that if we destroy that part of the brain, they know they lack consciousness. So it does seem to be the case that it doesn't always have to emerge from the same exact place of the brain. And if you are hydroencephalic, if you have some type of brain damage, you can still develop some sentience elsewhere in the brain. But if we take an existing person and it's in damage that part of the brain, then they can lose that permanently.
I'm asking more specifically, you said the brain has a certain level of development between 12 and 15 weeks that you says your standard is ensoulment. So, but I'm saying if brain development is disturbed at that time and it doesn't do the level of, well, I guess it was the first question for you, what is happening at 12 to 15 weeks specifically that would give the child ensoulment?
With the proper division of the 5 parts of the brain, right? We've got the telencephalon, mesencephalon.
But in the case of Jax or Noah, it sounds like they don't have that division happen.
They actually
entirely.
So
they're missing several parts of the brain entirely that don't develop.
So that's a bit of a misunderstanding about what happened in Jax's brain, right?
Okay.
So while yes, the cerebellum vastly underperformed, there was less cerebral cortex going on. There actually was still 5 divisions, and we can see that by some of the later development. For example, he moved into things that require the sensory motor system, which is like sucking.
But only his brainstem.
Yeah, I don't think Jackson only had a brainstem.
Unfortunately, the rest of the brain was not developed. It was only the brainstem.
That's not true in the case of Jackson. Otherwise, he couldn't have had sensory motor reactions.
According to the doctors that evaluated him, they said only his brainstem had existed.
Yeah, so,
and people were surprised that he actually survived, Kyla.
They were, right.
Surprised that he even had sensory motor skills, which would speak to the soul being able to emanate from him even without the entire brain existing. And there are a lot of cases, I don't know if you're familiar, there's a lot of cases where people have severe brain issues or developmental disorders or injuries, and they still, because of their soul, are able to do things that otherwise are not scientifically explainable. Are you familiar with any of those cases?
I am. So one of the issues is that I think you're maybe misunderstanding the neuropsychology. So when we say, for example, that somebody just has a brainstem at birth, that doesn't mean that there isn't like potential for like neural proliferation, because after birth we still see a fair amount of neural proliferation.
I don't think his brainstem is thinner than it should be, and his cerebellum did not form properly, but that doesn't imply that he had no cerebrum.
Particularly when you ease, in this case, the hydrocephaly, which is, I believe, both of these cases of Noah and Jackson, right? So the idea that the cerebral cortex just didn't exist isn't really true. It was greatly reduced. Even in the case of Jackson, yes, he was born with dominantly the brainstem, but there was also the buddings of a cerebral cortex, which is the things that I
guess then the question was,
was,
what exactly is your standard? Then just to make sure I can pinpoint this correctly, in terms of...
What do you consider to be consciousness if I snap open a clam and it will try and close it on you at... I think I understand the question's a little grammatically weird, but like my understanding is clams don't I don't think they have any of the components sort of necessary to be conscious or sentient. I think it like broadly you probably have to have some type of central nervous system. You have to have some structure of a brain, which you can have. There were sort of like different types of brains that animals have or whatever, but like every animal that we observe to have some type of behavior that's associated with sentience or evidence of them being sentient, they have some central nervous system, they have some brain that seems to be the thing that that drives that
development. You said between 12 and 15 weeks. Can you state exactly what you would say is a standard for ensoulment with brain development?
I think that
it's beyond brainstem, it sounds like.
Sorry?
It's beyond the brainstem, you're saying.
That's why I said the 5 divisions of the brain.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the 5 divisions of the brain?
But just to be clear, if they're missing some of the divisions of their brain, are they ensouled?
Yes.
Okay, but you just said ensoulment was tied to the 5 divisions of the brain.
Because the issue is that the 2 examples that we're giving don't miss the 5 divisions of the brain. So I guess, sorry, the answer should have been maybe not. I'm not entirely sure.
So if someone is missing a division of their brain, are they ensouled?
Fun, your moral system is awkwardly close to eugenics. Very base, brother. Okay. I don't think that's really true unless your definition of eugenics is just like really dumb.
No, probably not.
If someone has an injury where one of the divisions of...
I agree, but they do. Mutuals do have a central... I thought they didn't. I could be thinking of something else. Because I know there are vegans who will eat like some seafood because they eat animals that like don't have a central nervous system.
Their brain is destroyed. Are they ensouled?
It really depends on which division of the brain. Huh?
Do they lose their soul?
Which division are we talking about? The telencephalon, the mesencephalon? Like the thing
you
is,
pick any division.
Google is telling me clams don't have a central nervous system.
No, definitely not. Right? That would be.
So is there?
It feels like what's happening in this conversation is I don't think you know what the 5 divisions of the brain are.
I'm trying to.
Fine, I can explain them to you. The issue
I'm trying to identify your standard for ultimately making abortion legal, which is what this conversation is about.
I'm trying to grant it to you, but if I'm using esoteric language that maybe is like losing you in my argumentation, you can just.
It's not losing me. Your standard is that you need all 5 divisions of your brain to be considered ensouled and legally protected.
I think the 5 divisions of the brain and the brain activity as well are 2 proxies that we can use to best estimate when ensoulment occurs, because I think consciousness.
And I'm saying if someone has a division of their brain damaged or there's a failure for it to develop properly, are they ensouled?
It depends on which division of the brain is damaged.
Got it.
Here's another question. Hold on. Before you move on, I'm not going to let you move on.
In your process, because I have 4 minutes left.
Well, I'm not asking you a question. I'm clarifying. In the case of a mesencephalon, that would be the sheath around your brain that would be gone, right? I don't think that somebody would be not ensouled there, right? But for example, if somebody doesn't have a brainstem, they can't even be alive. And these are some of the things. I think when we look at the divisions of the brain and the brain activity, it's the best proxy that we can use right now for understanding a concept as convoluted as ensoulment, because I think consciousness is the thing that we're weighing here, and the brain activities is important to that.
Sure. Okay.
I have no clue. I don't even. It's silly. I don't even know. I don't even know where the hell in the Bible you could derive any view of like when people get their ensoulment from, but whatever.
I guess another question for you then. So would you say that let's say there is a child at 11 weeks old.
Okay.
Would you say it would be listed?
Would you kill it? It's just nonsense babble. Yeah. Would you if there's a child born at 11 week old? Wait. Would the parents have a right to kill it?
Abort them for any reason.
Oh, well, I thought it was gonna be the dialogue treasury does. Oh, don't you know there's been babies delivered prematurely? Would you allow them to be?
Okay.
Would you say it would be licit to abort them for any reason?
So this is tough. My legal position is it should be all decriminalized. It should be always between
Up until the moment of birth.
Sorry?
Up until the moment of birth.
That's what decriminalization means. Yeah.
Okay. So I do know what that means, but appreciate that. So up until the moment of birth, you believe that abortion should be legal. This includes ensouled babies with all 5 divisions of their brain.
Clarify.
So you would say it should be legal to kill ensouled babies with all 5 divisions of their brain.
It should be legal, but that doesn't mean it's moral.
Okay, but you think it should be a legal right.
It should be a legal right.
So does somebody who is ensouled, just to be clear, someone who is ensouled with all 5 divisions of your brain, your standard for personhood, they are actually not legal persons that have a right to life. They don't have any legal rights.
Complicated here because I think, for example, when you look at Canada, right? Canada has a fully decriminalized system. We basically see almost no abortions past my ensoulment marker. Almost all of them exclusively are going to be like medical exceptionalism, which I know you take issue with medical exceptionalism, which we can get to, right? But in the case of decriminalization, we see almost
I'm just asking for your legal
abortions
standard.
underneath. Yeah, my legal standard is it should be decriminalized. But the reason for this is because decriminalization reduces abortion and improves the well-being of children, women, and mothers.
Just to be clear, though, let's just be clear, because all of the arguments for decriminalization, as you named them, and we'll talk about more, I'm sure, in our discussion, open discussion, have to do with the quality of life for the mother of the child, which is very important, by the way. And for a newborn child,
No, that's not all that reduces.
for many of them,
It's a reduction of abortion and the improvement in well-being.
Okay,
Those are
so
both of my
just
positions.
I'll grant you that. So what would be the difference between a newborn person who's
Yeah,
ensouled with all
gotcha.
5
It's my
divisions of your brain, your
understanding.
standard,
And brainwaves.
I'm sure, and brainwaves, and a child weeks before birth that also has brainwaves, all 5 divisions of the brain in a person? Why does one have a legal right to life and one doesn't?
At that case, essentially, what we see in Canada, I'll give you actual practical.
I'm very familiar with Canada, and there are later term abortions that happen in Canada.
There
under the
are,
legal
yeah.
system.
And so some of them,
Why are we
Can be
doing
elected.
this?
Some of them also
She's
get-
not even. I don't even think she's doing a dialogue tree effectively, bro. Because she's trying to do some weird continuum fallacy or like intuition pump stuff.
Also
where
has
she's-
brainwaves, all 5 divisions.
And brainwaves.
I'm sure, and brainwaves, and a child weeks before birth that also has brainwaves, all 5 divisions of the brain in a person. Why does one have a legal right to life and one doesn't?
At that case, essentially, what we see in Canada, I'll give you actual practical.
I'm very familiar with Canada, and there are later term abortions that happen in Canada under the
There are,
legal
yeah.
system.
And so some of them,
And they can be elective too.
some of them also get investigated. So what
Okay,
happens in
kill me.
decriminalized states is you can do carve-outs. So in the same way that like states that like restrict abortions might have carve-outs for things like rape or medical exceptionalism, in a decriminalized state you can have similar policy carve-outs, right? So for example, if there is decent suspicion from the doctor that a woman is intentionally getting pregnant with a
That's because it's like we're just describing a particular fact about pregnancies, but I don't really see where we're clashing with the moral stuff. Yeah, it's stupid.
sheer goal of killing the baby right before it's born, I would want that woman investigated. She sounds like a crazy person. The issue is that that's not dominantly happening. And in Canada, in one
Hold on,
case
that's
where
a little
that was
different from what you said
happening,
earlier.
she was investigated
just,
and put in jail.
Just to be clear, Kyla, it just sounds like you said something different. You're saying if somebody has an intention to have
Mens
an
rea.
illegal abortion, that seems by some standard of this doctor, this theoretical doctor, to be insufficient in your view, then that should be an illegal abortion.
There can be carve-outs for essentially where mens rea is perceived from a woman, where the only goal of the abortion is the
So
harm of the
some abortions should be illegal under your system.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, that's different than what you said a couple minutes ago.
No, decriminalization can include legal carve-outs. Just
So
the way that
decriminalization can,
restrictive can
so just to be clear,
include legal carve-outs.
decriminalization of abortion,
So stupid.
in your view, can include some criminalization of some abortions.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. So what would be the abortions that should be illegal in your view?
The moment that mens rea can be established and investigated, should be done.
So should every later term abortion be investigated to determine mens
No,
rea?
because I don't think most of those laters would satisfy mens rea. For example, if the
But
doctor
how would we
strongly-
know if they weren't
Hold on, if
investigated?
I can just finish. If you want to ask me, you gotta let me finish. So if a doctor can establish a suspicion of mens rea, in the same way that a doctor might establish mens rea of like childhood abuse with injuries coming in, I think doctors are trained to do this, and I think that fundamentally the bar would be quite high. But I would actually prefer an instance where like 1,000 people who have malicious intent go basically skate by, then one innocent woman gets put in
But
jail.
if the abortionist was, the doctor was an abortionist who was incentivized to make money off of abortions, he's always going to say the mens rea is something that's favorable according to your legal code. How could you prevent that from happening?
So in Canada, we have a universal healthcare, so there isn't a financial incentive.
How could you prevent that from happening in the U.S. since we're talking about the United
Then
States?
you would have mens rea to establish for doctors.
for
Thank
an
you for that. The
abortionist.
time for this first segment is up. Now Kyla will have the
I cannot believe. I cannot like. I don't think Destiny did well in his debate, but at least they didn't get hung up on shit like this on when does ensoulment happen, and whether or not we should have decriminalization and certain carve outs for it, and what the exact
opportunity.
rules of that would be. Although Destiny did bring up entailments that he believed Lila would have to accept if abortion truly was equivalent to murder, about like investigating certain late term abortions or whatever, or investigating miscarriages as well. But
To cross-examine Lila, you may begin.
You're feisty.
I love it, Kyla. You too.
great.
You too, girl.
Just so it's clear, this is a fantastic debate.
Thank you
I
for
was very
coming.
excited to
I
talk
very
to
much appreciate you
Lila
being here, and
Rose.
I'm very happy to
being
have it.
perfectly true to my description, but eugenics is strongly associated with determining value of a human or organism in the analogy based on scientific understanding of their biology. I mean, strongly associated with is a little silly. Usually, like, eugenics is someone trying to, like, weighing the human population in such a way to establish like a sort of master race or whatever. But you could say the sort of evidence they rely on in some cases can be like biologically or the scientific understanding of someone's biology. But I think that's a little silly.
Okay, you're gonna have to flip through like 9,000.
And I can report to you the 5 parts of the brain: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, the brainstem, the hypothalamus, and the pituitary gland.
No. It's
Wow.
the mesencephalon, telencephalon, diencephalon.
Okay. Well, maybe there's different standards then for how we're defining 5 parts of the brain.
So my background's in neuropsychology, which is why I'm saying, like, if there's terms you don't know, that's fine. Like, I don't expect, like, I don't know anything about cars. So when somebody says a piston,
you
I'm like,
you can't identify 5 key parts of the brain that way. So
hey, you guys start my time. I'm not cross-examining her yet. She's cross-examining me still.
Based. Oh, this is just the AI Islam, eugenics ideology serve to reinforce existing class and racial prejudices using the veneer of science to justify politics. Yeah, I reckon. I literally. What is that? That's what I said. If your definition of eugenics, is just saying that like I think obviously, so eugenics, like I said, as I originally said, like there's some like element to it that's like trying to establish or like control populations to establish like some like master race or stuff like that. You can say the type of evidence they use is usually like, flawed understandings of the scientific understanding of their biology. It doesn't follow from that anything that has some scientific understanding of biology is close to eugenics. I think that is totally unfair to say. Like, no, just because they're using the same types of evidence in some cases, that like does not mean that's close to eugenics, because the more fundamental component of eugenics is trying to create some master race, some viewers of society that you want based on biology or whatever.
Let me I'll let you just ask.
Yeah, sorry, let me
go.
focus.
Take your time.
Got him. Okay. Okay. Did you want to finish your thought super quick?
No,
you do that in
your
open?
time. Your time.
Okay.
We've got 30 minutes discussion.
You guys do
We've got 30 minutes discussion.
You guys are great. Okay. So again, this is not esoteric gotcha, because I really want to be clear. I'm not trying to dunk on you because you don't know words. That's stupid. If I say a word that you don't understand, just ask me, because
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kyla.
So do you know what I mean when I ask what your epistemic justification is for your beliefs? I'm assuming you do.
Define that for me.
Okay, so epistemic justification would essentially be like, why do you believe such a thing? What's the actual through line reason? Typically down to your foundational axiom.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I did present that. I don't know if that was, what you didn't respond to everything that I said, but obviously you did respond to some of it. But do you want me to present it again, how I see that? I basically, in my view, just to use your language of personhood specifically, if you are a biological living human, you are a person. And in soulmate, we don't know when the child in the womb is ensouled. We have
The thing that actually matters, the premise you're trying to smuggle in, we said it. Yay.
We don't know exactly when ensoulment happens. The church does not take a stance on that.
True.
But ensoulment.
Bro is mad. Playful face emoji. JKJK type for the lively response.
I appreciate it, Michael. The lively response is because I think it's so silly to say, because like the same types of evidence are used in two cases that they are dangerously close to each other or whatever. But yeah.
Doesn't equal. And because we don't know exactly when ensoulment happens, by the way, is yet another reason to be very respectful of human life, because we just don't know. But the church has always taught it, if you want to talk from a religious standpoint, to protect life from the moment of fertilization. And practically speaking, we should protect life from the moment of fertilization because we know we have a biological living human at that point.
So you think that our morality should come from biology?
I think that gives us clear evidence of where human life begins, and then from there you can build the position of we should be protecting all human lives because they are all persons. There's basically no human life. There's no individual human life that's not a person in my stance.
So the issue that I have is you have to pick one or the other. It's either biology or morality.
That's not true. That's not how that works.
That's how axioms work.
But biology presents facts that we can build a case for personhood upon.
So biology.
I'm gonna game at myself. Okay, bro. Okay, first of all, okay. I actually don't think the fertilization point, I think, probably is still an issue for Lila, actually, even with ensoulment. Because, like, if you believe in souls at the moment of fertilization or whatever, there'd be weird issues with regards to twinning, like what happens to the souls when someone twins. Maybe there are some theological responses to that, but I don't know. I don't know what that'd be. But that's also
equal. We get into religion, and it's basically, in my view, just to use your language of person, child in the womb is ensouled. We have.
I don't know if Kyla understands what she's saying. Oh, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations, I appreciate it. Hell fucking yeah. Let's go, goated. I was thinking maybe you could try to do an attack of a view about this human speciesism by using NTT arguments. Yeah, I mean, that probably works. I mean, that's essentially kind of what, I think that's what a lot of smarter people try to do. It's just like, if you take the view that being a unique human organism is the thing that makes you a person, wouldn't that entail that, we can have a person of 2 minds, but only one organism? Are they one person? You know, and various issues with that. But
on that. True. But in soulmate,
if you could, we need a Moxie dialogue tree for that.
Religious perspective, because we get into religion here, we don't know exactly when soulmate happens. The church does not take a stance respectful of human life because we just don't know, like from the moment of fertilization, because we know we have a biological living human at that point.
So you think that our morality should come from biology?
I think that gives us clear evidence of where human life begins, and then from there you can build the position of we should be protecting all human lives because they are all persons. There's basically no human life. There's no individual human life that's like not a person in my stance.
So the issue that I have is you have to pick one or the other. It's either biology or morality.
That's not true. That's not how that works.
That's how axioms work.
Biology presents facts that we can build a case for personhood upon.
So biology doesn't give us moral justifications, right?
You're exactly right, but I think you misunderstand.
I think, like, Lila technically is right there, but I guess I think that's not what Erudite was asking for: fundamental axioms, fundamental epistemic justification, or whatever. And this is not particularly responsive to that. Biology. Although I don't think it was fair. I don't think anything Lila claimed in her first response there indicated that she thought, you know, morality was reducible to science,
It doesn't give us morality.
Or biology.
Gives us reality, and then we can build morality on that. So biology tells us biology does tell us when human life begins.
Why do you believe that human life begins at conception specifically?
Why do I believe it? It's not a belief. That is a scientific fact.
It is a belief. Because now you're switching the words, right? Because what you're doing is you're saying it's biology, but then you're actually ladening it with moral claims. So which is it biology or morality?
So let me just be very clear.
I'm trait, which is a more complex version of the argument from
It is my belief, my position, my worldview, my argument that if you are a human life, a human being,
you are
a person,
Michael.
You deserve legal protections, and you should have the right to life protected like any other human life.
So when it comes to epistemic beliefs, you have to pick one. So if your morality comes from biology, well, you could say my morality comes from God. That would be my foundational axiom. And I use science to inform certain things, but my morality, my justification comes from God. Where does yours come from?
My morality comes from a natural order that is ultimately created and designed by God. So God. And as I said in my last
wait, so what? So it is reducible to biology then, essentially. I don't know. Is natural order that is designed by God? First of all, I don't think it's substantially different from just saying it's defined by God, or particularly that is essentially reducible to biology. Is essentially reducible to biology. Then you just happen to believe that the biology is designed in such a way by God to lead you to this stuff.
In the last moments of my speech, I believe that our human rights, our right to life. Why does a human have a right to life? Where does that come from? It's not my opinion. It's not yours. It's not the government gave it to me. Sure. We are given them by our Creator, a God who we are made in His image and who endowed us with these fundamental rights. Gotcha. And they're given to all human lives, not just women, not just men, not just older people, not just younger people.
And I agree with you. But the issue that I would say is that biology means nothing to you then. It's an optically satisfying red herring because fundamentally your epistemic justification is biology does not inform your morality. Your faith does.
Biology is a acknowledgement of reality, and then your morality is a worldview that addresses that scientific reality. So the scientific reality of when life begins, you're right, isn't a moral debate in and of itself. It doesn't answer a moral question. The moral question then is, should all human lives have human rights? Are all human lives sacred? Are all human lives, do they have value? My position is yes to all of the above. We all have human rights. We're all sacred. We all have value by virtue of being human.
Bro, this is worse than the shit they talk about with Destiny, bro. I didn't expect it to be this bad. No, because she's a biological determinist. The biology has to exist, and then it's how many rights to give it. She just said. I mean, she's.
And the reason, and the way we ascertain if there's a biological human is.
She just clarified again that it is ultimately from God. Like it's reducible to inalienable rights given us by a creator.
Biology is a acknowledgement of reality, and then your morality is a worldview that addresses that scientific reality. So the scientific reality of when life begins, you're right, isn't a moral debate in and of itself.
And she's now simply using biology as, you know, a description of reality or whatever to apply her morality to. When previously she did literally say it comes from a natural order. That natural order is just designed by God.
Morality
is
informed by God, which is fine. Mine is too.
I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. I think. Well, you can decide that. But
I don't think Lila knows what she's saying. I don't know if Erudite is interpreting it correctly either. I don't know, bro. This seems.
I agree. The bottom line is our epistemic justifications are the same. I don't pretend that science is my morality. I say it's
I'm not saying science is my morality either, Kyla.
You are, because you're saying it's biology. So it's God. So
my position, because you could come in here and acknowledge the science alongside me, right? Just like Peter Singer, who's pro-abortion, and say it is scientifically the reality of a new, unique human being at the moment of fertilization. And then you can morally argue a different case because you have a different position, and you could say, well, it doesn't matter. And this is what Peter Singer says. He's very honest. He says it doesn't matter that it's a human being. The mother has the right to end the life, and that is not the same value of a life outside of the womb.
The issue that you have is your position is just as scientifically backed as my position, right? Because
I disagree.
Because fundamentally our moral systems
I think your position is far more arbitrary. Your science is far more arbitrary and murky than mine.
5 divisions of the brain and brainwaves are not arbitrary in any way.
There's not even a specific time when you can identify when that special ensoulment process happens. You have a period of 3 weeks. At what point in the 3 weeks is it okay to kill and not kill?
Okay, we can move on. I understand the epistemic stuff, not your cup of tea, that's fine. So when you say that God is your foundation of your belief.
Arguably, I feel like using evidence to arrive at some I don't even want to say imperfect conclusion, but some range of options is probably less arbitrary than simply defining one point that you believe dictates ensoulment based on whatever stuff you read in the Bible is. But okay,
and that special
Regardless.
process, that's fine. So when you say that God is your foundation of your belief, which it is mine as well, is that because of something your God says? Should everyone else be forced to live in accordance with that?
It's a good question, Kyla, and I think that yes, in a country that is going to be founded and going to have a just order, yes, I think we have to acknowledge that human beings are made in the image of God.
So how are you different from a Muslim activist trying to spread Sharia law?
Well, there's a lot of other world. Can you say that again?
How are you different from a Muslim activist trying to spread Sharia law?
I'm very different from that because
you want to use your religious predilections to inform what secular and non-Christian
because I think we can reason together and say that regardless of your beliefs about divine revelation, like Muhammad receiving divine revelation from somebody who's an act of faith, and there's a lot of Sharia law that's built in divine revelation. I think on a natural level, we can acknowledge that it's wrong to kill human beings. I think
no, she is appealing just to natural law outside of God again. Wait, I'm so confused. I feel like she's contradicted herself 3 different times. Because originally she said it comes from a natural order that was designed by God, and then she just went to, no, it just is God, but now she's back to, it's a natural order that we should all agree upon, even outside of your beliefs about the divinity of it. Bro.
I think we could reason together, even without any religious texts, we could reason together and say, yeah, it's wrong to kill human beings. And even before there was divine revelation, there have been cultures and societies that have prohibited murder. So you don't need divine revelation to prohibit murder, but I do think divine revelation helps cement the reality that human life is sacred. I mean, Jesus Christ didn't come into the world at 13 to 14 weeks when his brain was a certain level of development. He came into the world as a single-cell embryo. And that, I think, is very important point right there about humanity.
Just to understand, you believe that essentially you do want to impose your religious predilections on secular people who don't agree with your faith whatsoever, in the same way Muslim activists would want to do
No, Kyla, so our country, this country that we live in, was founded on certain foundational human rights that were articulated as being given to us by a creator. Do you agree with this?
Yes, but if you go into the 14th Amendment,
so by that argument, the very fact that
Lila must have watched the American Moral Prospect debate. Oh no, she was really convinced by Ryan's.
we live in this country, you could say, well, it's just like being under Sharia law because we live in America and we have endowed by a creator. I would argue they're totally different because Sharia law, well, it may include some
What's wrong with non-religious natural order? Well, one, I don't believe or haven't heard a particularly coherent way that you can cross the sort of is-ought gap there. Like, it's hard for me to see a way that you can sort of derive what we ought do based on, our interpretation of the natural world. But secondly, I don't, beyond that, I'm not sure there is a, problem of just believing in it or whatever. I'm just saying Lila has seemingly contradicted herself on where her morality comes from several times by saying it comes from a natural order that was made by God, and then saying, well, no, this comes from God, and then saying, well, no, even if we didn't have God, we could reason about natural facts. Claiming a natural order is an is, not an ought, but you're prescribing what people ought do based on the natural order, right? Like, you can describe what the natural order is, but from there, it's hard to derive some authority about what we ought do, unless your definition of morality is just useless and is not actually prescribing what people ought do. But at that point, like I said, that's just a totally useless definition of morality. There'd be no way for you to claim what people ought do without the natural law thing. DM from Moxie. If moral facts in a relevant sense are metaphysically grounded in God's designed natural functions or ends, if something has a nature with certain central powers or abilities, then there are ways of living that fit the ways of living that fit that nature and ways to go against it. The moral facts or truths about what she fits and what violates that nature. God in this picture is the author of the nature, so grounding is ultimately divine design. Well, yeah, that's what she said. Yeah. So basically the view is she's sneaking in our 1, metaphysical realism about essences, and 2, natural theology, and 3, God is a designer. Yeah. Although, I mean, at least Erudite agrees that with the third one, God is a designer or whatever. But
that mirror some elements of natural law, and Christianity also includes levels of their own divine revelation that I think are highly anti to the human person.
Just take my time back, just because I have limited time. Yeah. Essentially, you're saying, well, yes, but Christianity is better than Islam, so that's why I can impose my religious predilections on others, but Muslims can't impose theirs on others.
Do you believe that we have any human rights given to us by a creator, not by the state?
Well, both. Our state also confers us human rights, separate of our creator, and our creator also confers us rights.
But are the state's rights completely arbitrary, or should they mirror what the
No, they're societally arranged and organized together. Right?
But what's that based on?
Population vote, typically, in a democracy.
So your rule of law would be pure democracy, not based on any foundational principles, just whatever the will of the people is.
Well, there's a lot of foundation. Well, this is like saying secular people can't have moral foundational. They can, right?
But you need to align on certain key moral foundations to have a society.
We often do. This is why we work really well in a secular democracy, despite the fact that many people are religious and not. We mostly work well together. Although, to be fair, in 2025, it's looking like we're getting along worse and worse. But by and large, we can agree with a lot of moral principles. Can I kind of shift to asking you
we'll pick
one
that
more
up
question?
Later, yeah.
Okay. If you have a burning building and you can save the occupants in one room, I know you love this one.
I love this one.
One room
Oh my God.
has a baby born 2 weeks ago, and the other has a morula. And for those not familiar, that's just a fertilized egg, basically as late as it gets before it becomes like a blastocyst. So it's had about 4 cell divisions. Which one are you saving?
I would absolutely try to save both. I know I can't. It's like.
Bro, really?
It's really like asking me if you have your son in one room and your other son in the other, who do you save? And it sucks, right? Because they're both equal in dignity, and I don't know what I don't know what I would do in that emergency situation. But what I would do in that emergency situation doesn't mean that one son is less valuable than the other, or the embryo is less valuable than the baby, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, this is the issue.
This is why this is kind of
it's not silly.
In some ways, a useless hypothetical.
Bro.
So I appreciate it.
I mean, it should imply, like, if it's the case that you have, 5 human embryos and 1 born person or whatever, it should, I think you could say both might have some fundamental right to life designed by their creator or whatever, but if you hold that it would be preferable to save the 1 born person or whatever, that should imply that the 5 embryos sort of lack the same moral value, even if you still hold that they have some fundamental right to life outside of that.
Well, your answer probably wouldn't be, I stand there stunned and don't pick, right? You would probably do something. Of course. What would you do? Would you save the baby or the morula? Because I know no matter what I think, I'm saving the baby.
Thank you. The cross-examination period is over.
I tried
Incredible.
Really. Whatever one's closest to me. I mean,
you can't answer hypothetically.
Thank you.
I know, it's a toughie.
Next, we will be transitioning.
But you shouldn't kill either one, is the bottom line.
Next, we will be transitioning. Lila and Kyla, you will both now have the opportunity to have an uninterrupted, open discussion where you may continue your conversation. You may begin.
Gotcha. So when baby and morula are in separate rooms, you stand there stun-locked and save nobody. That's your answer.
No. I would start running around and trying to save whoever.
You can't save both. That's not how hypotheticals work, right? And just before you all laugh and be like, this is so silly, let me explain to everyone why philosophical hypotheticals are really, really important, right?
Kyla, let me ask.
This is a conversation we're getting bogged in now. Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe Nightbot or BotRix like has YouTube moderation turned on, and I just have not noticed it. It really should not be doing that. By the way, is KickChat still working? It should be, but I'm just curious. Oh fuck! I can't open it. I can't send a message in this window. Hold on. I just wanted to check if I fixed that real quick. Yeah. Okay. Believe I fixed the KickChat issue. Hopefully, going forward, we'll see.
Hold on.
Is a good example.
Kyla, I agree that hypotheticals are important. So let me ask you this, because I want you, because this is what you're asking me effectively, right? Let's say you have 2 hypothetical children. You and your husband have 2 hypothetical children. One is a little older than the other, of course. They're not twins. You have to pick one. Who do you pick? Who do you pick?
My answer would probably be if one's a morula and one's a baby
they're both
child.
born, Kyla. Who would you pick?
I have 2 born children. I would probably end up, unfortunately, picking the one I happen to like the most, which is tragic. It's awful. Well, before you laugh, hold on. Wait, too proud.
So wait,
right
so then
now.
the next answer.
Hold on. You guys got to pause. We've got 30 minutes.
So then
1 second. The crowd's answer right now is to be stun-locked and let both die. And that's not
No,
real.
I wouldn't let both die.
That's
I would
not
run
real.
to pick whoever was physically
The one
closest
on
to
the
me.
right.
That's what I would do.
That might be an answer.
Yeah. So, but the bottom line is, those scenarios, as much as I appreciate them, as fun as they are, we've done a lot of content around them. They don't tell you which one should have legal rights versus which one shouldn't.
They do. Because every person.
Because in that scenario with your 2 kids, because you might like one or be closer to one versus the other in the moment of the decision,
that's a utilitarian argument. You go,
should
when
one
I
have legal rights versus the other?
Yeah, that's a utilitarian argument. When I have to choose between 2 horrific tragedies.
Wait, what?
I do what's most argument.
In that scenario with your 2 kids, because you might like one or be closer to one versus the other in the moment of the decision,
that's a utilitarian argument. You go,
should
when
one
I
have legal rights versus the other?
Yeah, that's a utilitarian argument. When I have to choose
How is that a utilitarian argument? I'm confused. I don't.
between 2 horrific tragedies, I do what's most efficient and increases the probability of that
Sophie's
child's life
choice.
surviving. That's what I do. That's a good answer. But does
that mean one of your kids
Doesn't
should not
even-
have the legal rights?
I don't even know why Erudite went with 1 embryo or 1 fucking blastoid or whatever it was called versus 1 living or like born person. I don't know why she wouldn't go with at least 2 embryos to make it more damning, but
Life and should be killed via.
So if a morula
and obviously more like the analogous example to that would have to be 2 for Leela, what she just has, would you rather save one of your own children or another one of your own children? I know it's a movie, Moxie. I haven't seen it, so I don't know the reference. But the analogous example would be, would you rather save 2 of your own children versus 1 of your own children? And I think most people have the intuition that you should save 2 of your own children.
to you, and the baby's further away. You're saving the single cell organism.
I would try to say both. I would probably
can't
run.
answer. I would
Honestly,
try to say
if the baby's crying, I'd probably run to the baby first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone says
But it
that.
doesn't mean I think it's okay to kill the embryo.
I didn't say that you did. No, this is why abortion conversations are hard. It is a choice between tragedies. It's not like everyone's like, God, it's so fun killing Morulas. Nobody's saying that. The issue that I'm trying to pose is, what if it's 2 Morulas that are closer to you? What if it's 15? How many Morulas need to exist in the one room before you opt to save them over the baby?
Yeah.
That's the important
I mean, you could also say, to go around this line of hypothetical, you could say as an example, okay, you can kill 1,000, you can save 1,000 children over in India, right? If you shoot this 1-year-old, what do you choose to do?
You always shoot the 1-year-old and save 1,000 people. Always.
I would
Every
never
single,
know.
every
My goat. My goat.
single time.
No, because you do not commit an evil act in order that a good act.
So you just abstain.
Maybe I'm wrong, okay? Maybe Leela does actually hold that it would be impermissible to kill a 99-year-old man to prevent another Holocaust. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Okay.
And then everyone dies?
No, well, in this scenario, you would be the one actively shooting the.
Wait, so if I choose to do nothing, nobody dies?
No, if you choose to not.
If nobody dies, if I do nothing, yeah, I'm going to not shoot someone.
Anyways, the point of this is,
yes,
I think you could go on. I'm actually really curious about your worldview because you were asking about mine earlier, and
well,
we
you haven't finished answering my questions about the Morula.
Well, and we were
running from it.
Well, I think we could just keep going in circles on it, which I'm happy to, but I think we're going to keep going in circles.
Oh, hang on. It's a good stance to be based moral position on what most people's moral intuitions call for. I don't believe that it's you should base your morality solely on what most people's moral intuitions call for. I do, however, believe that like moral intuition can be sort of it could be used in reductios. I believe your intuition it should affect your view on like how permissible a moral system is if it would lead to like X outcome, and there's like some overwhelming moral intuition that outcome is like negative or whatever, right? Or maybe you think we should attack CEOs. I feel like view obviously does not entail that at all. What you bring up, but okay.
Right.
So,
if a certain moral view holds that you should do some, outcome, like you morally ought to like commit another Holocaust or something, you should discount that view based on it leading to a highly unintuitive outcome, right? Obviously. That's not holding to like some collectivist theory of moral relativity. But as most people's moral intuitions, Fawn? No, that's not. So again, I'm not claiming that like your view should be what is moral is like what is moral is what is in accordance with most people's moral intuitions. I'm simply saying you should discount a moral theory or whatever if it leads to like highly unintuitive conclusions. Like obviously that is something that you should consider.
The thing, every hypothetical you pose me, I will just answer it because I think about these things, and these hypotheticals, to those who are not here, the purpose of philosophical hypotheticals is to test your moral principles. That's what it's for.
Thank you, Kyla.
So accept the warning and move on instead of fighting. It's not an uphill battle. Literally everyone accepts this fight. I don't want to say literally everyone. Essentially everyone, including philosophers, like dedicated philosophers, accept the view that like you should absolutely consider like an entailment of something that's highly unintuitive to be like a point against your moral theory, right? It is highly unintuitive. For example, Michael, I'm pretty sure you have given this to me before, Michael, where you would say things like, non-Fawn, your utilitarian system implies that this unacceptable outcome is permissible, that the utility monster, is permissible, that the organ transplant hypothetical, it would be permissible to kill the one person. Like, you should discount theories based on them leading to unintuitive results to the extent that you think that intuition can be validified instead of like purely an evolutionary thing, right? Because you should also discount your intuitions in cases where it's clear that they could have some like social, cultural, or evolutionary thing behind them. I've never relied on no one is relying on everyone thinks this way argument. What do you mean? You were appealing to intuitions, right? Now, obviously, most people will have similar moral intuitions for most things or whatever. I'm not holding again to anywhere close to the position that what is permissible has to do with what most people's intuitions are. I'm simply saying you should discount theories based on how unintuitive the results are. That seems entirely
two
well,
morulas, if there are two morulas,
let's
I'm
go for a
actually
few more
seriously
minutes
asking,
then. That's
how
fine.
many morulas need to be in the closer room before you pick them over the baby? Is it infinity? Because for me, it's infinity. I'm always picking the baby. But if you now have a 15-week developed child, God, I don't know. I'm probably going to pick the 15-week.
I mean, you could do the same scenario with a toddler in one room and a newborn in the other, right?
Oh.
God, I don't know. I might go.
By the way, it probably shouldn't be infinite because you should, even if you discount like future generations, quite obviously, like if you assume that people are we're not moving in circles like regardless. Okay. Even if you just discount like future lives or whatever, there probably would be a point at which some amount of future lives, regardless of whether they're individual organisms or just like hypothetical, your action will cause some couples to have more sex and lead to more future lives. Like if you think that's a good thing, even if you discount it, quite obviously you should have some consideration for future people as well, but okay.
I'm probably going to pick the 15.
I mean, you could do the same scenario with a toddler in one room and a newborn in the other, right? Mm-hmm. Or you could do 10 newborns in one room and 5. We could do endless scenarios. I think at the end of the day, especially in an emergency situation, who someone picks in an emergency situation doesn't change.
What is this?
I don't even know who that fucking guy is. But he gets a sub. Mamdani has benefited from the activist networks, funds with tens of millions of dollars by Soros at Ford Foundation networks. Yeah, but that's not, like, surprising.
Okay, that's it. I was just supposed to look at him looking at that picture.
Change the legal rights of who wasn't picked.
Sure,
so
but the issue is that this...
You have 8 viewers plus 8 likes on YouTube. That's a solid metric space. It would have been more if I hadn't been so lazy and I was streaming the last 4 or 5 days or whatever. God, I need to edit shit. Regardless. Make sure to smash that like button on YouTube and that sub button and share.
No, that's not
That's where these scenarios, I think, are not very useful to the question of should abortion be legal.
In an emergency situation, we don't garner moral constitutions at all to anybody because it's an emergency situation.
Here's
in
a
a
question, like
hypothetical,
the Titanic, right? Men and women.
Instead, you were playing Worms and WMD. Only for a little bit. A lot of it was me. I did read stuff on my own time, like I do a lot. Some of it was me doing schoolwork, but a lot of it was me saying I'm not going to stream today, I'm going to edit today, and then I did not end up editing or streaming.
Children first, right? The Titanic, men and children first, or children and women first.
I was definitely not the men. I think it's just children and women.
Not even Jack. So in that case, the women and the children were supposed to be first, right? Does that mean that men should have less legal rights than women and children?
This isn't about legal rights, this is about morality. And
okay, well, I've been talking about legal rights. And
if we want to talk about legal rights, we can, but the
so
issue is that we're swap-
I'm not... I don't think they ever explicitly shifted to legal rights. They were talking about morality, and Kyla was asking for where does your epistemic justification or whatever come from. I don't believe they ever got off morality after that point. When did she start talking about legal rights? She was talking about natural law 5 minutes ago. Why are we talking about legal rights now? What are we doing?
Men not have the same moral value as children.
When you say I'll see you tomorrow, or when you end stream, is that an ongoing joke or an aspirational sentiment you never meet? I mean, usually I say I'll see you tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, right? I feel like I'm good at it. I do that now. Sometimes it's it's not necessarily meant to be an ongoing joke, but it's obviously become somewhat of a ongoing joke. Although I feel like a lot of times I'm better at saying tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but then it's never the day after tomorrow either, is it? But
and women.
No, in that situation, what we say is that there is something noble tied to masculinity that is tied
to around U.S. stats, most abortions, around 93%, are done before 15. Yeah, I'm broadly familiar with those stats. Most abortions are before most sort of reasonable cutoff dates.
Sure, but that's not a legal determination.
But the point is that it goes back to my point, though, because who you would save in an emergency situation has a lot of times...
Have you seen the new X location feature? No, I have not.
Do with your relationships to that person.
Of course, if
maybe your own, immediate snap decisions based on traumas or experiences you've had in the past, but that doesn't determine the moral value and certainly not the legal rights of the people involved in these endless scenarios. Can you agree with that?
So again, when we're using...
But can you agree with that, Kyla?
Moral rights are very different than legal rights.
Let's do moral rights.
Kill me.
You're hung up on legal. Can we just do moral rights?
They turned it off.
And so,
That's
but
it.
then, so if men have the same moral value as women and children, but you would pick the woman, or the Titanic, says women and children first.
That's why my follow-up question is really important. Because if I have to choose between 5,000 men dying or one woman, I'm picking the men. Okay. This is why I'm asking you with the Mori law. I understand why you're stunlocked between the Mori law and the baby when they're equal. And you said distance would be the varying factor for me. That's a really good answer. That's better than my answer, right? Now the next question is, how many Mori laws need to be in the closer room before you opt to select it over the child? And this question matters.
Yeah,
because the reality is when we look at single-cell organisms, we all understand that...
Incredible.
We value it less in tragic situations.
Let me give you an answer you might like. Let me give you an answer you might like, and then can we go to worldview, because I'm very curious about yours.
Sure.
Here's an answer you might like. If it's in the case of children that are frozen, right? They're basically frozen in time effectively via IVF.
Nope.
Why?
They're not. In this hypothetical, they're not.
Well, then they would be dead already.
This hypothetical is a magical world where the Moriolas are living, and if you save them, they will become children. That's how hypotheticals work. Guys. Sorry.
All right. Then if that's the case, then you could make a very strong
isn't it
argument
even-
of children that are frozen. I'm very curious about yours.
Sure.
Here's an answer you might like. If it's in the case of children that are frozen, right? They're basically frozen in time effectively via IVF.
Nope.
Why?
They're not. In this hypothetical, they're not.
Well, then they would be dead already.
This hypothetical is a magical world where the Moriolas are living, and if you save them, they will become children.
I was just saying frozen people they're not a unique human organism because they're frozen? Fun of Gratus and I were in a temporary unconscious state, e.g. Benzo, Peterson, and Russia. Which one would you save in the fire? I don't know, probably whichever one of you was younger.
Children that are frozen, right? They're basically frozen in time effectively via IVF.
Nope.
Why?
They're not. In this hypothetical, they're not.
Well, then they would be dead already.
This hypothetical is a magical world where the Moriolas are living, and if you save them, they will become children. That's how hypotheticals work. Guys. Sorry.
All right. Then if that's
Oh, she should never said that. Not on Leela's side, okay? In the hypothetical world where they become children, assuming they live, good lives or whatever, then even if you only have two, I'd probably, I would probably save the two Immortalized, whatever the fuck, over the one living person. But that relies on a lot more controversial views than most people's.
that's the case, then you could make a very strong argument to absolutely save the 1,000 versus the one in the older child in the other room. You could make that case very easily because you're not because in the case of the IVF clinic burning or there's a bunch of babies that are frozen, created via IVF, and they're in a freezer, and you could grab the freezer or grab
so
the
if the
newborn
baby's
baby.
frozen, it's not worth as much morally?
Well, no, it's more that you don't if you take someone out of a clinical setting where, by the way, that's why one of the many reasons I oppose IVF, because it's against the human rights of the baby to be frozen like that. But they're in a hostile environment. They're
True.
not going to survive without intervention, right? Because they're.
Well, how do we? What? How is that self-evident? How do we arrive at the self-evident principle from facts about the natural world that is against human rights to freeze an embryo? Really? How do we get there? Should her parents be prosecuted for paying for the freezing service? I mean, I don't think she holds that there should be any criminal prosecution. I'm pretty sure she said that before. But do you think we can have welfare and mass immigration? I mean, it just depends on the scope of the welfare state, really. I would agree, you cannot have all welfare benefits that are given to natives to be given to non-citizens. But I think certainly there should probably be some absolute bare minimum welfare that's given to non-citizens, in the form of medical care, forcing ERs to treat immigrants who are undocumented or whatever, non-citizens who don't have the money to pay for it themselves. But regardless,
they're taken out of the
You
place.
save them,
They're taken
they
out
live.
of. They're taken out of the place they should be, which is their mother's womb, right? And that's where they should be naturally developing. Now they're frozen in time. So you can make the case that for sure. And a lot of the time when you unfreeze the babies, they die, et cetera, et cetera. It's very horrible. So you can make the case. Well, I know for sure I can save this baby, but who knows? These other babies might be already unfrozen by this point because of the IVF clinic is in damage, or there's a fire going on, or whatever.
Sure.
It is. So,
yeah, what you're talking about is what I would label assumed potential, right? So, one of the reasons that you're picking the baby is because there's an assumed potential here where we basically treat the potential so real that we act like it is real, right? This is why most people would agree that when third trimester
It's not
deaths
about
happen,
potential as
we
much
do
as it
treat
is-
differently than when first trimester,
Yeah.
like when my miscarriage happened.
I mean, why would I not value the potential on it? I don't think that the potential is what grants someone the prospect of or the value of personhood or whatever, right? I don't think because you have the potential to one day be sentient or whatever that you then have a claim to personhood or whatever. But why would I not value the potential as well?
It's different than when my friend lost her baby at 30, I think it was 28 weeks. Everyone looks at that and they understand that both are tragic. And this is why abortion topics are so hard. Both options are tragic. I am not dismissing that at all. But that's not how we inform legality or morality.
Let's talk more about your view of how morality and legality should be informed.
Sure.
So you said earlier during the cross-examination that I started with was really interesting. You said we support decriminalization totally, but then there's some criminalization that you support in the later term. I'm assuming it's after ensoulment happens, right? And your view of ensoulment, by the way.
12 to 15 weeks.
Sorry, guys, my mic is coming off here. I know that's going to not be good for later. Let me try to
You waited for me to find my
back
papers.
on here.
Take your time.
Okay, so I really want to understand this because you were telling me basically, Lila, your view is like Sharia law, because you think human beings are made in God's image and have the right
Not
to
like
life.
Sharia law. I think your principles are being like a Sharia law
sure.
activist.
All right, I'm like a Sharia law activist. Okay. So I'm curious then, where do you think human rights come from? Because I think they come from God.
Are you talking about, so again, we're doing this equivocation stuff. When you say human rights, are you talking about the moral?
I'm talking about the human right to life that I think also should be protected by law.
So if you're talking about human moral value,
I'm talking about human moral value, yes, but whether you have...
That's from God.
Regardless of how much moral value you assign to any given human, I'm talking about a what I would consider a universal human right that is given to us by God. And let's just say for a minute...
Let's equivocate. I can't answer your questions well. Do you mean legal, or are you talking about my moral epistemic?
How about you tell me that it has so much potential, and now I'm here at 40 watching Fonman stream, so maybe she's not wrong yet? Well, why is she even wrong currently? Is that not literally living up to your greatest potential? What the hell?
I'm talking about a human right that yes, one of the consequences of it being a human right is that if you live in any given society, it is incumbent upon the government to develop law to protect that human right.
I don't even know if does Leela even have a clear view about what rights are? She's not giving me the impression that she does, but okay.
Right, within the reason of what a government can and should do.
Oh, okay, I'll do my best to entertain. Usually, you need to pick one, but it sounds like you want to do legality. We can just do legality.
Sure, okay. But my question is the same. It's that where do you think that these rights come from? Whether you consider them moral or legal rights.
Come from fiat, typically, is how we would view. So the reason that a bunch of wonderful...
But who's fiat, Kyla?
The states.
Okay, so we totally disagree on that.
So you don't think that enforcement of our rights... if somebody comes and they steal my water bottle, which I know you guys are very covetous of it, hey, leave it alone, who do I call? Right? I call the cops, right? And the cops are granted the authority by my state, which I grant authority through my vote to do the law, and they'll come and they'll beat you up and give me my water bottle back.
Do you think it's possible for the state to fail to enforce a right that they should be enforcing?
Of course.
Okay, who decides that? How is that to be decided?
I don't even... Kyla literally said, like, let's do legality. And then Kyla, Leela was like, okay, where do you think rights come from? And then Kyla, she said, oh, the state or whatever. We just totally disagree with that. No, you're still talking about different types of rights. She's still talking about, like, moral rights. Demer's joking. Do you think the... little me non-fond being a non-fondler, or sorry, do you think so little me that being a non-fondler is meeting my potential? LMAO. Everyone is meeting the maximum of their potential by watching me. Clearly, that's self-evidently true to me. Oh my god.
Usually, the voting populace over time has a conversation.
Sorry, not oh my god, EO. Oh my god of this conversation.
And is the voting populace
like we're doing now?
Is the voting populace when it's a majority vote, a very strong majority vote?
What's electoral
Is it always right? Is it always right?
Why are we doing you? Like. Lila has to know what the actual disagreement is here, right? She has to know that they're talking about different types of rights, right? There's no way that she, oh my god.
Nope. Wow, and who decides when it's not right or who decides whether it's right or wrong?
People like you and I are essential to this process, right? These conversations are what we do to over time guide and think.
But who decides whether the majority vote that is deciding which rights to be given or not, protected or not by any given population?
Against electoral college, but
who decides whether that majority is right or wrong?
So if, say for example, it gets challenged in court and it gets voted all the way up, it would go to the Supreme Court, right? We have
you're talking about legal government structures now. But let's
before, very cool. She's not even a utilitarian, apparently.
I
don't know what. I mean, Erudite believes in God. She believes in whatever Christian morality. I think she would probably subscribe to some sort of, moderate deontological view, but...
My hypothetical, Nazi Germany, right?
Okay. Well, that's an authoritarian state, so it's a little bit different because now you have an authoritarian...
Let's imagine, here's a hypothetical. Here's a hypothetical for you. There's a bunch of Nazis.
Was it you silly? Oh, my bad.
In a country. Yeah. And they run the court system too, Kyla. It's a pretty dark space, right? And so they've decided by majority vote, and the Supreme Court has just voted, yeah, this is not the way, that certain groups are considered subhuman. They're not persons under the law. Maybe they don't even have souls and they're born. Who knows the arguments they may use for this. And so they say these people can be, basically killed.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
From time to time, the blood patriots must be shed to overturn tyrants. That's what I would say. TJ.
What are we doing? What are we doing, bro? How do we get here? How do we get to what are revolutions justified, bro?
Based on what standard, Kyla? What standard would these patriots have to go overturn those tyrants?
Well, that would be up to the population. So obviously, as a Christian,
what does that even mean? Up to the population?
Well, as
which
a Christian,
population?
I would the people in the state.
But what are they? What standard are they overturning the Nazis with?
It probably depends on the state. So in America, we would have probably a blend of utilitarianism, which is the most popular secular moral system, and Christianity. Those are the two most popular seculars.
Okay, so is your worldview? What do you think is the correct worldview? Though, is it some blend of utilitarian? So in your view then, is the correct view for a society to have a blend of Christianity and utilitarianism?
I think that church and state should be fully separated, and I think the electoral college democracy has been the best approximation for what God intends for us.
So do you believe that there are fundamental human rights that should be protected?
At a moral level, yes.
Are there fundamental human rights that should be protected?
Oh, now they're finally back into morality. Let's go. Let's say you change your views on transgenderism to be closer to the Republican position. Instead, your view on abortion was that it should be permitted until 12 weeks. Would Dem still accept you? Probably not most online Democrats or whatever, but I feel like if you were anti-Trump or whatever, there'd still be a place for you in the Democratic Party. Like I'm pretty sure like Unfuck America would probably still accept you to some extent. Like I think they have on the website. Like our only ask of you is you vote blue or whatever. You can have any position within that. But I think there are a lot of online Democrats that would sort of reject you at that point. But I don't know.
Protected at the legal level.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and where do you get that standard for those rights from?
So again, the legal standard is unfortunately still going to come from.
But where do you get your preferred legal? Let's pretend Kyla's the ruler of the world.
You're asking my epistemic justification. I'm a divine command theorist. Okay. I'm kind of blended. I'm a pluralist.
What? No. What do we? Kill me. Whatever. Let's put
a divine command theorist and a virtue ethicist, right? So where does it come from? Typically, it's going to be from exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation, and I blend that with what I think God's nature is and what He would most want for things. And for example, I want policy that reduces abortion, harm to children, harm to women, and harm to mothers. And right now, the data is unequivocal. I could go through the data from Texas. It's infant mortality up in the state of abortion.
I'd love to talk about that because I think you're totally misreading it.
Up. Childhood poverty up.
But just to be clear,
11% increase in foster
let's get to that in a minute. But just to be clear, so if you ruled the world, and this is the most just world possible, right? That you have to create. You are tasked with creating the most just world possible. Your standard for legal, but that's what we're arguing about here. That's what we came here to do because we're deciding whether abortion.
No, because I separate my. So I understand.
We're deciding whether or not it should be okay to kill.
I understand that good legal law is always a compromise because when it comes to like ethics and problems of reality, you often have conflicting ethics.
Okay, well, I totally disagree with that. No, I totally disagree with that. That's not correct because if you have,
but you disagree.
No, I disagree because I don't think there needs to be a compromise. For example,
there's always a compromise.
No, because when it comes to that's not true. Actually.
That is true of all legal law. Good law. So Hobbes and law is a good example of liberty versus security.
Kyla, come on. There's no law in the United States that says that it is your right as a woman to kill your newborn child.
You're right.
Okay, so there's no compromise there. There is a complete prohibition. You're saying laws are all compromises, so we should make compromises around abortion. There is a complete legal prohibition.
I don't know. Didn't we have to compromise with Peter Singer on that one?
Killing born children. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And you're arguing,
and you're arguing,
Amendment actually says all persons born.
And to be clear, you're arguing for a virtual, total protected right for mothers. And I say virtual because you have some little carve-outs for maybe some criminalization which are a little murky.
Yep, with mens rea.
But largely speaking, you have a complete your legal system. You want to protect the right of mothers to kill their unborn children. Is that correct?
I want to decriminalize it.
Okay,
so this is you're doing the equivocation thing again.
Not really. No, it's about whether you have the right to an abortion or not. That's what we're
talking about. The same thing as liberties. What you're talking about would be essentially
the liberty for an abortion or the right for an abortion. Either way, you can pick the language you prefer to use.
Well, the language
legal abortion is what I'm speaking.
Well, when we're talking about legality and morality, the language matters.
We're talking about legality right now. We're talking about legality right now.
So especially legally, the language especially matters here.
Yes,
so in the case of abortion, I do want the liberty for it to be between the doctor and the woman because one, I trust the doctors.
When you're queen of the world, Kyla. Okay, so you were saying, well, we need to make compromises because that's what the law does. So as queen of the world, Kyla, I need to make compromises to help weigh people's interests. As I said before, there is no compromise right now in the U.S. legal system and in most legal systems actually, where it's ever there. As I said before, there is no compromise
for
right
best
now
outcomes.
In the US.
How are we even a divine command theorist at that point? Unless God's divine command, which it is absolutely, it's just maximize. It's just to maximize outcomes, but. Okay.
Legal system and in most legal systems actually, where it's ever okay to kill born children. In your Kyla's perfect world, is it ever okay to kill a born child?
No.
Okay. So what is different between a newborn baby, including a very sick one, including one born to very poor parents, including one born that's going to go into the foster care system,
right? Liberties. How far do you have to zoom in on those details for that to make sense?
That baby having legal protection, why is that okay with you and not a baby weeks before?
Because I trust doctors to make the call for medical exemptions that are necessary.
Doesn't God give tips on abortion in the Bible? I believe there's literally only one passage in the Bible that mentions something approximating abortion. I don't think it literally gives tips on it. I think it just describes. I believe there's some description of it, but I actually don't even think it technically has a prescription in it.
We have somebody who we have all reason to believe their mens rea.
Just to be clear,
well, don't interrupt me. You gotta let me answer, right?
Right?
If we believe mens rea that a woman is intentionally killing her baby, the fetus and the child in her for exclusively the purpose of just killing it, just selectively, we can all agree, she's kind of freak. I don't want that protected, and there should be.
What does the Bible say about abortion?
It never mentions it directly. At least we do have. There's talk about stillborn children. There's talk about miscarriages. We don't have a reference that I can identify, and I've been looking for quite some time, to the actual practice of abortion. Now, there are folks who will point to Numbers 5, right. Known as the Sotah, or the trial of bitter waters, as it gets characterized as instructions for carrying out an abortion or something like that. I tend not to agree with that reading for a handful of different reasons. To begin, this is something that's taking place against the will of the woman who may be pregnant, and I don't think it's helpful to appeal to the destruction of her own body, her reproductive system, and potentially a fetus against her will as a defense of abortion.
Can you spell out what Numbers 5 actually sort of says before we discuss it? I can read it out if you like, but it might be quite long.
So this is a ritual that is offered in Numbers 5. If a man suspects that his wife is unfaithful to him, but he has no evidence, what he can do is bring her to the temple and force her to go through this ritual known as the sotah, or the trial of bitter waters. And it's kind of a what's known as an ordeal, which is where you leave it up to God to make the decision because you don't have the evidence. And so, if they, does a witch weigh more than a duck kind of thing? If you throw a witch in the river, and if she drowns, it turns out she wasn't a witch. But if she lives, then she was, then you execute her. Like, this is where we can't really tell. We don't have the data. We don't have the means, so we're going to leave it up to God. And in this instance, there's a curse that is written out. And then you take a jug with some water, you throw some dirt from the temple floor in the jug, you scrape the ink from the curse into the water, stir it all together. The woman pronounces an oath. There's a heave offering that is done. She drinks the water. And this is kind of symbolically internalizing the curse.
Okay, so not accurately characterizes instructions, but a description of a ritual that would sometimes lead to the death of the fetus, obviously.
Legal carve-outs for that to be investigated, which Canada has.
But Kyla, did you know that there are some doctors, and there would be a lot more?
I presume the trans government shouldn't confer rights or impose duties on anyone. HRT should be banned for minors, and adults should be free to do what they want. Is this beyond the pale? I mean, I think it's obviously a little extreme to say the government shouldn't confer rights or impose duties on anyone as a generality. But I don't think the actual position HRT should be banned for minors, and adults should be free to do what they want. It's like particularly... It's like super crazy. I mean, a full-on ban for minors is probably a little silly because there are probably some that it makes sense to give it to if you just have the proper gatekeepers involved. I say who meets the criteria for getting it, but
if our country shifted this way, right? That believe that it is okay to let sick newborns die via neglect.
Okay, easy money. Thanks for following, Olo. Whoever
hope that those
it's a
doctors
bot,
are being
of course.
But what if the doctors in their best, because the doctor, when you're talking about these medically needed abortions, it's often a baby that has a disability. Let's be real. It's a baby with a disability, a sick baby, okay? There's a lot of babies that are born that have disabilities and are sick, okay? So under your same standard, you could have that same doctor decide, okay, what's so special about the birth canal? This baby is still sick. This baby still has a disability. This baby's going to be a burden on you, the mother. The mother's like, yeah, it's a big burden. Why would it be wrong to kill that sick or disabled baby after birth?
I think so this is one thing we'd probably agree on. I think aborting babies because they have Down syndrome or disability is wrong.
We're talking about those medically needed abortions in your view, because you're saying that the doctor knows what he's doing.
I don't think Down syndrome justifies a medical need.
Well, let's just say the baby's really sick. Let's just say there's a severe...
Isn't the... Usually... I don't know if that's usually the case for medical justification. I feel like it's usually because they, pose some threat to the life of the mother. Do you think that makes me transphobic? Not really. Easy money, no.
Disability. They have trisomy 13. They have some very sick.
There are probably cases where those overlap. It's because the fetus has some disability, it poses some increased risk to the mother when giving birth or something. But I don't know if that's not what people mean when they say medical exceptions.
Situation, and so they're going to have that after birth too. If they have it after birth, if you would be okay with them killing him before birth, would you be okay with them killing with the same sickness after birth?
I think in this circumstance, good doctors and good parents with good mens rea, so they don't have a guilty mind for those who don't know what mens rea is, would all want that child to live as long as it possibly can, assuming that extreme egregious suffering isn't occurring, right? I would assume.
Well, let's say there is a 1-year-old that is suffering a lot. I mean, here's an example.
You should report it if you think the doctor and the mother are colluding together to kill it because they're like, it's for this baby.
So let's go to suffering. And it sounds like that's the standard for your part of it. There's a family I know recently. Their little boy was diagnosed with brain cancer at age 3. Tons of suffering, excruciating suffering. He was suffering. Quality of life very poor. You could argue. You could argue. Would it be okay? And if they decided it's going to be better for him, better for us, better for everyone. The doctor's like, yeah, this is a terminal diagnosis here. The percentage of success rate of healing from this is it's like a miracle.
Well, this child has consciousness. So my answer very simply is my system accounts for this, right? He has consciousness.
I was going to say, I don't think Erudite ever appealed to something where this would be a reductio.
Oh, it doesn't. That's not true because
does he have consciousness?
No, because you're okay with later.
He doesn't have consciousness.
You're okay with medically.
I'm not okay with
later term abortions.
I think
because of suffering. So
no,
hold on.
You're not okay with that.
No. So this is where hold on. Let me clarify this right now. Hold on. Right now you strawman my position.
I want to understand.
Well, you just said I'm okay with just elective late term abortions. That is
no. We're not talking about elective. We're talking about ones that our doctors are saying these are medically necessary. The baby's suffering or the baby's disabled. That's what we're talking about right now.
Right, but the idea of saying you're okay with it is the same thing as me saying, oh, you think the child is a moral law? You're okay with killing moral laws.
I'm talking
about
not
true. That's not true.
Well, then let's talk about.
You have to grant me the same level of grace that I'm granting your position.
All right,
if you hold on, I'll just pause, just to get the idea out for everyone to hear. The issue that I'm taking right now is that you're saying, so you're okay with it if you make exemptions.
Let me remove that language. I understand that language.
That's like me saying the moral law is fine to kill because I killed the baby. That's not true.
We'll remove the language. When I say you're okay with it, I'm talking about your queen of the world Kyla legal system. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about a legal right.
No, because okay is a moral prescription.
We'll remove the language. It sounds very triggering. We're going to remove the language for you and we're talking about legal right. Back to my friend.
It should be legal for the medical exemption to occur. That doesn't make it okay or good or awesome or that I love it.
Okay,
right?
I agree. So back to my scenario, which is a
quite obviously okay is going to make people assume morality instead of legality. That's usually what people are going to assume from
this
that.
young child was suffering immensely. Terminal
yeah,
diagnosis.
it's good. That's the sentence.
Should the parents have the legal authority with a doctor, lovingly, they had love in their hearts, to give euthanasia to the child?
The child is consciousness, so no.
Okay, so then based on that standard, it sounds like you would also oppose medically needed abortions after 12 to 15 weeks.
So this is
that
something.
true?
Yeah. So your debates.
Is that true?
Yeah. So your debates updated my opinion on this. So
Wait, so just to be clear, I don't want to make
Do you want me to flesh that out? Because it'll give you.
Well, I just want to know if you support making it illegal to kill sick or disabled babies after 12 to 15 weeks.
There should be a carve out for mens rea of intentionally trying to kill a baby exclusively on a discriminatory.
Well, no, they're trying to end the baby. I mean,
is it for discrimination because they're saying that because they're sick or disabled they're lesser than? Then yeah, that's
Kyla, come on, it's the same loving. Let's say theoretically, it's the same loving heart. Just Kyla, it's the same loving heart of like, oh, my baby's really sick. He's 5 years old and is about to die from cancer. Let's administer euthanasia. It's the same. It's the same sentiment in the doctor and the parent's heart. Oh, my baby's really sick. They're 20 weeks old in utero, and this is why.
To Kyla's point, which she hasn't gotten to express yet, I think she's going to say it's the intention of essentially discriminating based on disability that makes it wrong. Like the mens rea is some discrimination, it's some hate crime against disabled people, but
I don't know how many times I can answer.
look at our approach to this debate. I got trapped into arguing extreme and unrelevant positions where we'd already established a really good standard for controlling abortion. Why argue infanticide and with abortion when it's not the standard people even think about? Well, they're trying to talk about stuff beyond that, and to be fair, they're not doing a very good job at doing so. Like they were for a while talking about the actual morality of it. Now they've moved on to some weird point about what legality should be based on their supposedly agreed upon framework of divine command. But or to be fair, Lila didn't say divine command. She said a natural order designed by God.
This for you. I know.
Should that be legal?
So again, if the baby has consciousness and the reason for killing is exclusively based on discrimination of able-bodied, no, I don't think we should discriminate to say like,
what about
you know what, maybe
discrimination?
we can kill every disabled person. No, that's
But it's not discrimination. They're like in my
it's
scenario.
discrimination if the reason you're killing it is because they're disabled. Yes, assuming they have consciousness, which I'm assuming
Just
they
to
do.
be clear,
It would be extremely messed up.
This is
a
medically. They would deem this medically necessary.
So that's why, if you let me finish granting you, this is what your debates and a debate with I think
I don't know if that's the case. I don't know how I would look that up exactly, but my understanding is at least usually when people say medically necessary abortion, they're not referring to just the fetus is disabled or whatever. They're referring to, there's some increased risk to the mother because of their pregnancy, because and that may sometimes align with the fetus having a disorder, but that's not the reason that they're medically necessary.
Fish an OBGYN had. It updated me on going, oh, there's very few good reasons for medical exemption. Very, very. I can imagine a world where maybe there's like one or two, but it sounds like it's actually incredibly rare, which is why I think basically all late-term and mid-term abortions would be de-recommended from the doctor because they would go, we actually do have the medical technology to keep you and baby
Kyla,
alive.
the reality is most late-term abortions that are done, because I've investigated these late-term abortions.
That should be updated.
They say, oh, this is medically indicated. This is medically indicated.
I agree.
And just as an example, anecdotally, my nephew is missing his hand. Right, amniotic bands at 20 weeks. They found it on the anatomy
Okay,
stand.
Lila, do you think that I think that a doctor who recommends that child gets killed is good? Do you think that my world?
No. But I'm just saying the state of our legal system is that medically indicated abortions are being done constantly, and they're saying that these are needed for late-term abortions. So
Which is what I've updated.
But it sounds like you oppose these, and you think they should be illegal.
Yeah, they should be investigated. They should be carved out for mens rea.
But should they be illegal?
If there is murder based on discrimination of disability, yes.
What about suffering? What if they're suffering?
Incredible.
That's the same thing as disability.
Okay, so
can I ask you about, since we have 4 minutes, can I ask you about your worldview and the legality of it?
But just can I ask one last question?
Yeah,
Make sure I'm landing it here. So just to be clear, you don't think any amount of suffering or disability justifies abortion, legal abortion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, that shouldn't be true either, but okay.
So
let's talk about Texas if you want to do that route.
Sorry?
If you want to go.
You obviously, if there was some baby who would literally be the negative utility monster if they were born, then you should probably abort that baby. But regardless, okay. How do you feel knowing that every vector space has a basis requires the axiom of choice to prove? I don't know what you mean by that. What amount of suffering justifies suicide? I guess I don't exactly know what you mean by it justifies, but it would just be the point at which like the expected value of suicide would be positive. In the real world, you're always going to have like uncertainty around it, so there should always be a presumption against suicide, obviously, but.
Go the Texas route. I'd love to talk about Texas.
No, I want to ask you about your legal system. So if you think that life begins at conception, are you essentially granting that God is killing anywhere from 30 to 70% of fetuses who don't implant?
No.
So what's happening?
I think that it's hard to know exactly the number of miscarriage rates. Maybe it's 30%. I mean, 70 I think is a little high.
This is failure to implant, not miscarriage.
That is.
Okay, but the question is how you determine. Well, if your question is just how do we make utility comparisons, I mean, you just look at, the evidence. You make inferences based on the evidence that we have available. You use your sense data to try your best to determine roughly, how much suffering or value there is in someone's life or whatever. So quite obviously, most people would agree that, like, for, you know, some 90-year-old man diagnosed with prostate cancer, which is going to give him, going to bring him some incredible amount of discomfort, whether or not he goes through treatment. You know, in that case, it's likely that, you know, the expected value of suicide in this case, really, you know, euthanasia, you know, would be higher than the expected value of just letting him, you know, die a natural death. You know, it's out of his hands, some incredible amount of pain and suffering along the way. Like, I think that's, you know, you use those type of considerations to make those comparisons.
Is it very early miscarriage, Kyla?
So I agree. The issue is that when I'm talking about, so typically in medical data, we separate these two things because different things are happening, and it's important to understand what's causing somebody to fail to implant versus what's causing a miscarriage once implantation happens. That's why I'm making these decisions.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, so are you asking me, do I think God is killing these children? No, I don't think he's killing them.
So God and souls.
And I would argue, if we're talking about from a divine revelation perspective, that since the fall, we have things like death, of course. We have things like miscarriage. I don't think that was ever God's original design.
So where's all the like moral outrage and upset over the implantation crisis like there is for something like SIDS?
Well, I believe that there should be a lot more research and intervention done into preventing miscarriages. And a big part of the stuff that I work on, like on my podcast,
implantation crisis
work that we have is improving gynecological care and OBGYN care for women and identifying what are the root causes for so many miscarriages.
So it's justified for a 16-year-old for with permanent and severe mental health problems to commit suicide. So if we're just assuming permanent, like if the hypothetical is, we assume for this, like, the, you know, mental health is it is permanent, and like it will continue to bring him such, you know, amount of discomfort that it'll be net negative throughout the rest of his life, then for the hypothetical, yeah, in the real world, we should not assume that's going to be the case, because, you know, presumably a 16-year-old has quite a long life ahead of them. And we obviously have a lot of mechanisms by which to treat depression and everything. So if the question is, which I'm assuming the more the question is, if we should offer MAID to a 16-year-old with a mental health problem, no, we should not be doing that.
Especially women who suffer recurrent miscarriages. You know, one of my good friends is Dr. Lauren Rubal, and she has a health clinic that does restorative reproductive medicine to identify exactly this question. And the reality is there are things you can do to prevent miscarriage. And this is, I think, a part of you know, our healthcare field that has been, I think, ignored. And I do think it deserves more study and attention and funding, quite frankly. I mean, we've been at example, like President Trump tried to, let's fund IVF,
Just for the sake of time, can I follow up on some questions? Sorry. Yeah. So by your view, if life begins at conception, you're saying God is essentially allowing up to 60% to just fail to implant, right? Alongside the fact that about 20 to 30% after that also miscarry after implantation. My question to you is, should every miscarriage be investigated? Because it could be an instance of a mother killing her baby.
No, and when you say God is allowing 60% of miscarriages, I mean, 100% of us in this room are going to die. God is going to allow that to happen.
But we're pretty upset about
that. That doesn't mean that God is not just. It just means that after the fall, we all die.
Sure, but I believe that God is logical, right? I think that he's a decently rational being, and the idea that he is just damning 60% of souls to just die by failure
I think 60% is too high. We don't have evidence of that, by the way.
So most of that is for implantation specifically. Is anywhere, the best numbers are 40 to 60%.
There's not conclusive evidence.
So it's around half. It's around half.
That's not conclusive.
MPD diagnosis is generally considered untreatable. The expected likelihood of cure is essentially zero. I don't know what NPD is. Narcissistic personality disorder. But obviously so Chibringo, quite obviously, you're not just considering whether or not you have a permanent disability. Being nearsighted may very well be a permanent disability, but it's going to be a function of how much suffering that disability is going to bring you throughout your life, essentially. Obviously, I would never say otherwise. Like,
it's not a theory that some people have. This has absolutely been tested. I know I agree that science could be better.
Here's an answer
of the numbers doesn't deal with the fact that 50% of human lives die from failure to implant. So where is the moral outrage and issue over implantation crisis?
As I said before, I think that women's health care, especially our reproductive health care, is abysmal. It's all about abortion rights today, which is sick and disgusting. It should be more focused on having a healthier fertility. And I think that one of the reasons we have so much miscarriage, including so much infertility, because a lot of people are struggling with infertility today.
Because we aren't teaching enough abstinence-only education.
A lot of that might be early miscarriages they might not even know they're having, right? So that could be what's happening. And I think that's a huge problem that should be addressed, Kyla. And I think
sexual
it does
revolution.
Resources from top down. I think the federal government should actually be investing in restorative reproductive
national institution that is Christian, that is focused specifically on the implantation crisis. Name me one.
Well, as an example, there's natural womanhood.
And they're focused on implantation crisis?
They're focused, I don't think they call it implantation crisis,
well,
but they call
people
it... Yeah, 50% of those who are born are damned to go to hell because they're not Christian. This is true. I mean, it's only true under some Christian worldviews, to be fair. But under many of them, that's also true. That's all baked into NPD. Their likelihood of maintaining any positive relationship is essentially... I don't think that's the case. But even outside of having... positive relationships. Like Michael, you can. There's no way you honestly believe that people with NPD live net negative lives, right? I find it highly suspect that even you believe that. Oh, wait. Like, I don't believe most people with this live negative lives. And I would assume, even if there's no cure, you would imagine there's treatments for it to mitigate some of the stuff, just like there is with essentially every mental illness.
13. So where's the implantation crisis?
They absolutely talk about the high rates of miscarriage.
Exactly. So imagine a woman.
I don't understand what is the difference between doing MAID for a 16-year-old who has had a severe MH problem 100% of their life and a 90-year-old who has had severe mental health problems 100% of their life. I don't know. I'm not saying what's the difference between doing MAID for a 16-year-old who has mental health problems and doing MAID for a 9-year-old who has severe. So unless you're doing a new hypothetical on me, the thing I mentioned, easy money, was that, well, first of all, I was talking about the types of evidence you would use. I was not even talking about like what was moral just necessarily, but I was saying, in order to make these comparisons, you would look at a type of evidence in these cases. And in the example of the 9-year-old man, the past I never mentioned him having a past mental health problem. What I said was if there was a 90-year-old man who got diagnosed with prostate cancer and that would bring him great discomfort over the next 6 months and he would die in 6 months from now, most people have the intuition that in many cases the old man himself, right, have the belief that it's better for him to undergo some type of MAID, undergo some type of euthanasia, as opposed to living out that painful death over the course of 6 months that's outside of his control and would bring him a lot of suffering. So the difference is, if that's what you're asking about, that's a hypothetical you're about to ask about. Obviously, the difference is, for that man, the expected value of euthanasia is plausibly quite high, and for the 16-year-old, quite negative, right? The old man, for one, just doesn't have much time left anyways. Two, that's going to be quite a bit of suffering involved, both for him and potentially on behalf of his family as well, in the sense that, like, there's some amount of discomfort in seeing your family member die a slow and painful death, as opposed to a death of his own choosing that's more peaceful with euthanasia. But for the 16-year-old, they have first of all, in the case of mental health, I think we have good reasons to believe why, the mental health problems of a 16-year-old could be more temporary than the prostate cancer of the 90-year-old man, right? And second of all, they obviously have much greater potential in the places their life could go, in the amount of happy experience they could experience at the age of 16 than at the age of 90. And I guess there's potential both ways in terms of the effects on relationships or whatever. I guess someone with a severe mental illness could go on to have like a net negative effect on many other people in some cases, but there's also at least a potential for, just generally positive effects. I think I believe that. I don't immediately extend to suicide, so it seems very unlikely many people with NPD have net negative lives, but maybe there's some evidence that would convince me. I really don't know.
Well, she has a very low
you should talk to my friends. I mean, there's absolutely doctors who work. Margaret Duane is another one.
I understand that people do not think that life begins at conception functionally. Nobody acts this way. This is why every person picks a baby. Every person picks a baby until about the second trimester. That's just a reality. So imagine you have a woman who knows that she has a very low implantation rate and high miscarriage rate. She aborts 90% spontaneous abortion of her babies. Is she recklessly endangering her children by continuing to try to have a child?
So you're saying women who have high miscarriage rates, should they be basically prevented from conceiving? Is your argument?
I'm asking you if life.
And I would say absolutely not.
Thank you for that open
discussion. Can we go 10 more minutes? Can we do that, guys? Is that allowed? I love talking to her. Is that okay? I'm sorry.
We had to set aside time for Q&A if you wanted to.
If folks are okay. She said she's here all night. I can be here a little later. My kids are asleep. I don't know.
We could extend for 5 minutes if that
5 more minutes? Is that okay with you, Kyla?
You guys paid for me to be here. You have all of my evening. Do not worry about it.
Yay, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
No, this is a great line of conversation around miscarriage. And okay. Yeah, so I think we agree, it sounds like, that there should be more help to prevent miscarriage and understand miscarriage.
Sure, but by your logic, isn't she, if we're talking about intention, mens rea, do you know the 4 categories of mens rea? And again,
tell me.
Not a gotcha.
Tell me them.
Okay, there is intentional, right? You're intending to do it.
Right.
There is reckless. There is, hold on, I should actually have them written down somewhere. Okay. Purpose, knowledge, recklessness, and negligence.
Great.
Okay. So in the case of somebody who
disconnected
fails
from my computer. I heard the sound. Don't know what it was though.
But it's 99%.
The baby is failing to implant in the mother.
The baby is failing to implant in the mother.
And you're giving me a hypothetical. 99% of the time when she gets pregnant, the baby.
There's a certain point we can just say, yeah, you shouldn't have to go through this anymore and let them go through MAID. It shouldn't be a certain age, but after X amount of treatments. I mean, you should weigh more than just their age, obviously, but I think all you are making some pretty sick assumptions and need to reconsider the value of living your life out as God intended. True, even if you are a euthanasia. Wow, toxoplasmosis.
Failed implant. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Never consider this.
And so you're asking me, do I think it should be illegal for her?
Isn't she at least recklessly and arguably knowingly exposing many of her children to death and potentially worse than someone who has an early abortion?
So
at least
my answer's a little nuanced here. My answer's a little nuanced here.
Cool.
You might like this, you might hate it. I don't know. We'll see. But I would say if she knew this was happening, right? I do think it would be reckless for her to continue to pursue to get pregnant without identifying other and working on her health.
Let's go. Never actually. I feel like Destiny brought up the same point in like both of the debates. I've never actually heard Lila make that concession before.
Taking care of herself, and so she's just like trying to get pregnant again.
But now she's going to separate out the legal view, which is funny because she's been complaining about Erudite trying to separate out the legal view the whole time. But all right, let's go.
Identifying, okay, how do I become healthier so I can be a safe harbor for this baby? So I would, and that doesn't mean she doesn't have the right to children. It doesn't mean that, you know, she's a murderer if the child dies via miscarriage, but it does mean I do think she has a responsibility, and I think all mothers have this responsibility to care for their bodies, period, and to certainly care for their bodies when their body is caring for another.
Say she doesn't. Should she be investigated for reckless endangerment of her child?
Walk that out more. Like, what's an example of this? She's like slamming like alcohol and like smoking. And
no, she just like okay, B, right? I have something called Sjogren's disease and a couple of other like autoimmunes. It makes it very hard for things to be patentable.
But is she like going out and like partying hard?
No, it's just
she's just sick herself.
It's just natural.
Yeah. If she's just sick herself, no, I don't think she should be prohibited because she can't help that. But if she's like hard partying and drinking, doing drugs and drinking, yeah, I don't think that should be legal. I think that should not be legal to hard party and drink and do drugs when you're pregnant.
The issue is that if I don't intend to kill somebody and I still hit them with my car, I'm still morally and legally culpable.
You can still be culpable for manslaughter. Yeah.
Agreed. So how is she, even though she's not intending it?
Because even under our existing legal system,
she's being reckless. Yeah, your definition. By my definition, it's fine.
But even I think our legal system actually does a good job on this for born children because our legal system right now, if you're a parent and you commit neglect because you don't feed your child, you don't bathe your child, you don't whatever your child, right? You can go to jail regardless of your mens rea, right? You can actually be charged with criminal neglect, and actually you can.
How does that not apply to?
If you were like,
you can probably neglect a child in a way that's obviously like not under your control either. In the same way, you know, a woman with a high rate of miscarriage would. But okay.
An addict, and that's one of the reasons you could lose custody entirely as well. But I think that if you're just somebody who has more difficulty parenting because of a disability that you have, or you're sick, so you spend a lot of time in the hospital, and therefore you're not there for your children as much as you would like to be, I don't think that means you should then go to jail or something for that. And our current system,
but our current system would potentially foster care would start happening, right? I've worked with women in this situation where the mental illness is so severe.
Several treatment approaches are specifically adjusted to psychological nature, MPD, but none so far. So far, no single treatment has proven superior or reliable. No specific. I don't know what you think, Michael. How would the same thing not apply to ADHD? Like, ADHD has no like long-term specific cure that's reliable for every person with it, but I don't think that applies to people with ADHD live net negative lives. Obviously, certainly I don't believe so, and I have ADHD. I don't think almost anyone believes so. It's hard. Like, I wouldn't expect narcissistic personality disorder unless it's like way more severe than what I've read on this Wikipedia article so far to be. Like, that would it would be so insane as to lead to some net negative life. That's crazy. But
I do intervene because we recognize that while she's not intending to do something wrong, she still is.
Yeah, and I think that I agree with that. I think the difference is when the baby is unborn, right? You can't grant safe harbor to another person. We don't have the medical technology for that, at least yet. And so I think the better path is to do the best that you can to help the mother and give good care to the mother, which is why I am such a big fan of better women's health care, supporting our pregnancy resource centers, supporting reproductive restorative medicine, etc.
Sure. So I think you said you wouldn't want to investigate her.
Not sure about mine.
If she's not hard partying, she's just very sick. No, I would not investigate her.
Okay. So my question to you would basically be, if you want to criminalize it.
Or freaks me out. There's women who argue against both. One party divorce, and two, abortion. Yeah, it is funny, Leila. I'm pretty sure Leila is also. She might not legally be against one-party divorce, but I don't think she believes divorce is something you can actually really do under her Christian ethics. But an abortion, like, how are they not realizing they're trapping women into abusive relationships when they're just forced to birth baby? Well, Leila, obviously, like, I think it's fine to have some, like, if you truly believe fucking installment at fertilization or whatever, that you probably should care about them unborn fetuses, but. I managed to trick the doctor into giving me Adderall. Even after taking 3 focus tests, the system is completely fucked. Based. Okay.
Abortion against people who are seeking it. If you want to make it illegal, at what age do you want investigations to initiate?
Of abortions? Mm-hmm. I mean, I think if there's very clear evidence of a very early term abortion, that should be investigated. For example,
so in the case of the reckless woman, there's nothing wrong with her.
But she's not intentionally. But
she's being.
Kyla, come on. There's a difference between intentionally ending the life of a child.
Not with mens rea, right?
And a child that is just dying naturally.
I agree that there's a difference between me purposely stabbing somebody and me accidentally running somebody over with my car. Obviously, one is more morally forgivable. The problem is that I'm still morally culpable because recklessness is not an excuse for immoral actions.
But I think being sick when you're pregnant is a little different than like texting and driving or running.
I didn't say texting and driving. You could be sliding. Say I'm driving. I'm being safe, but I happen to hit black ice. My car spins out. Unbeknown to me.
Thank you. That would be the end of that.
How are my mom's body going to allow me to reach the installment stage?
Now, Lila and Kyla will each make a closing statement. Lila will present her closing statement for 6 minutes, and then Kyla will follow. You may begin.
I'm speeding it up even more.
Okay. Today we are asking ourselves the question, should abortion be legal? At the beginning of this debate, I defined what abortion was, which hasn't been contested by my esteemed opponent. And that definition included abortion being the intentional taking of an innocent human life. Now, throughout this debate, there has been a debate around the question of, does every human life have rights under the law as legal persons? And of course, my position is that yes, they do. And I gave a wonderful test to determine why that should be the case, which is SLED. And I talked about how...
I can't believe after all the back and forth they did about it, Lila essentially even conceded that she was like smuggling in the premise of a fetus being a person in her opening statement. Like after all of that, and after all that back and forth on stuff like that, we're just going back to this, bro. We're just going back to this. We're just doing the same thing.
How any child that is born, you could use the standard of SLED for that child the same way you could use that standard of SLED for a child that is unborn. And this has yet to be contested by Kyla, so I'm curious if she will contest this in her closing statement. And what is SLED? Let's just revisit this briefly, because my case is that it is always wrong to take an innocent human life, and it should always be illegal to take an innocent human life, intentionally take an innocent human life. Abortion intentionally takes an innocent human life, therefore abortion should be illegal. It's always wrong and should be illegal.
At least we got the always too now.
The differences between an unborn child and a newborn child. There is very little difference at that stage. There's literally inches of birth canal and minutes between them. Both of these children deserve legal protection. Any standard that Kyla has presented, ultimately under SLED, I think falls short. The one standard that she has presented against SLED has to do with degree of development, your level of development, and that is this murky area of consciousness. But even the standard, I think, falls short because your development, your brain's development does not determine your humanity. I think that...
What does humanity even mean? Is humanity the organism? In that case, true. Is humanity the just personhood? In that case, I obviously think there are good reasons to believe. Why personhood is a mental component, and they didn't even get to have. They didn't talk about that specifically much, actually. They did at least avoid much of like the legal arguments about abortion in fucking Texas and whether or not it actually affected birth rates and stuff, but.
There are people that have severe developmental disorders with their brain, and they're just as much a human. Are
you vegan / vegetarian, Alphon? I am vegan.
Actually have such a severe developmental brain disorder that you might not even fit Kyla's definition of ensoulment, and you are still, I believe, a person and should have legal rights under the law. And if you have a severe accident after birth and you lose part of your brain, or you have severe brain damage, and so you're missing parts of your brain, or parts of your brain are so damaged they no longer function, you still should be treated with the same legal rights as somebody that does not have those disabilities or those injuries. And so any standard that Kyla can present for why this human life doesn't deserve legal protection versus that human life, I think falls short in the end. And I think it comes back to what kind of country do we want to live in as individuals? Do we want to live in a country that values people based on their development, based on their consciousness and their strength, based on their independence, or do we want to value people based on the fact that they're human? And to be human is enough. And I think a society that is a just one needs to acknowledge every single human life's, not just value, but fundamental human rights, the first of which is life. I want to briefly respond to something Kyla said as well. We didn't get to hash it out as much as I would have liked, but she made this comment about why...
Raised or converted vegan? Converted, I guess.
It's unworkable.
I was vegetarian from pretty young, but nobody else in my family was vegetarian or anything, so converted.
Ultimately, to criminalize abortion because of all the bad outcomes that we will see. And she briefly mentioned Texas. And I think this is an important point for me to conclude with here because in one sense, perhaps, Kyla would support criminalization of abortion if in her view there's not these negative consequences, right?
Make it term
because she supports
on a
criminalization
sled
of
and push them down the mountain so God can decide what they make, if they make it true.
Why the consequences for why abortion being criminalized is somehow bad. Texas was mentioned as an example. Children being born, an infant mortality rate that spikes because children are born that would have been killed before birth. That's not somehow a lose for pro-life laws, right? Because someone goes into the foster care. What that means is the baby had dignity and was cared for and died naturally instead of being lethally injected or torn apart in utero. When we talk about increased mortality rates for infants in Texas, that's because they weren't aborted before birth, and so they die after birth. That isn't some sort of a lose for pro-life laws. And similarly, to say that, more children might go into a care system that needs more loving parents to join to help intentional killing for women, for babies, for families, for all of us. That's where the focus should be. Instead of protecting the legal right to kill a child in the womb for whatever reason, we should focus on ensuring that life is better for everyone, and we have better medical care for everyone, and we care for orphans, and we care for their country was founded.
Thank you. Is that your closing statement?
As a debater, my goal in these discussions is to always cut away information and arguments that do not logically lead us in the direction of truth. One of the things I told you at the very beginning of this conversation is that these things are not simple, that there is theological complexity on this, as we've outlined today. Exodus 21 is a good example. Why did God tell Moses, with the early Hebrews, that when a woman who's pregnant is harmed, that it might be okay, essentially, that if the child is lost, the child dies as a result of the physical harm that she takes, but the woman doesn't, that the perpetrator would pay a fine. However, if the woman also dies, then it's capital punishment. Do you remember the code of Harumbai I told you? It's identical to that one. Why would God be agreeing with the code of Harumbai? If you look at Augustine and Aquinas, they said abortion, while always not ideal, is different after 40 days because they believe the quickening, which is essentially when you can feel the baby punching.
That sounds like safety nets, right? But you know what's great? Lila does believe that birth should be free. She believes in universal health care for a pregnant woman.
Mom knows it's a circus under there. The quickening is when the baby is for sure ensouled. That was Augustine and Aquinas who believed this. Right? If we actually go back, it wasn't until basically in the last 100 years, where the papal bull was released to be like, you know what, actually, I changed my mind. It's not about ensoulment, it's about conception. But if you notice, the Pope doesn't tell you when the life is ensouled. And as a Christian, that's the most important thing to me here, because it's very important to me that we actually wrestle with this, because our church leaders still to this day wrestle with this. It's not simple. And every single person who wants to insist to you that it is simple is lying to you. That's not an honest analysis of the philosophy and the question at hand. I believe that if anyone has regard for making the world a better place, they should first go through the toil to arrive at true, justified belief. Lila just now said that I haven't contested her definition. I contested it immediately in my intro. I said you don't get to define away the conversation. If you just say abortion equals murder, now there's no conversation to be had, because yeah, nobody likes murder. The issue, what it does, is it moves away from the core question of what it means to be human, which is a question Aristotle poses centuries ago. What does it mean to be human? What makes us distinct from animals? What makes us in between demons and angels, essentially, was what he talked about. And what I would suggest to you, my conclusion...
People actually think charity can replace all welfare. How R-worded? Well... not that many people think it can actually replace all welfare, but the people who like private charity don't want us to have that much welfare in the first place, right? So,
and I could be wrong because it's complicated, is that legally, with the current state of social safety nets, education, healthcare, and child support, abortion must be decriminalized because it improves all of the factors we can all agree matter. We can agree that reducing abortions is good. Canada, per capita, has a lower abortion rate, per capita, despite it being decriminalized for decades at this point. There is also lower childhood poverty, which I agree, childhood poverty doesn't justify killing that baby, but it does put an analysis of saying, what life are we offering to people? Because a woman thinking about an abortion isn't just being willy-nilly and being like, haha, I'm so silly and whimsical, maybe I'll get an abortion today. What she's actually doing is going, when is this life a person? And I'm staring down the face of oftentimes poverty, because a lot of the people who get abortions are moms. And the reason they get it is because they are afraid they can't even caretake for the other four. And they have to go, I don't know what the right decision is here. It's really complicated. And I'm opposed to a system that imposes tyranny on people's choices.
She's saying that means you might quit religion
they
in
are
the
uncertain
future.
what the answers to do. I want it between doctors and women because I, A, trust doctors, by and large, to be good, moral people. I think that they want to not do harm. And I think every doctor understands that personhood matters. They might be like, there's some god-awful doctors. That's true. I want to carve out legal ways to evaluate mens rea, which there already are. Morally, the choice is way less clear. I argued consciousness is a relevant underpinning that we shorthand when we refer to the value of human life. Human consciousness, while immaterial, is believed to emerge from the complexity of the brain, right? Even in the case of these young children with minimal cerebellar activity, we see neuroplasticity taking part.
Not Erudite is relying on a continuum fallacy. The exact moment is not simple. Providing a line where it's clearly wrong is easy. That's not what she's saying. She's saying it's not simple in a sense that like the way you answer the question, or like the way you answer these questions is not themselves is not simple, right? Or like the question itself is not going to have a simple answer. She's not saying that like just providing a line. Like, she's not saying that you should not provide a line. I don't think there's a continuum fallacy. I think she's just saying someone who's trying to sell you like an easy solution on the stuff, and it seems to be approaching it in a very simplistic manner of the way. I mean, her syllogism, right, is obviously a quite simple and silly thing. I think she's having a bigger issue with the like mechanism that Leela is arriving at the answer with than just saying like setting a line should not be done or whatever, or it's not easy. But
and driving this. I'm using consciousness as a proxy for ensoulment because we definitely care about consciousness, and it's the only immaterial thing that I can point to for both secular people and Christian people to put a finger on. And consciousness and when it emerges, the best guess is probably something from the brain's development. This is why I could be slid backwards or forwards. Science is evolving, and our understanding of human biology in the brain will make this more clear with time, but for now, this is the best we have. My opponent.
Have you read the case against the child tax credit? No, who's that by?
Has provided exactly zero justified arguments for why abortion should certainly be criminalized. Has appealed repeatedly to science for her morality and tried to woo you with emotionally loaded anecdotes despite clearly deriving her predilections from religion, which is okay, by the way. Just be honest about it. This thesis is an insult to British common law and the dream of the American founding fathers. When it comes to issues as historically and currently complex as human life, it is our duty to treat it with the sanctity and the heaviness of what that topic
makes
is.
sense,
And
I
that
guess.
means when you close your eyes and you think about brown and I ask you to think about the red, that means challenging your presumptions. That means wondering where you could be wrong because our brains love to be right. That's what this means. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm only asking you to genuinely, philosophically think about it, and Lila is not doing that.
Thank you, Kyla, for that.
Okay, I don't know if I care about the Q&A section.
And be present this evening. At this point, we'll be moving into the student Q&A period. To start off the segment, Sadie will ask Kyla a question, and then I will ask Lila a question, and then the mic will then be open to the audience to ask a question.
Kyla, currently, when genetic testing reveals an unborn child has Down syndrome or a severe genetic anomaly, most women choose to abort. How do you answer the charge that this phenomenon resembles the eugenics movement a century ago?
It is.
Yeah.
For example,
Very problematic.
the failed embryo.
Thank you.
All right, Lila, in the pro-life movement, there has been mixed feelings and beliefs regarding IVF. For example,
Probably where they are lots of safe haven for them.
So it's a really, really important document so that her children
Okay,
come out.
yeah. I don't think I care about that shit. Okay, kill me. Human life is easy. It's only easy because you're not actually saying anything morally relevant. Hold on, I gotta add this fucking... I messed up the... chat. Uh-oh. God damn it, from non-fun has a link. I store all my important stuff in the Discord chat with only myself in it, because that's what a smart person does, obviously. Boom. Okay, now the chat should disappear. Kyla used human life, which you missed this chat, and yes, I agree, which is why saying human life is a clear misnomer. If she's saying it's difficult, it's equivocation. I think I used that correctly. What do you mean she used human... Wait, used human life in what way? The smartest people email themselves critical info. That's true. I've emailed myself before too, but it's easier just to use Discord because that's what I use more often. I don't want to read this whole thing, but this is just going to be... CTC is a costly transfer program for taxpayers with kids who do not need government handouts and who do not meaningfully change the fertility decisions and responsive payments. As an anti-poverty program, the CTC is poorly targeted without income requirements, requiring no strings attached payments from Washington, counterproductive for the most vulnerable families. They're just going to say we should target it based on income. It'd be preferable to means test it. That's what we're doing here. The credit card's an incentive to work by adding 50% subsidy to each additional dollar earned until the full credits reach. As in case with the EITC, the work incentives often partly or fully offset by the income effect, under which the subsidy allows a worker to meet his material needs with fewer hours worked. Expanding the dollar value of the credit will have no income effects, but that at least partially offset the work incentive to better target to lowest income families. Other purpose permanently increasing the credit. Propose the credit and eliminating the earned income requirement, as was temporarily done in 2021 during the pandemic. Such estimates fail to account for how newly eligible families will change their behavior. Taking into account this effect, Kevin Kornith, Bruce Meyer, Matthew Sadnicki, and Derek Wu estimate that the larger the CTC without income requirements would lead to 1.5 million workers to stop working, 83% of whom would be the sole owner of the household. The net effect of expanding the CTC would reduce child poverty by 22%. It would not reduce deep poverty, 50% of the poverty line.
I don't think he knows what he said either.
I'm just skimming through it. Okay, wow. I mean, I'm obviously familiar. People look at how much child poverty was reduced after the expanded CTC during COVID. And it was quite a bit, but that wasn't exactly, a causal inference. I don't know. I don't know, once you try to account for more stuff and do better causal inference, how big the effect would be, but it's probably relatively substantial still. Any reductions in poverty from a larger CTC that is targeted at families will, if families without market income, would come at a fiscal cost that is almost double that of other programs, such as food stamps. The CTC is neither an effective nor efficient nor an effective policy to reduce policy tool to reduce child poverty. Wow. Acting reasonable independence laws and reforming home supervision laws would reduce the cost of parenting while providing girls opportunities for school-age kids. Overly burdensome car seat requirements with little associated safety benefits should also be reconsidered. Yeah. I just listened to Brian Caplan for 2 hours. Okay, I'm familiar. Jesus. I would direct her to clarify what I'm saying. When it comes to complex issues in historically and currently as complex as human life, it is our duty to treat it with the sanctity and heaviness of the topic. Direct not so erudite quote. I mean, I think it's reasonable to interpret that not so erudite is referring to the morally relevant human life, right? To interpreting whether human life or what type of human life is morally relevant. I recognize, again, this is true for like Lila too. It's reasonable to interpret the type of life Lila is talking about as a morally relevant type of human life. But the issue is that's just smuggling in the premise that human life as biologically defined is the morally relevant type of life, which is the thing that actually has to defend. Yet her, opening syllogism does not actually defend that view. But Anyway, okay. We're not watching all this, and I've already seen it. I just wanted to watch.
From the military spending budget, and
we talked a lot about welfare today. There's a little Jubilee segment on Snap. I forget even what exactly made me go a little insane, but I remember not liking it. What are your top 3 favorite institutes? Mine are Manhattan, Brookings, and Cato. I like Brookings. I don't know if I put Cato top 3. I don't know. Well, I do like Cato's defending globalization stuff. I don't know. So maybe Cato and PPI. Brookings, Boggs, Cato. True.
he decided not to. He decided to cut food.
How can you do that?
How can you do that?
Well, actually, one thing I would look at is that it's...
I do like the tax foundation. Does that count as an institute? They don't have an institute in their name. It's a foundation. You don't like Manhattan? It's not that I don't like Manhattan. I guess I haven't seen much of their stuff. The only thing I've seen like one blog post on tax policy and effective tax rates in the 60s or whatever from them, and I've seen a little bit of Daniel DiMartino's work for them on immigration, but I haven't even read through that whole thing. I just want to make... Is Kickchat still working? Hell yeah, okay. Think I fixed the problem then.
Really that he's asking the Supreme Court to block this from actually being allowed to be used because it's really emergency funding that they can use in this circumstance, and the Supreme Court really could have just allowed for them to do so, but he asked the Supreme Court to allow or to not allow this funding to go out. So really it looks like what he's trying to do is he's trying to utilize the starvation of tens of millions of Americans to try to get Democrats to force them to not accept the ACA subsidies extended, which is specifically, I think, very, very harmful.
Well, I would disagree with the entire premise of that argument, right? If Democrats, progressives want EBT benefits to flow, then reopen the government. Stop holding America's hostage during the shutdown to extract political wins from this Congress. The Republican majority in the House did their job. They passed the CR.
Which, by the way, it's not even actually the prompt of the question. I skipped the prompt of the question, but it's the Trump administration blocking SNAP benefits as a reasonable way to prevent unnecessary spending during a shutdown. You saying that if Democrats want SNAP funding, they can just reopen the government is different from the actions Trump is taking to stop SNAP funding is reasonable.
To keep our troops paid, to keep EBT benefits.
Unrelated to the conversation, but Jordan Peterson has been missing with some severe mental health problems and nobody's talking about it. It's pretty insane. I guess, I haven't seen anything from a while. That's true. And I know he does have I know he has had his, benzo problem and other weird related issues in the past, but I haven't heard about that specifically. I can't keep the institute straight. It's like newspaper. People always say NYT, Wall Street Journal, New York Post, all lean this way, but I can't remember them.
Fits continuing to flow in these communities.
I mean, New York Times, New York Post, I guess that makes sense. But
that you all claim to care so much about.
Horrendous LED mics that should not be allowed to produce this. The mics aren't actually the ones that they're using. They just literally put lights on them to indicate whether they agree or disagree with the prompt. These are not the mics that they are using to actually for audio.
So if you really do care about,
you can see nothing's actually plugged into them. This white wire, it just goes to the lights.
The EBT program, you really do care about our troops being paid, then reopen the government. Stop putting politics before people and stop putting political partisanship before the interest of our country. It's simple as that.
Like you can see here, you can see this white cable just goes to the light strip. It doesn't actually go into the bottom of the microphone where the plugs are.
You made an argument earlier where you said that the president could unilaterally raise taxes. He can't do that. That's basic civics. Congress can't just, the presidency cannot just raise.
Which, it's kind of crazy that they didn't mention this, but be careful with that, buddy, because apparently the president can unilaterally, 10x the effective tariff rate. I don't know, but
these taxes on Americans.
Do you want to respond? May I respond? Okay, well, there's two things that we want.
And also the president does have some influence over that in that, he works with Congress to propose a budget most of the time. Usually the presidential administration will have people working with congressmen to propose a budget for the year, even if the president himself obviously is not the one that introduces any budget into Congress or anything. But
we want people to have access to food.
As the leader of the party, they and their staff have some control over that. Oh, I haven't seen you in a hot minute to ask, can we finally agree the Dems caused the shutdown? I don't know if I ever, the causal shit is just silly because in some sense they cause it, yeah, but then the debate just shifts to sort of what minimum threshold must the government pass to sort of deserve funding. And I obviously don't really think the Trump administration has, and probably I don't think the Trump administration and Republicans in Congress as well have sort of met the threshold to have any sense to deserve, cross-party votes on their budget. So it's if you want to take caused to just mean could have done otherwise to prevent it, then sure, I don't think I ever said anything against that. If you want to just take cause to mean sort of prevented something that was deserved, then no, I don't take that position. But
and we also want.
I don't really care about the sort of semantic debates over what caused, who really caused it or whatever.
Access to healthcare.
I'm honestly waffles or panics kind of guy. I guess waffles are better than your stance. When I asked a while ago, thank you. Wait, what did I say previously? I don't think I said anything contradicting that previously.
A million Americans are at risk of having 3 times higher premiums on their healthcare. This could make it so that they literally just cannot afford to have healthcare. I believe both healthcare and food are a human right. So that's the issue. Trump is forcing us to decide whether or not we should feed our country or whether or not we should provide our country with basic access to healthcare.
So, and the idea is that he has influence over Republicans. So it is the case that he could tell Republicans to, rather, instead of utilizing this mechanism, you could increase taxes specifically to pay for these different types of things. And especially even so in terms of the amount that we'd be giving to people in need who are relying on SNAP, or not SNAP.
Said it was to write them fairly sure. Well, I think the actions of the Trump administration and also Republicans in Congress in both, supporting the Trump administration generally, but also specifically with passing party line revisions to previous spending packages, Republican senators and House representatives passed rescission packages from the previous bipartisan agreed to budget to repeal USAID funding. And not only does the party line rescissions, not only do those rescissions on party lines themselves go against congressional precedent and to some extent destroy any incentive for compromise because now the other party is just willing to do party line rescissions. The fact that they're rescinding some of the best funding that the U.S. government does. So if the question is are Republicans in any way entitled to cross-party votes to Democrats? Absolutely fucking not. And I don't blame. So if by cause, again, you just mean an incredibly narrow, Democrats could have done something different to avoid the shutdown. Sure. If the question is more, which I think, better approximation of what we actually want to talk about, which is whose fault is it? I blame Republicans more than Democrats, right? Which I think is the question polled. That's the question people are usually trying to get at. But the word games, I don't know how much I care about. But
on the ACA extended
What do you read every day? I read New York Times, Financial Times, The Economist, and Wall Street Journal. I don't really have that many people I read every day. I read like the Substack I subscribe to. Who caused the shutdown? That's a stupid question. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like cause is just like a silly word. I think fault also can be a little bit silly because you can just define fault as like, could Democrats have acted differently or whatever to avoid it. In some narrow sense, that's true. But again, I think that the relevant thing is whether Republicans were in any way entitled to cross-party votes for their budget, considering the fact that they've shown they've been willing to do party line rescissions already, and the Trump administration just generally is doing insane, horrible things. And I think the answer to that is obviously no. They're not in any way entitled to cross-party votes for that.
Subsidies. It's not that much. We could take the money that we're putting into Argentina specifically.
It was a clean CR the first time. I know it was a clean CR. That's not relevant to the point. I don't like. It's not relevant to whether or not the bill itself had any added horribleness in it. The question is, given that the administration that we'd be voting on funding is doing horrible things, and two, again, Republicans have already done party line rescission votes, so it's not even certain like anything we pass is actually going to get, it's like going to meaningfully stay. They broke that precedent, and they did it to get rid of USAID funding. Are they then entitled to cross-party line votes on their legislation? And I think the answer to that is no. I think the answer to that is Democrats have good reason for fighting for something that actually gets some concession. Now ultimately that's kind of folded, regardless. Was I lied to? Clean CRs always meant no changes from the last term. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Yes. The bill itself, it was a clean CR in that it did not add any extra horribleness into it, as I just said. Yes. But from last term, I think it was from last government shutdown, really, right? It's not adding any new rules on top of it. It's just saying we're going to continue to fund the department, these departments in this way or whatever. But when those departments, and I hope you would agree with this, Michael, are being run in very different ways now that they have different heads and they're under a different executive agency, there is meaningful difference there. That's what I'm saying when I'm saying, are you entitled to the vote when the administration is doing all these horrible things? And again, Republicans in Congress have done party line rescissions before. No, I don't think you are. But yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to read on stream sample text. I saw you. Deem it to be reported. Mr. Sample Text, are you still affirming that Econoboy is suboptimal sub? Look, I've made our differences clear. You can, Econoboy, you can just say, yes, it's easier to be. B, yes, it's B. Face, truth nuke, truth.
We could put that into 2-year extensions, which is actually what was voted on today, and it was the case that Republicans did not want that. So they care more about giving $40 billion to Argentina than they care about actually giving, funding for subsidies in terms of reducing people's healthcare premiums for American citizens.
$40 billion to Argentina and $18 million to Israel.
Well, I think I'll let you go. Yeah. So I was just going to go back. You said that food is a human right, but I would ask, is it really the job of the federal government to feed the country?
Yes. If people.
I remember it pissed me off now. Kill me. Have you talked about the Trump Mondani meeting? I was at Mondani meeting. I was laughing at the meeting so hard. I only saw one picture of it. Is there something especially funny that happened during it? I saw whatever the one clip I was linked of Trump saying Mondani would be a good mayor or whatever.
People cannot afford food, they will die.
Well, where does the federal government get that food from?
American citizens paying
Farmers,
taxes?
yes.
Exactly. So you are forcing people through taxes, because that's what taxation is. You are forcing people via gunpoint or the threat of going into prison. Yes, that's what taxes are. Don't pay your taxes. See what happens when the IRS knocks on your door. They'll either throw you in jail, hold you at gunpoint if you try to resist, right? That's what happens. Taxes are forced. So you are forcing people to pay for other people's food.
So you would rather people die? You would rather 42 million people die than have access to the.
I don't think 42 million people are going to die, but these 42 million people, maybe if they're hungry, they're going to want to work for once because they'll have hunger pains and they'll go, wait, maybe I should actually start working and get a job.
Some of these people are.
It's true that 42 million people will not die because a lot of it is supplemental. Oh, you were referencing. I didn't even. Yeah, no, I didn't realize that.
Affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. Yeah. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
My go. Let's fucking go. Base.
are children, right? They physically can't, they legally can't.
Oh, a lot of it is supplemental, but obviously, a lot of the aid is, SNAP is supplemental precisely because the people on it are working. Many of the people already have some amount of market income from working a job. The majority of SNAP households, I forget the exact percentage, but the majority of households in SNAP have someone working a job. It's just that they also either have people who aren't working a job, like, they're a caregiver, they have to give, they're disabled or care to someone who's disabled or a child or whatever. Or they just don't have enough market income such that they still qualify for a program to get some supplemental aid.
Not have.
This is exactly why the Democrats need to reopen the government, stop playing these political.
It's one of these that also just shows the percentage of households who have working individuals in them. And I believe it's like the vast majority of them.
Partisan games, and allow these children to be fed, allow our veterans to get the benefits that they need. That is what's happening right here. The premise of the prompt is even incorrect. The Trump administration is not blocking SNAP because they view it as a reasonable way to prevent unnecessary spending. They're forced to do so because of the games the Democrats are playing. They're keeping our government shut down.
They're not forced to do so. They could have just allowed for the tax credit to be extended so that 24 million people have access to healthcare. That's also an option.
Yeah, it's an option that they've rejected. It's an option that they've rejected. We control.
Why did they reject
We have a majority in the Senate. If Chuck Schumer wants these Democrats to do so, as they have now done, right?
How do you morally justify allowing 24 million Americans to go without health care? How do you morally justify risking that?
Because it's forced, because it's taxation.
What we are saying here is that if the Democrats want EBT benefits to flow, then reopen the government.
But I'm asking you, how do you morally justify allowing 24 million Americans to go without health care, to risk losing their health care?
I think there are many solutions to this issue that we need to be talking about that are bigger than just ACA subsidies, bigger than the Affordable Care Act.
Can you answer the question? How do you
answered
morally
the question.
justify?
You don't like the way that I answered the question.
Because you haven't answered it.
So I would like to chime in on that. How can you morally justify forcing every American taxpayer to pay for 24 million other people's food?
Easily, malnutrition, you'll die. Also, it's not 24 million people's food, it's 24 million people's health care. It's 42 million people's food.
I think both sides are advocating for taxation. It's really about where that taxation is placed. And Donald Trump advocates for tariffs, which have a
our side would argue for a lot less tax.
Get ready for this one, chat. Get ready for this one, folks. Have you ever stuck it around on Ryan's List Nor chat long enough to see how I talk to the other side? Not particularly. I watch similar Ryan stuff sometimes, but not a ton.
Maybe not the Republican Party, because I identify as a conservative Christian, not as a Republican, because I believe the Republican Party does not stand for the values in which I have, in which we should have incredibly low taxation and very low benefits given out by the federal government. I think that if we were to have such a very low tax rate, people would have extra money to spend, more jobs would open up. These 42 million Americans that are lazy, that don't want to work, whose kids are being fed by my tax dollars.
All of them lazy don't want to work. Hold on, I think it's this. It's families. Yeah, this is just showing the percent of SNAP households that had, were employed or whatever. Employed in month of SNAP receipts, 62%. That's for families with children. All SNAP 58% during previous or following year, like 80+% or whatever. Like a lot of SNAP households are, mothers who are working, families who are working, but just have people who are not working within them, and they get supplemental aid for that reason. It's not necessarily implying that all of them would starve without it. So I need a red tie. I'm letting down the tribe.
Like they would actually.
Some of them are elderly. You're calling 42 million. There's 60 million children. There's elderly. There's children. They're disabled. You're calling these people lazy.
It's unfortunate, but these old people should have planned in advance for their future. I actually don't believe. You're
calling yourself a Christian, and you have no empathy for 42 million
people.
Didn't
Jesus give out food for free?
Wow.
Well, yes, but he wasn't forcing people to give out food. He didn't say, Peter, come here. I'm going to forcibly take some of your food and give it to this poor bum over here.
Well, again, don't use that word. So, again, the reality of the matter is that we're using taxation either way. It's about where the taxation is placed. If you go for Republicans, they are going to disproportionately be taxing lower and middle income individuals with the usage of tariffs. Tariffs are taxes. But if you're talking specifically about Democrats, they want to ease the burden specifically on the working class and ease the burden on people who are in the lower middle class, and they're specifically trying to raise taxes on those on income over $400,000 a year. So I would prefer those getting taxed on income over $400,000 a year.
I would push back on the framing of tariffs. You said it was a tax on lower income individuals. It's not a tax on them. It's a tax on imports into our country. It's a tax on foreign nations, not people.
Bro, it's 2 days ago, okay? This is November, okay? We're like 8 months into the Trump administration. We still are debating who pays the tariff.
Who pays for the increased spending on those imports?
But again, as I said, the framing is incorrect. It's not a tax on the Americans.
Yes,
it's a tax on foreign goods.
Cost is shoved onto consumers.
But we agree that it's a tax against foreign countries.
Well, who's buying the foreign goods?
No, let me explain to you what a tariff is. A tariff is a tax on imported goods. You're right with that. But the issue is that's paid by the American importing business, and it's passed down to the consumer mostly because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution, and it's not placed on the profits. So you're misunderstanding tariffs, and you think that the money is coming from foreign countries?
The money is coming from foreign countries.
No, it's not. No economist would agree with you. I have a degree in economics. Tell me how you think the revenue is coming from foreign countries.
Those tariffs are levied against these countries. Number one is incentivizing those companies to invest here in America, to buy goods made here in America.
True.
How so?
We consider this?
It's disincentivizing going and.
I wish Parker should have not even engaged with that at all, because he didn't answer the question. So that's not actually telling. You're saying tariffs incentivize production here. It's not answer who pays them. And in fact, they presumably would not substantially incentivize production here. They would not substantially incentivize you to buy domestic products if they didn't make the foreign products more expensive. I like this guy until he starts throwing the Trump coin.
Buying things.
Which guy? I forget which
foreign
one.
nation. Okay, so from a consumer
I don't
perspective,
remember which one did that.
Again, if we want to look at this consumer perspective, it's making the products from other countries around the world more expensive. So it's not the foreign country that's paying for it; it's the American business importing the product, and then that's passed on to the American consumer. So disproportionately, you're talking about taxing consumers, which are, if you're lower income, you spend a greater proportion of your income.
But I think something major in my ideology is that if we were
And also, poor people buy just a bigger percentage of imported products because a lot of the sort of basic necessities people need or whatever are imported, and presumably, if imported products are cheaper and poor people are going to favor cheaper products generally, they're going to buy just a higher percentage of their basket of goods is going to be imported products as opposed to domestic made products.
to have super high tariffs, which I believe that we should.
Don't you think the supplemental 2K tariff series will benefit the poor the most? I mean, sure. I highly doubt it'll actually happen. Like obviously a $2,000 transfer to people would benefit the poor the most, at least in the short term. Now, I highly doubt they'll actually happen. 2, tariffs have so far not even raised enough revenue to cover the $2,000 tariff check. So I think they're about why are you spelling out fuck Stibby's true. So you'd have to deficit spend at least a little bit to do it, and probably just better uses of money on the margin than like a random $2,000 stimulus check. What's up, the ethos slob?
People would not have to pay income tax anymore. I believe in having tariffs so high that people would not have to pay income tax.
That's a tax.
People would have extra money.
So listen, that's a tax. So what he really wants to do is he wants to shift the
Bro, I have no clue.
burden of taxation, progressive tax system through the context of
Also, real quick, the
Something
fucking
major in my ideology is that if we were to have super high tariffs, which I believe that we should, people would not have to pay income tax anymore. I believe in having tariffs so high that people would not have to pay income tax.
That's a tax.
I believe in having tariffs so high we should not pay. We should even have to pay income tax. That's not even possible, by the way. The fucking you can raise probably at most like 70-ish% of what income tax raises with tariffs, and that's assuming people don't change their behavior, which they obviously would. It's crazy. I think I have stuff from the tax foundation in my revenue page.
Would have extra money.
So listen, that's a tax. So what he really wants to do is he wants to shift the burden of taxation. Progressive tax system through the context of income tax disproportionately taxes people who are richer. So what you want to do is you want to take
individual income tax collected $2.2 trillion in 2023. A 58% global tariff would be required to raise that amount from tariffs, assuming no avoidance or drop in imports. There would obviously be avoidance. There would actually be more avoidance than there is now because there'd be a higher return to avoidance. And there would be a drop in imports as well, obviously. But our country is founded on tariffs. This is true. Have we considered this? This is true. What do we think of Parker and Naomi? Parker's okay, but Naomi's kind of cringe, but low-key a queen. I agree with that entirely, actually. I think, I do think Parker falls into the trap of like a lot of TikTokers where it doesn't, to me at least, it doesn't feel like they sort of have an ideology outside of just supporting Democrats, and they will kind of retroactively find ways to support Democrats or, be convinced of something just because Democrats did it. Maybe that's not entirely fair, but that's definitely what it feels like when I watch Parker or like Dean debate about stuff. I think they're effective at it, but a lot of times it does just seem like dialogue trees to sort of retroactively justify the actions of Democrats, and not like I sort of have I'm starting from like some coherent based philosophy, ideology, and I support Democrats because they are the most in line with it. But I think Parker's pretty cool.
progressive tax and you want to replace it with a regressive tax, therefore taking money
they should make a crazy caps funnel
from the rich. I mean,
alternation, so I don't have to work so damn hard. There are websites that will do it for you, but
and giving it to the rich.
You still have to copy and paste it into a website, I guess.
What it would be doing though with tariffs is not taxing a person off of how much they make. It's how much they consume, right? When there's tariffs, the only tax that you're paying essentially is how much you consume. The more you consume, the more you pay taxes. If somebody's going to get a foreign luxury car like a BMW or a Mercedes, they're going to pay a lot in tariffs. Well, if some poor person is trying,
which one, it's weird that he doesn't make the connection that obviously poor people consume a disproportionate amount of their income. Like they just don't have much income that's set aside for savings. They're consuming, I don't know exactly what it is, but for the sake of hypothetical, maybe 50% of their income or whatever, versus like a rich person, they're probably consuming a lot less as a percent of their income. And second of all, obviously, you could sorry, I was
trying to buy
there's something else
it's
I was
not
gonna say
taxing
before
person off of how much they make. It's how much they consume, right? When there's tariffs.
Oh, yeah, it's not even, it doesn't really even fit the definition of a consumption tax because you're still taxing intermediate goods and capital goods that are imported. So you're still taxing companies when they import stuff to make their products. A traditional consumption tax does not do that. You know, you're distorting capital as opposed to a traditional consumption tax when you're not doing that. You're not going to tax machinery or intermediate goods that a company imports to make their products. Did you react to Trump and Mandami's date night yet? No, I haven't. How long is the 31 minutes? Do I want to watch 31 minutes of this? I've seen 2 funny clips from it.
The only tax that you're paying essentially is how much you consume. The more you consume, the more you pay tax.
Consider most people have low 3-digit emergency funds. It's more than 50%. Yeah, I would imagine at least for the bottom 20% of Americans, it'd be more than 50%.
If somebody's going to get a foreign luxury car, like a BMW or a Mercedes, they're going to pay a lot in tariffs. Well, if some poor person is trying to buy, let's just say, like bread and a steak and poultry, that's American made, American grown. I guess I could say American produced.
What about clothing? What about shoes?
Clothing.
What about electronics?
Well, I mean, let's
All
like
of those
most
things,
of our clothing is from Bangladesh as of right now.
Okay.
And I mean,
You don't think
as of right now, don't worry, we'll get the clothing factories up and running in the U.S. any day now.
You don't
Let's
think we're
go.
building clothes?
If we were to raise imports on Bangladesh and other countries like them who have a large textile industry, then a lot of those people would lose their jobs or go into a different industry, right?
Yeah, I feel very bad about the people.
Worse off.
But aren't you supposed to be America first? Like right now, I'm trying to protect Americans
Yes, I'm working
from
in the best
living in a
interest of
country
America.
that is too expensive for them to survive while having their basic
Well, then stop giving
needs
us
met.
SNAP benefits, and then people want to have.
You're not just trying to protect America.
True. Everyone would be able to afford food if just SNAP wasn't a thing. This is true. This is true.
Yeah, that is culture of dependency.
It's not impossible. SNAP increases the price of food, but it probably doesn't increase the price of food like disproportionately because people treat SNAP as essentially the same as a, transfer of the same amount of income. So even though it can only be spent on food, people don't treat SNAP differently. Like it affects their spending habits in the same way that a cash transfer would of the equivalent amount of SNAP income they get. Plausibly that has some effect on the price of food, just like it would have an effect on the price of anything insofar as, poor people have a higher marginal propensity to consume. And if you redistribute money to them, they'll be more likely to spend it immediately or whatever, and it'll raise their demand for certain products. But it's probably not that big and probably worth whatever cost there is to, feed them.
So we're trying to make it more affordable, and reducing SNAP benefits makes it less affordable for people. If you want to make things more affordable, tax rich billionaires, tax millionaires, do not tax the American people. If you guys ran on lower taxes for working class people, you'd probably win. But because you guys want to run on lower taxes for rich people and higher taxes for working class people, you guys will lose every single time.
Well, we're in the White House right now, so we won't lose every single time. But what I will tell you from this here is, again, the prompt is about EBT benefits. If you want people to get their EBT benefits, then stop holding our Senate hostage, reopen the government. That will happen. You say that you care about the American people, but you seem to really care about is creating a culture of dependency, because I go on TikTok and I see all these people saying, where's my EBT? Where's my EBT? You know what I'm wondering? Where is their JOB? Because that.
This is how I love evaluating the programs like this. They go funners, tax to yeah, Parker's a progressive. He likes taxing lay billionaires and taxing lay unrealized capital gains. He's a progressive dude, okay? I'm pretty sure that Naomi Gross is a full-on socialist, all right?
It has to be a question that's on the minds of many people. I see people.
Pretty sure most innovation is driven by Hinger, though. What if Snap is turning the next Steve Jobs into a bed bulb? Oh, there is actually. So there, yeah. Hunger, yeah. There's some evidence of that. For one, Snap does have a positive effect on kids in early childhood on their long run earnings and stuff. So you do actually see, like for hungers for households that have access to Snap. If they get access to Snap before like your child is 5 years old, that will actually have positive long run effects on the future earnings of that child. Right now, past early childhood, you don't really see that. So like giving Snap to someone who's like 16 years old or something, past the age of 5, past the age of 10 or whatever, like doesn't seem to appear to have any meaningful long run impact on their development. But it is true for children under 5. For early childhood stuff, that is the case. There's also, I have seen one thing, I haven't read it. I haven't seen one thing that did suggest that entrepreneurship was increased by SNAP benefits. I'd have to scroll through my unorganized notes to find it, but I have seen one thing that did suggest that business entry was increased by SNAP benefits, but I don't know.
saying, oh, how can you expect me to go out and have to pay for my own groceries, have to go buy my own things like every other American?
Sir, you know that like the average amount that an American gets for SNAP benefits a month is $187. That's not how much food costs, right? A monthly, how much would you say it costs you a month, groceries?
You know, a couple $100s.
Yeah, a couple $100. I mean, it costs me a lot more than a couple $100. I'd say around $400. So it's helping people. You still
Yeah, food stamp entrepreneurs. I've not read through this yet, but I have this saved. This paper explores how eligibility for the SNAP, formerly known as food stamps program, affects firm formation using a variety of identification strategies. I show that expanded SNAP eligibility in the mid-2000s increased enrollment by 3 to 5 percentage points. Newly eligible households were also 20% more likely to own a business, with larger effects for incorporated firms. I find a large increases in the labor supply on the extensive and intensive margins, equivalent to 1.1 million additional workers. I also develop a series of falsification checks that use information from unaffected portions of the income distribution to improve RD estimates. This strategy improved balance on observations between treatment and control groups, and Monte Carlo simulations also find a significant reduction in type 1 error. I don't know what type 1 error. Sample is still launching was a type 1 error. Finally, I show that empirical results are driven entirely by newly eligible households that did not enroll, suggesting uninsured risk from leaving wage employment is the primary barrier to entrepreneurship for this population.
need to have a job. SNAP is not just here's all the free food you would ever need. It's for people who fully cannot afford the entire cost of food to have enough food for that month. You're not just giving people free food. It's not every time you go out to eat. It's not every time you order on freaking DoorDash or Uber Eats. It's making sure that the basic caloric amount that one needs to survive is met. And you still need to have a job to maintain that.
Exactly, there's a work requirement already on top of it.
Like, you still have to work. It's not just all the food you get is free. I feel like you guys don't understand how SNAP benefits work and who they're benefiting.
So they don't go hungry, basically. Not luxury foods. It's just...
Oh, this is about a type 1 is a false positive, where true null hypothesis is incorrectly rejected. Oh, okay. Sure. Type 2 is false negative, where null hypothesis is not rejected.
So they don't go hungry.
Yes.
But hunger would incentivize people to work.
It also makes it impossible for people to work. You can't work if you are not consuming food. Do you understand that food is necessary for human life?
See, here's the thing. A lot of people that are malnourished.
Do you think that starving children would get them to learn more?
Well, no, here's the thing. A lot of people that are malnourished is not due to an economic depravity. Like, food is so cheap. The only countries where people are really starving, like South Sudan, for example, is because they're in a civil war with Sudan. You know how much humanitarian aid goes there?
It's because the UAE is funding a genocide in Sudan. That's really the reason.
Exactly.
Because
So
it's not a civil war, it's a proxy war caused by the UAE.
Yes, it's not an economic issue.
I gotta say, this whole argument also just sounds so out of touch. It's like, have you ever tried to do a task well while being hungry? If you have not eaten
I actually work a lot harder when I'm hungry. I mean, working out at the gym, no, but when
I'm sorry, that was already... Let me just acknowledge this.
Because when you're hungry...
I'm pretty sure. By the way, quite like you could probably find. I know for certain, at least for children, like you can find causal analyses of like the effects of like a good meal on like academic performance, and it seems to like largely be positive. But you know,
like when you get to a point of hunger.
Now, I don't think I'll be clear. Like I don't think those effects, whether it be early childhood or with regards to like anyone working better or being more productive when they're not hungry, I don't think those effects are big enough to pay for SNAP to pay for itself. But you know, it does reduce the cost of the program. It is an added benefit that should be weighed and considered. But yeah, innovation comes from when people's needs are mostly met and they can create freely and explore ideas. Socialism is arguably better, creating a society that fosters innovation. I mean, I think there's, you know, the narrow version of that argument I somewhat agree with, in that, you know, we just read that paper, for instance, like for example, like I should have closed the paper, but like, you know, people are less likely to leave the labor market and start their own business if there's a risk that when that business fails, they would be left starving. But obviously, capitalism also grants you a much higher reward to your innovation than most socialist systems would. And I do think that we see just generally more capitalist countries kind of tend to have more innovation, regardless.
Hunger, like you physically cannot function.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure most people on EBT.
My headphones are like super desync. Not most science occurs when malnourished. If Newton ate that apple, he'd have no revelation. This is true.
You're like obese.
Wait,
let's look at the average.
Okay,
you're pretty sure, or you're sure? Do you know that?
The average weight of them. That's fine.
Even if that was true, that doesn't change anything. They don't need food to
well, they obviously have enough food.
Fat people never need to consume food ever. That's your argument.
For a good few weeks, yeah.
This is embarrassing.
Again, what I hope that we can all agree on is that people would be much better off if they had a job. We need to stop creating a culture of dependency in this country that the left oftentimes uses as a tool and a mechanism to control poor people.
How to explain to the move to the New World and the westward expansion in 1800s, they no fallback. So, Michael, obviously the argument that on the margin, some people would be more likely to enter or to start their own business if there was, you know, more benefits it does not follow from that no one will ever take a big risk if they had no fallback, right? People's risk tolerances are different. The expected return of things are going to be higher or lower, right? You know, the expected return for Christopher Columbus finding the India initially, as he set out to do, it was way higher than a person starting their own business. It does not follow from that. You know, people are not going to start business at all if there is no social safety net. It just means that there is reason to believe that on some margin, business creation will be increased by expanding the social safety net. And that doesn't mean it's always good to do, and that, you know, it doesn't mean that it pays for itself or anything. That just is one effect that we, you know, observe.
Control minorities in this country and actually allow them to stand on their own 2 feet, so that we don't even have to have conversations like this about whether or not it's unnecessarily cruel to stop EBT benefits that are only stopped right now because Democrats refuse to reopen the government. So if you want these people to eat, let them eat. But you know what you got to do first? Reopen the government.
How can they stand on their own 2 feet if they don't have food and they can't go to...
Settlers were a huge population, even if on the margin, admittedly. Well, I mean, first you said find the new world. Oh, and he said and westward expansion. I mean, it is true, but I mean, they were literally granted. We literally had the homesteading program to make sure they were granted a high return, right? There wasn't a, you know, fallback in food stamps or anything. I'm just saying, you know, at the margin, sometimes an increased social safety net can seemingly improve or seemingly lead to more business creation because there's now an insurance mechanism. It doesn't follow from that I have to believe people will never take risk without a social safety net.
The fucking doctor.
So it seems like you guys
I mean,
think
I played
that the best
Oregon
way
Trail. I
for people
have
to
played
get
Oregon
access to
Trail.
food is for them to determine it based upon their own actions themselves. And we think that it's a fundamental aspect of the government, a fundamental role of the government to provide food for the constituents that need it. And regardless of whether or not people specifically have the ability to provide it themselves, I think they should be provided it. And I think that you guys would probably say for people who are disabled or for people who can't work themselves, they should also be able to get it themselves. And the same thing with children.
Yeah, I'd agree. Yes. It is not cancellation.
And it's like truly incredible, bro.
To refuse to signal boost.
I don't want to... There are more funny moments I should watch. I don't really care to watch the whole thing.
That's good for New York. And again, to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it. And I've been called
Let's watch it. It's awesome.
So it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Sure. Okay. But I'm playing Worms in the background.
We have one thing in common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built. And
cutest Trump has ever been.
Food,
I don't know. I've seen so many awesome TikTok edits of him.
Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down.
True.
And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year, so that's good for New York.
Man, why did Madonna even agree to this, bro? Why did he agree to a fucking press conference?
Good for everybody.
Trump loves
but
winners.
I just want
That's
to
true.
congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything, and we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations.
Dude, I got to tweet out another sample text if he's still here. He sent me a meme that was just like how bro start talking after the 10 out of 10 Mondami voter lets him hit. And then there was like the New York governor, you know, eventually says like, you know, actually after Mondami won, you know, I actually might start looking into increasing the taxes that he wants to increase. And I just tweeted out a variation of it, like how the governor starts talking after the 10 out of 10 Mondami lets her hit. Dude, I got to tweet out how fucking Trump starts talking after 10 out of 10 Mondami gives him sloppy toppy or some shit, bro. Mondami killed this. He's very skilled. Can't be tipped up. That's true, I guess. I mean, yeah, Mondami's definitely he's good at messaging. He's very good at stuff like this. So it's just going to hate Mondami actually doing things with the president compared to yelling about the revolution, maybe.
Thank you, President. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please.
I don't even know what he could do with the fucking president other than say, hey, don't deport me and don't send ICE to my city, please. Like, those are like the two things. Like,
shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president, I appreciate the conversation, I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you and then also one for the mayor-elect. For you, you referred to Mr. Mamdani as a communist. Could you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss.
well, if he has Trump on his side, he's probably got a better chance of getting his policy through. No, probably, but there's not that much the president can like legally do to stop him anyway. The governor and stuff can, but yeah. Be nice to New York, Mr. President. Exactly.
Who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot. From when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people actually, and some very liberal people. He won't surprise them because they already like him.
Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a discussion just days ago. You referred to President Trump as a despot who betrayed the country. You said he is worse than here in Houston of having a fascist agenda.
I can not hear the questions very well.
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please. Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding you said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position, and Lebanon now is the finest unresolved after Gaza and Syria.
Hell, Trump. Yo, Gorp, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, the Gorp viewers. Let's go. Gay? True. We're going over this shit because my viewers wanted me to. Gay for pay. Well, enough pay. Certainly. I mean, you know how much money you could donate to an effective charity, okay, like being a gay prostitute. And also welcome back to the trip as well.
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas, and frankly, everybody.
I think Mamdani rushed to service Bill Clinton so he and Trump could have something comment before the meeting. Plausibly, I think Mamdani is just a charming man in his own right. Okay, I don't think he had to do that, but I do think you put him and Bill Clinton in a room, okay, there'd be sparks flying. Okay, I'll say that much. Let's go.
Just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion.
What is this?
Would you let him suck your meat?
We've been over this before. I've talked to people about this. If it got enough views, I would. Okay.
What the fuck?
I think the number, bro. I stand by it.
It's coming in. No country has ever had anything like that. Not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem, and Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now for the first time peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years.
True.
And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
That's wild.
Oh, sure.
It's trivial.
Do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East.
We desperately want it, and that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance.
Just shot myself in worms.
So a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
But the he in that clip was Destiny. He was asking, would you let Destiny suck your beat? And I said, if it got enough views, I would.
Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
I stand by it.
Yeah, please.
Threatened to send federal troops to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents in New York City. There's a medallion called ICE, a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out, and I think that if we have known murderers,
That's you could do that for free, Holly.
some very bad people,
Well,
we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have.
Maybe.
We discussed this at great length, actually. Maybe
but I'm saying I would accept it. I would accept it if it got enough views. Okay.
Anything else? He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk
What
about
if it turned out that Zoran accepted some portion of the meme coin for the
We're going to
cooperation?
work together. We're going to make sure that if they're
That'd be not bad. But I don't think. I would kind of doubt that's going to be the case. Or like anything like that would happen. I don't even know who was the one who even requested the meeting. I thought wouldn't surprise me if Trump was the one that asked for it in the first place. Thanks for following. Whoever just followed the people up to the fucking thing. Oh well, 420 followers. Not from 420 at 420 followers. Let's go. And W from Andami. True. I mean, for what? The clips I've seen have been funny. I haven't watched the full thing yet, but yeah. Beastie Mono 1 for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's go.
they're horrible people there. We want to get them out.
Zoran requested? Oh, really?
Maybe more than I do. So
I don't know.
we discussed
Maybe
it
then.
at great length. Yes, please.
Two questions. I want for you, President, from BBC in a second. But first of all,
Is there a video that's the full thing where you can actually hear the fucking questions? All the other videos are like either 5 minutes or you can't just can't hear the questions. Usually they're quiet, but they're not like that quiet usually.
troops to New York City.
That's not really any better. Whatever. Now they're all like this. I feel like it's yeah.
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of...
Did Mondami just complain about the price of eggs to Trump the same way Trump does all the time? And Trump was like, you know what, this guy's all right, actually. I thought this guy was some Islamist, but he just cares about the price of eggs like I do. Is that what happened? I haven't been paying attention to worms. I just fucking threw.
Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those...
It's not fun. I don't know how Tucker didn't get more backlash for that Charlie Kirk speech. What Charlie Kirk speech? Did he do one recently, or are you talking about the one he did at the funeral? I don't even remember the one he did at the funeral.
Forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices because, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Absolutely.
Turo.
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, I think they have some big energy problems. They've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control.
At the funeral where he said there was a group of people in Jerusalem eating helmets plotting to kill Charlie Kirk. Wait, did he? I honestly don't remember him saying that. I just hit space instead of enter to jump. I'm stupid.
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And
you got Trump to say we got to lower prices. Like how? I mean, Trump. That's what Trump runs on all the time. This populist rhetoric. Obviously, nothing Trump does is actually conducive to doing that. But that's that's where the populist rhetoric is perfectly in line with each other.
Cold winter and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people. Last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. They're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two.
6 or 7
soldiers, and it goes on and on. And I think they're getting reasonably close.
Sorry, my bad.
I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including India, Pakistan. You could even go. In fact, they're coming here in a week or two. Go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many, and the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker, but it does take two to tango, and now you just see all the death. And, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really, so.
True.
He was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamp-lit room with a bunch of guys
Seems like a distraction from the Epstein
sitting around eating
files.
hummus, thinking about what do we do
Potentially.
about
Although Zoran was
this
the one
guy
who
telling the
requested
truth about us. We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with a bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea, why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted.
Bro, nothing's surprising anymore. Nothing's even surprising anymore. Nothing's even surprising anymore. Okay.
On the other side of the ocean, it's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25. Think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian.
Soros is the Democratic Party. Megadona and his Open Society Foundation got over $200 million in USAID money to fund his project. Whoa. Incredible. Even assuming that's true, there are a bunch of oh wow, kickbot, incredible. It's like they probably got money in respect to they probably got some grant for some operation they were doing to expand press freedom in some third world country, right? I don't think none of these. It was not some politically motivated fucking funding to make Democrats win more. They a lot of organizations have a lot of different things they do, and most of the money given to them goes to serving some projects in the third world, and sometimes that it's increasing press freedom or whatever, to which sure George Soros had some program to do that with.
It's a shame.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Tim Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focus very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say yes. Okay.
Yeah, I saw this clip, obviously. Incredible. The best of friends.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving us a partner or giving up its dignity.
Bro, can I really not jump over this?
Well, he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that you made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine.
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. I would have never. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war, and I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years.
Just
ago.
two kings doing king shit, exactly.
You didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that to be a question that both of you can answer.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90.
One second, damn it, stop content Connor's debate last night was especially painful. The one of Destiny? I didn't watch it, but I
a big thing on cost. The new word is
saw parts of it.
Another word is just groceries. It's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were, we had, both of us, we had the highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And we've got inflation down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, you have something?
True. I can't wait for it to go even lower than the 2%. It's also obviously not. It's not gone down to its normal number. It's been accelerating for the past few months at least. But did you cover the Hassan China stuff? Unless there's anything new to cover, then yeah. I mean, I talked about it a little bit either my last stream or 2 streams ago, maybe even. Where I don't know. It seems kind of cringe, but whatever. Whatever.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
You said that there's a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board, and that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want. We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers.
Oh wait, Jabringo, I think I actually do know what you're talking. I think you're talking about his whatever debate on Speakeasy when he talked to Jimbo or whatever. Are you talking about that? I didn't watch that one, but I clicked on his live stream while that was happening and watched 5 seconds of it and said, I am not watching this shit.
Across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see housing go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually
Against rim job, yeah.
But I want to see the same thing.
It's around his abundance filling Donald Trump.
Was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what you call minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes
Oh no, oh no.
in your acceptance page. You didn't mention
The white person comment.
anything about America or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in our city.
You're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear, no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we want a New York City that is not only fair and equitable.
One time it's letting Trump do most of the hard-hitting questions. Well, Trump's the more important character here.
I would be concerned that Jewish New Yorkers feel welcome and safe in the city. And President Trump, you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores or something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad. And, we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, you know, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things
Finally, politics is back to a saner era, guys.
Ideally, by building a lot of additional housing. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers,
They're both abundance filled. Let's go. We did it, folks.
I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, David
maybe
Blasio.
salty.
I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President,
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to. You used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
Let's go.
A lot more than I would have thought. I think he's. I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race. I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful.
Oh no! Oh no!
Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite
The populism, it's getting to us. It's killing us. It's over.
I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that, and you know, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
I have a question for you, but a very good one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains cleaner?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
Well, but no, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. You know, I mean, he's working very hard for him to be. That's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes, and driving takes you a
And
long
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around the Washington Post report. There's this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and uses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
He doesn't know anything about it, really? Incredible.
Know very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that. But
I forgot that's how Trump speaks. I just threw it.
I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
I agree that President Trump did do a peace and worked hard to make the peace because he worked hard to do the peace in the East and everywhere. But do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Trump doesn't even respond to that.
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York
Do you reckon after Trump collapsed the GOP in 2016 and still came back in 2024 as a really old bloke, you reckon that's something you can brag on, Don Fon? What do you mean brag on?
Turning point, one way or the other. You can go great, or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Oh my God.
New York City loves a future that is affordable, and I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living, and I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more, go ahead. 1 or 2 more, go ahead. I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up. You know, I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone to, you know, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares. But they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
It's over. It's over. We're never getting back to staying policy, bro.
Because I think he's different. All right? I think he's different. And that can be in a very positive way. But I think he's different than, you know, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point. And he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed. And we're going to be helping him. But he's different than, you know, your average candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. When you start off at 1 or 2, and then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9, then he went up to 17. I said, let's get a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR.
Trump wasn't necessary. Didn't help my country at all. I don't know what necessary means.
When the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver.
I don't like Mondani. Incredible BC Mon. I don't know if I overall like him.
I found it, and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat.
I just killed myself.
And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime. Yeah. There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequences?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
No one would care, though, non-fun. Care about what, whether Trump was necessary for your country.
It's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from...
Mr. Tommy's ooh-woo, just like E-Boy.
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000.
True.
No, I said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious.
If you offered yourself, oh, okay. True.
Yes, if the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is a she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent. And
I don't care if Trump don't like him. I live in upstate New York. He has almost no effect on me.
There will
Well,
be topics that we disagree on.
I think the one like it's not going to directly affect almost anyone like outside of New York City, obviously. But the one thing that is more somewhat concerning, I guess, would be obviously, you know, whether or not Democrats in the future are going to look towards Mondami as guidance on their policy, basically in that playbook. Which I think think it would be fair to take obviously the messaging away from him, or to copy the messaging that he has. But the other policy stuff, I just don't like. It's just pretty bad.
The conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to see if this city could be unbelievable. If he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think we're going to meet more in the future?
Excuse?
Do you think we'll meet again in the future?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elisa Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I know, but she's out there campaigning. And, you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign. She's a very capable
True.
person. But you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with a I met with
Sometimes
a man
you just got to say things in a campaign, guys.
who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
No, I care very deeply about Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across the 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who calls the city home.
I mean, there were some funny moments, I guess. Incredible. God, I love the populist world we're in. I love it. I love the state of our country, the state of our politics. Kill me. I'm gonna lose at Worms. I got 1 worm left. They have 2. I can barely reach them from where I am even. I have to actually have good aim. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? None of those hit him, bro? Oh my god. Are you ending after this? I think so. I will for sure stream again tomorrow though, because I have a debate at 2 p.m. tomorrow with Owen McDonald about socialism. Oh, I way overshot that. Damn it. Was that apocalypse world I live in? You're so fucking boring, mate. I don't think I said apocalypse ever, but okay. Are people not liking Mondami? Literally only wants us to make the city more affordable. I mean, I think obviously the reasons a lot of people on the right don't like Mondami is because I think they're just misinformed on him being a fucking Islamist dude or whatever. Did you say Owen? Yeah. Obviously the reason people don't like Mondami more generally, who aren't like particularly misinformed or whatever about him being an evil fucking jihadist, is just because a lot of his policy is probably pretty bad. Like rent freezes just historically have not been good. Publicly owned grocery stores or whatever, probably not a solid evidentiary basis beyond that or behind that. I think he clearly has clearly exaggerated the claims about free buses and stuff. You would have voted for him though? Maybe, I don't know. Cuomo was definitely just not just interpersonally, like Cuomo was obviously not a good dude, and I don't know how much I would weigh that against Mondami's policy. I do think people, especially on the right, will way exaggerate how bad Mondami's policy, it will be / would have been, but I don't know. Fuck just lad on Twitch, to be honest. So slack. True. Uh-oh. But I mean, it is really bad. Haven't we been over this easy money? Like it depends on what assumptions you make about what he's actually going to get through, and what, how long they would last, like how long the rent freeze would last, for example. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? I did 1 damage. Hey, Leah, and fuck off. Okay, dude. Who is this girl? NYC is more expensive than Kenya for a reason. Well, that's
Is this
true.
real, or has this been happening inside my head?
It's for a lot of reasons. Who the hell is? I don't think I want to rate this girl. Not liking what I'm seeing. It doesn't even appear to be there. Not fine. Is there an issue with Mondami having an advisor, Patrick Gaspard? Gaspard was former head of the American Dem think tank Center for American Progress. His Immigrants' Right Unit produced policy briefs and talking points that shaped Mondami's platform. I mean, I don't see necessarily why that would be a problem. I don't know, unless there's something I don't know. I'll copy and paste it into the address bar. Oh no. Oh, what's up, Adam? Mondami seems generally interested in increasing housing supply, which is a W in my book. That's true. Now you can question how effective he'll be in that, and I don't know how much weight I put into him building. Did he say 200,000 is his ultimate goal or whatever? I don't know how likely that is to become true, but clearly it's something he's so concerned about it that he talked about it with Trump. Like, Trump is literally just saying that stuff we just watched and fucking... Did he want a rent freeze, LMFAO? Well, that's true, but again, he's also, those two things aren't mutually incompatible. Uh-oh. Now you can say the rent freeze might undermine the housing supply goal, but I think a lot of the housing supply he wants is social housing or whatever that wouldn't necessarily be affected by the rent freeze. It's just affected by how efficiently the government can build housing. Why the hell would regulators invest in an environment that includes a rent freeze? Well, like I said, I think a lot of it is social housing or whatever, but I agree that having a rent freeze or having, rent control will disincentivize development, but it is also only on already rent stabilized apartments. Bro. Wait, sudden death. Wait, maybe I can win just by being higher. I've been in a rent-free stuff isn't optimal policy, but it's overstated. What percent of new apartment construction is even subject to the rent guidelines board? Yeah, yeah, it's a rent-freeze on like already existing apartments. I know it's like roughly half the apartments in New York are under the rent stabilization program, but I don't know if any new construction is subject to it. I could be wrong in that, but I thought it exempted new construction. Can I jump up here? I can. It's easy. I'm going to... I can win in the dumbest way possible. Let's go. Landlords would just shift the burden of maintenance on rent stabilized market to tenants making housing market rate tenants making housing more expensive. I don't know how big that effect would be would assume if they could charge higher prices, they would already be doing so. So I don't know how big that effect would necessarily be. I agree there's going to be some of that, but I mean, the broader concern I would have is the more long-run effects in supply. But does Trump penthouse get the rent freeze? It does. As far as I know, it does not. It's pretty low-end apartments that get the rent stabilization, and you have to be below a certain income threshold to get it as well, I think. I know people are criticizing Mondami or whatever for living in a rent stabilized apartments.
Guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skilly Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, and Nab. I forgot his name, the frog dude, and yeah. Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
He just doesn't have a single good policy. I mean, I think you can, again, doubt how effective he's going to be at this, but obviously the goal of expanding housing supply, and he has said multiple times that he wants private developers to have an easier time building it as well, is obviously good in my opinion. I don't get what the obsession with him is. He's not an Islamist, he's just normal, progressive, that is bad idea. Well, I think I love chicken burger. There's an obsession with him from the right because they want to paint old Democrats as evil, socialist, Islamists, and there's an obsession with him from some parts of the left because he's clearly one of the more progressive people in the Democratic Party, and he just has a very online presence. So online he receives a lot of attention from everyone. Y'all were the ones begging me to watch the interview, okay? I didn't even know what happened until y'all told me, okay? I'm not in the obsessed group. 8 damage, are you kidding me, bro? As a male, have significant leeway to influence zoning reform to build more, which he's, mentioned about doing. As far as what he can do to get stuff done as mayor, it's more YIMBY stuff than government grocery stores shit, yeah. And obviously a lot of his stuff has to go through the governor too, which, to be fair, the governor did say that she might be open to raising whatever taxes he wanted recently. Are you kidding me? That's how it ends, bro. With the fucking splash damage of barely. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Okay, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm not rating this girl. Yeah, okay. I see how it is. Okay, Jesus. All right. Regardless, it's not going to be a lie this time when I say I'm streaming tomorrow, because, well, technically I'm streaming later today, because at 2 p.m. I have a debate with Owen McDonald about socialism, okay? So if you want to hear me shit on progressivism and socialism, easy money, 2 p.m. tomorrow, I'll be debating a dude on it. Love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. Is there anyone I can even really rate into on anywhere? I guess just food shops, but she might be ending stream soon, honestly, but we'll see. Whatever, regardless. Yeah, head over there. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to follow on Twitch, Kick, all my different platforms that I'm on. Add search. There we go. Okay. And I'll see y'all tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yeah, really cool that I get to stream and do all this stuff, so appreciate it. I guess, hold on, wait, someone on Twitch that I can raid that I know of. I head over to Bush Camp Dad on Twitch, how about that? See you later today, 2 p.m. And after the debate, I'm sure we'll be doing some whatever memes stuff I have left to talk about and cover after that. So yeah, love you guys, see you guys later.